Because
we
you
are
suck.
not live, dude.
You didn't even do the fucking thing.
I didn't even do what? You're right, I didn't.
What the fuck? Run it back, dude.
Nah,
Run it for him.
Nah.
It's too late now.
It's only constitutional carp watching anyways.
The constitutional carp, just run it, dude, because we're a professional. We are here.
Super professional.
Episode 65. Every 5 we go live.
Yeah, the pre-intro.
The intro to the intro, which leads to the outro because there is no podcast. We all quit. This is your new host. Guess what ethnicity he is in the comment section. What can we win, dude? We got the Chris. What's going on? What's up? What's up? Got the constitutional carps. What's going on, people? Make sure you like, share, comment, subscribe. Helps out an absolute ton.
Yep.
But we're here. We're chilling like a villain. All trees of us. We're supposed to have Lil G, as he's known on the streets.
Yeah. Nobody knows that's on the streets.
Nobody has any idea, which is probably a good thing. But nobody knows the troubles I've seen. The Tex Bulls is in the house, dude. What's up? Shout out to the Tex Bullingtons. How you doing? Appreciate all y'all. Smash that thumbs up button. Share this with your friends, family, cohorts, and comrades. Why does it look way different on here than it does on there?
What do you mean?
This looks way more crisp and clean than that does.
Because this doesn't need to show the full video resolution, as it is just a...
Why are you whispering?
Of it. I'm not.
I feel like you're super quiet.
I feel like you're super quiet, dude.
I told you about the mic, dude.
I feel like it's because you leaned into the mic like you always end up doing. For no reason.
Always... Listen, dude.
Therefore, you are hearing yourself louder.
We're always in your ears.
Yeah.
Nobody even knows you're here right now. Right? Like, what?
Do you even exist as a purse, dude?
I mean, I tried. I applied.
What are we supposed to call you on the internet?
Think of a name.
Well, we're not on Twitch. We're not playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
I was going to say.
Okay, so Gandorf is here, dude. The A-dubs. Wait a minute. This lineup reminds me of a joke. Yeah. What's the joke, A-dubs? I'd like to hear, dude. Do tell. It was a Chris and Chris in the morning. Now it's just Chris in the evening. Chris and Chris come into the shop. It's father, son. They're both named Chris because they just ran out of boy names, I guess. And I always say that that's Chris and Chris in the morning. They should have a talk show host. Yeah. But really, it would just be Chris just in the background correcting the other Chris the whole time. And the little Chris would be doing the correcting. Shout out to Lil Chris, though.
Constitutional Carps is a nice collection of beer.
Well, technically, this isn't beer. This might be queer, but it's Mountain Dew, and I'm getting all jacked up on it. The Pabst is all right, dude. The Gumball Head, I'm definitely in favor of. If you've never tried some Gumball Head, you should try it. It's 3 Floyds. It's delish. But yeah, dude, we're out here. We're going to have to drink. We didn't put any of this in the fridge because we have to drink all of this before it gets room temp.
Oh, God.
It's the challenge, dude.
And I'm not drinking.
Yeah, he is.
It's not.
Yeah, dude. You got to drive me home.
Well, I'm parked behind you.
Well, you have to drive both of us home. Individually in each of our cars, which means that Cheyenne's going to have to go too because then she's going to take you back.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Either way, we're out here.
Both riding the bed of the couch.
So either way, still, we're like fucking 5 minutes into this and we still haven't introduced our guest. How
you don't even know what the fuck to call them.
What?
Won't give us a name. Introduce your damn self.
Well, what do you want me to call myself?
Whatever you want. I don't care if you dox yourself on the internet. I just don't want to be responsible for doxing you on the internet.
To our tens of viewers.
Right.
Really thousands of viewers.
Although we've totally doxed Gianni on the internet multiple times.
He doxes himself. Though.
Shout out to the Giannis. Yeah, but he looks way too like...
Nobody would believe that he's actually Gianni.
He just looks like if Winnie the Pooh was a black and Mexican man, that... I don't know, like his facial features. He's very, like, I don't want to, I'm not trying to talk shit, but like he's soft. Like when he smiles, like it's very warming and welcoming. Like he seems like harmless, but he's pretty good behind a gun. And I wouldn't put it past him. So, but yeah, I don't know. You do look like a fucking cowboy, dude. This is his thing, dude. He is a cowboy, dude. Save a horse. Over here.
Come on, ladies, ride a cowboy.
There's nothing but dudes out there. There's hella dudes out there right now. And some of them might take you up on that offer.
Hey.
Bring your assless chaps, guys. All chaps are assless. That's what they fail to realize.
Yes.
But yeah, dude. Why is the lost member of the Scat Bros stretching that brim, dude? He's out there stretching the brim. Does he know about the Scat Bros? How many episodes of German scat porn have you ever seen?
I'm sorry, what?
A-Dubs wants to know. He wants to know if you're one of us. Or one of him. Not us. But the fucking, like... That's how he equates the
Yeah, we're
level of
just
trust he
chicken
should give you.
I think I got sent 2 videos.
He watched both to completion 3
Right.
times.
Well, it was for independent research.
Yeah.
You just have to know your enemy so you can better fight them.
Yeah.
We've never got the Mexican Tinder whore things on here. We're not
No.
big enough to get
No.
botted by
Don't care
Mexican
about us.
Tinder sluts.
A-Dub says I only tune for Oregon Unlimited.
I only. If you knew who Oregon Unlimited was, that'd be a lot funnier.
for you.
Shout out to the Oregon
Makes
Unlimited
sense.
channel, though. Shout out to the homie. Much appreciated for the good times, dude. Winnie the
You need
Pooh
to
with a
learn
mailbox
who
on his Glock 19.
Oregon Unlimited is, though, just so you understand the joke later.
Okay.
You know, it's going to have that.
It's very, it's graphic.
Yes, quite so. Fuck. It's still not as bad as Coke Bag. But
So anyway, this is bed.
Yeah.
He never makes it in the morning. He's never seen a Jocko Willnek fucking podcast or whatever the guy's name is.
Willie.
Whatever. I don't know.
Willnek.
All I know is I'm up
Yeah,
before
you got
him
a big
every
ass
day
stack, but-
because I haven't gone to sleep yet. So, but yeah, dude. Why don't you give us a little backstory? Tell the people who you are and what you're about, dude.
All right.
Steers and queers.
Funny
Use
name.
both of them.
What, dude?
Uh,
Just all on the spot. Here on the pod.
I mean, shit. What is
Use your
what is
Tinder
the,
bio? Come on.
No,
Don't
I don't.
hit
I don't give a fuck about his Tinder bio. He
I mean, it
said,
depends on.
good credit score, poor choices. Fucking-
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on what the people want to know. Because as of right now, I'm still the red dot on the map. I'm the hostile in this territory.
Nah, dude, you're good. You have our
You haven't sicked the fucking scorpions on you yet.
right, Jesus.
Yeah.
But they will get
It
you.
might be one in the hat, though.
It's just a secret scorpion
Yeah.
that'll
I'm-
come in handy later.
You didn't check.
I'm thankful that I got these thick ass curls under this hat. So
It's from the Polish side of you, right?
Yeah.
it could be the Arabic. I don't know.
But no, Bed's cool as shit. He's got the TT cosign. Not that it means anything, but super cool dude for sure.
Not that anybody would know because he just isn't saying shit.
Well, yeah. Well, it's his first podcast.
He's
First
so cool.
podcast ever.
He is so
Yeah, this
cool.
is my
that
first
doesn't
episode of
need-
Casting Couch. Like, why are you shitting on me already?
Right. That is a leather chair, I think.
Yeah,
But it's good times, though. We're going to talk about guns. We're going to talk about training and different shit like that. We're going to talk about just random shit. We're going to talk crazy shit because we're drinking all of this alcohol in the next 37 minutes.
All right,
Run it.
run it back, Turbo.
Yeah.
I got a spare
I'm fast as
bed.
fuck, boy. What?
I have a spare bed if needed.
Listen, dude, I'll go fucking pitch a 10 outside, and by pitch a 10, I will just lay on the ground with a boner. So, but yeah, dude, search down at the outpost for the Scat Bros ref. Reveal kebab. What am I missing?
Reveal kebab.
What kind of kebab? I don't want to reveal that kebab, I don't think.
Hey, nobody want anybody.
Is there
to
a
reveal that
mushroom on it?
kebab.
Washington State just got screwed on a new bill. Yeah, it's basically the same one we've been hit with since January 10th of this year.
That nobody's talking about. but
Nobody's
some-
talking
some
about.
nobody's
Everybody's
worried
talking about Washington because there's a fuck ton of YouTubers, big name gun tuber people that are in Washington, and so that obviously gets more precedence. There's who is out of Illinois that's like a big gun tuber? Nobody.
Well, and
This
another
is one
like I
fucking
keep
dude
telling
that-
people is like, no, why is nobody asking questions? The fact that we have a government that's on emergency powers for 3 years now.
That's all of them, dude.
Yeah.
That's all of them. They always have emergency powers because they create the catastrophe. They create, it's the Hegelian dialect. Like it's problem, reaction, solution. They create the problem, we react to it, and then who always conveniently has the solution? The government. And they're here to help. So it's all by design. They've been doing this since the beginning of time, and how so many people are still blind to it, dude, is disgusting. You see it in the shop.
Yeah.
The fucking how many mouth breathers come into the fucking shop that don't know the first fucking thing about a gun, they're so eager to serialize their P80s or register their assault rifles or whatever the fuck. They're looking for 10-round mags. And the idea of just going to Indiana or wherever the fuck else and buying one over the counter, like, is like, oh, well, what if they catch me? Like, what? And also, why don't you already have the shit to begin with? Why don't you already have the shit? It pays to be a prepper. It's one thing. I'll give an excuse for the people that are like brand new. They just turned 18. They just turned 21, whatever the fuck. Fine. Pay for your fucking rights, I guess. Get on the TRO just so you can acquire the things that you do need to properly defend life and liberty. But that being said, know that you're putting yourself on a list. I still wouldn't get on the TRO. I would find my way around it and whatever, dude. You know, repugnant laws to the Constitution are meant to be broken. It's your civic duty to disobey those. So that's on you. Always live as constitutionally as you feel comfortable. But the idea that you just have to obey tyranny is fucked up. And why so many people are just cool with it is beyond me. And I'm sick of it, dude. We saw how many times you see it in the shop all the time.
I mean, honestly, I'm there for about 9 hours a day, so I could probably boil that down to, you know, time frame wise, about 6 hours of that is people
Just fun for life.
Oh, 110%. And then I think the worst part is the people who haven't been prepared for this, get on the TRO, and then come into the shop swinging their dick because now they can buy whatever they want.
Right, and they're different or better, just like the police.
Yeah, and my favorite encounter was this one dude. Right after the band, he comes in. He's like, "Yeah, I just got my dream AR. I just got a Daniel Defense fucking DD-15." And I was like,
"Imagine,
dude, you just
dipshit defense.
Yeah, you just pissed away $3,000 plus an extra $250 because as soon as the cops start kicking indoors, they know where to start." Essentially, because your name and what county you're in, and possibly your address is public.
It's public. Yeah, because with that, it's a court case filing, which I don't even think you have to file a Freedom of Information Act to get that information. I think you could just pull it up. I'm pretty sure you could pull it up right off of Tom DeVore's website.
Yep.
So it's like how. I mean, and then people are worried about. It's the same fucking people, and I called the dude out on it. It's the same fucking people that are worried about, oh, I'm going to pay cash because now all of a sudden the credit cards are tried. They've been tracking the shit the whole time, motherfucker. You're just now thinking that paying cash for certain things might be a good idea. And I don't care. It's whatever. I use a card all the time. They know me. But like, if you're so worried about it, it's literally a dude that was on the TRO and he's like, yeah, I'm going to pay cash because I don't want to be on any lists. I was like, you paid $200 to put yourself on a list, you mouth-breathing fuck. I'm screaming, getting all loud. It's fucking baby and shit. Yeah. Shout out to the little cute ass baby Shar, dude. The little Charizards, dude. You do need to get her a Charizard fucking outfit.
I can't.
Why?
Because Pokemon's done donated to BLM.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I always forget, dude. I can't. Can't do
nothing with Pokemon no more.
They ruins everything good, dude. That was my childhood, bro. Were you ever a Pokemaster?
No.
No,
because I grew up in a Polish fucking escape from communism, like
Escape from Tarkov. Check us out on Twitch.
but in reality though, it's like my mom was like, or my grandma, hardcore Catholic. Mom was hardcore Catholic, fucking, and then anime and Charizard and little animals that fight each other. That's the devil.
Yeah,
that's
the monsters.
Oh God, forbid.
Yeah, it stands for pocket monsters, and monsters are evil. Yeah, evil. Those monsters. Little Pokies, dude. Have you ever had Pokey? It's delicious.
Yes. Honestly, it's probably.
Well, you were in fucking. He has a whole backstory.
Yeah, Japanistan.
You won't tell nobody.
The Japanistan. Well, we don't want him to dox himself, but of course.
Well, I mean, I could probably tell it without doxing myself, but.
No, we're gonna dox you anyway, though.
Oh,
yeah.
Link in the description box below.
Yeah.
Social security number, home address, maiden names,
cell phone
everything.
number.
Right.
License plate.
Send all the dick pics. He wants
a picture of his house key if you want. You know.
Right. So you could copy it with your laser scanner.
Yeah.
Or you're supposed to be watching the comms, dude. I can't even fucking watch the comms here. But shout out to everybody. Hank Williams. We got the Gandorf. We got Chris. We got A-Dubs. We got Constitutional Carpenter, dude. All y'all, we appreciate you being here. The Tempted Adverse, dude. Shout out to the Tempted Adverse. Somebody that I know for a fact shows up and fights for his fucking rights. Shout out to you and the Cult of Athena. You guys are cool. That's what it was, right?
Yeah.
She sells swords for a living.
Yeah.
Nice.
So the only reason I'd
let's get a sword sponsorship.
Yeah. We got one right there.
We would get in trubs. If we had
got a
swords,
sword on the wall right
we would get in
behind you.
trubs as fuck. If we had a sword sponsorship, dude. Cash is always king for sure, dude. 100%. That TT guy is the only gun tuber I know in Illinois. That's a shame. But for real, though, like I'm not.
Wasn't that one dude?
I'm a nothing nobody from. He's not a gun tuber though. Who?
One dude that got grabbed up by the fucking.
Oh, CRS Firearms.
AFT, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he is out of Illinois, or at least he's close to Illinois. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he is out of Illinois. He works for like some kind of, or he owns some kind of like pawn shop or something, and they got guns or whatever there, I think. But that dude is a major douche flute.
Yeah.
He's literally tribal tats.
Yep.
Backwards fitted caps, not even a snapback. It's a straight 5950 fitted cap. Like it's like Paul Wall from like the early 2000s fitted caps, and he's got the tribal tats, and he's built like Kevin but smaller. And and shout out to Kevin, but your ass is like a fucking pasty white Gumby. But yeah, and he's got a face and a voice that you just want to punch the shit out of.
Yeah, 100%.
But which a lot of people could say that about Lucas, which myself included. But I think he at least offers something of value on a multitude of levels. And I'm not even talking shit on the CRS. Shout out
CRS
to
is fucking giving out machine gun parts. So
well, I don't know if he snitched, though. He got caught up by the feds, and then he was out quick. I mean, he ain't in federal penitentiary. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he's got a good lawyer.
I saw an update from him, though. He still ain't fucking clear of the shit.
Which is fucked up because he's selling the auto key cards, or he was affiliated with the auto key cards, which information is not illegal. Although, well, now it is. Now it is because the way the Orwellian fucking future that everybody manifested, the fucking. But I've seen on the internet many schematics to many different types of things. And again, information is not illegal. You could have a complete worksheet on how to build a fucking machine gun or a fucking bomb or a fucking whatever the fuck. And that's not illegal until you actually physically do illegal shit with it. You could have all the information in the world, but until you actually make a bomb or fucking build a machine gun or do whatever the fuck, this video, I'm realizing now this video is going to be flagged hard as fuck.
Yep.
This one's for the feds watching. Fuck you, bombs, motherfuckers.
Machine guns.
Right.
Machine
guns, cocaine.
And cowboys.
And we got this motherfucker.
And hookers. Right. And he's an illegal immigrant. Or at least he plays one on TV now.
3 things that shouldn't be here right now. So it's...
Right. There's more than 3 things that shouldn't be here right now. And you're 2 of them.
Like I said, when you guys were walking in, I'm like, it's probably a good thing Gianni ain't here because they see 2 of them walking in my door. Neighbor's going to be thinking something.
Couple shotguns rack.
The other day, fucking neighbor on this side had fucking 30 bikes pulling to his driveway at once.
I'm going to cross off Wiz Wrong Tribal Tat from the to-do list. NJ claims printer code is illegal. Printer G code is illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, dude. That's how they get you. So the 3D printed guns, or just the Letty machine gun?
Ludi,
right. That you could go to fucking the Home Depot and make and it's a full auto open bolt fucking old what's the name? And I mean, you could take a 12 gauge diameter pipe and a fucking nail, and you got a shotgun. Obviously, you put the nail in.
It's a 1-inch pipe, 1-inch heavy wall steel pipe.
Right. But I'm saying that would fit a 12 gauge, and it's
But I'm just telling them what size pipe they need to fit the 12 gauge.
Right. Well, I would just bring a shell to Home Depot and see which one fits, just to make sure. You want a snug fit.
I mean, I brought it in the fucking.
Where the fuck there are too many liquid apparatus?
Put it in the fridge, motherfucker.
Nah, this is co-branding sponsorship, dude.
It's like when I fucking brought the fucking Romeo 5 into Ace. I'm like, I need a bolt for this. He's like, oh. I got a fucking stainless steel Phillips head bolt to the Romeo 5.
Yeah. But that's the thing, though, dude. The information cannot be illegal. Just awareness of something is not illegal unless you have dirt on the Clintons.
Yeah.
Then it's double, triple probation, and your ass is going to suicide yourself twice in the back of the head while hanging from a tree. That was like the most recent one. It wasn't in the back of the head. It was 2 to the chest.
No, it was
there was a dude tied to a tree
It was a 12 gauge to the chest, and then 2 in the back of the head while hanging from a tree, and it was deemed suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Solid.
That guy's really flexible.
Yeah.
And has excellent dexterity.
And I would say stamina. I mean, come
Right.
on.
Yeah.
Hannah Montana. I eat the red crayons because the red one tastes the best. Hey.
Hey, he popped the propy.
Yeah, he did. He did. It's only a 2-second use time. But nerd level Tarkov. Yeah. But yeah. I'm a Call of Duty streamer now. So just kidding. What? I'm just kidding. I will call you a gamer word, dude. Chill out.
Do you do any gaming, bro? Huh? Do you do any gaming, bro?
Yeah, my PC and shit, they're still in Afghanistan. So, but I do have Tark. I do have COD.
So when you get your fucking PC.
How you hating on the COD, but you got the COD, dude?
It's 2019, bro. I didn't get the new one.
Okay.
Whatchamacallit? Hell Let Loose. That shit's fucking phenomenal.
That's a good game.
Uh,
I would actually like to play that. I do like the World War II era shit, old Medal of Honor games, the original Modern Warfare, or not Modern Warfares, but fucking Call of Duties and shit, where it was like, but it was like they stretched it out for too long.
Yeah,
there were too many World War I and II games.
Well, not enough World War One, but two definitely.
Right.
Because it was Battlefield that like finally kicked in the door, and with Battlefield 1, that like what we haven't seen a World War One game in fucking 25 years.
Yeah, but then they go and ruin it because now you can modify all types of old shit to take shit that didn't exist back then. And,
or don't forget Call of Duty World War II,
yeah.
Where you have an AK that takes 6.5 Creedmoor.
Mm-hmm. Historically accurate.
Yeah,
I would argue.
Definitely.
Well, almost technically, yes, because all of these new calibers that everybody thinks are new and fangled and they just came out with, and it's the latest and greatest, they're just rebranded old Wildcat calibers. And they maybe never caught on before. They tweaked a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then they call it something new and fangled. And wow, new caliber. There's a spread in the middle of the centerfold of the fucking newest NRA magazine or whatever bullshit you guys are out there. Guns and Ammo. Guns and Ammo is still a good publication, I think. But fuck the NRA. But yeah, it's like a 6.5 need more is unnecessary. How many gals is Giz hat?
What's his hat?
Well, it says Giz.
But he corrected.
Or it could say Jizz. Who knows?
Correct.
How many gallons is the hat? That's a 1 gallon hat.
Yeah, at least a gallon.
That's a gallon. Now, will that hold water, though?
Should.
Is that a Stetz?
No. It's also dyed his head. He's stealing valor over here.
Stealing Val.
Oh, whoa.
Stealing Val, dude. He's the only one that served ice cream at the Dairy Queen the one time. It was a part-time job after SKU. But no, tell us. Tell us about how the valor that you've never stolen, because he did sign the dotted line.
Yeah.
He's been there and done that. So many waifus. At least in pillow variety.
What do you call it? At 17,
Okay.
Recruiters started showing up around the high school.
Did they make you do the push-ups in the lunchroom and see how many you could do?
Yeah. But I pretty much went through all the recruiters, talked to the Navy, and these motherfuckers. They were like, "Yeah, do you want to be the next David Goggins?" I was like, "Who the fuck is that?"
You joined the Air Force, didn't you?
No. What do you call it?
I've heard it referred to as the chair force. I've
Yes.
never. That's us, I would think, because we're podcasting right now, and I've never served. But why is the Air Force hated on so much?
Because if you think about it,
They have air conditioning.
They
Fuck
have
'em.
better living standards as a private in outside of the continental United States. As a private, brand new to the military, you can get a full size barracks room, which in the
To
Corps,
yourself?
yes, well, which to the Corps, a room this big had I had 2 other roommates.
Did you guys have bunk beds? Because that's kind of lit.
No, so basically it was
I call the top bunk.
how we had it set up was like everyone took one corner of the room, and then we had the entrance hallway, and then we just put up curtains and like established all of our what do you call it, our furniture, so that it made walls, so that everyone had like their own little like 2 feet of space.
Sick.
Yeah.
Living good.
Oh,
Off the
yeah.
taxpayer dollar.
And yeah, anyone who tells you that the defense budget needs to be cut can honestly shoot yourself in the fucking balls, because I haven't seen a fucking cent.
So, no, keep going. But I would say that the defense budget, who was it? I think it was the Marine Corps. that spent $5,000 on a hammer just so they can get more budget the next year. Because if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
So don't tell me. We're going to take the money that we don't have it and we're going to put it in the places that we don't need it. That was my Obama impression.
Yeah. I sound a little bit more like JFK, but
right. Either way, same difference, I guess. Although JFK was actually decent because he told us about the secret societies and that's why they fucking killed him.
Yep.
So if anything, he was probably the last legitimate fucking president. But either way, I'm sorry, go on.
Oh.
The whole backstory of Bed, dude.
So,
share, comment, subscribe.
Yeah, I jumped ahead a little bit, but at 17, all the recruiters showed up, talked to the Navy. They promised me Navy SEALs, and I was like, that means I'm gonna be a fucking cook. I'm good. Went to go talk to the Air Force. They weren't even in their office. And then I talked to the Army, and the recruiter I was talking to, he's like, oh yeah, come on in. And then I'm sitting there as a fucking naive 17-year-old, and I was like, hey, how long's basic? How long's this? Follow-on schools, selection courses. He looked at his watch. He's like, hey man, not to be a dick, but can we hurry this the fuck up? I leave for deployment in 2 weeks. I'm trying to go home and fuck my wife. And I was like, oh, cool. Go fuck yourself. And then
This was at the Air Force?
No, this is the Army.
Okay.
And then I found...
and wait, you were going to be what? You were trying out for what? Or you wanted to be what? Or he was telling you should be what?
So the Navy told me that he could guarantee me a SEAL Team 6 contract.
Ha.
Yeah. And that's...
It was Larry Vickers' nephew or some shit. Or whatever the fuck.
And
that's how they get you, dude.
Yeah. And the Air Force never showed up.
To the SKU you're talking about?
No, to their office. I went to their office.
Okay.
Then the Army, that dude told me that. And then the Marine recruiter, shout out to him. I'm not going to fucking name him, but now he's a park ranger. Anywho, he comes up. I do the pull-ups, do the push-ups, standard shit. And he's like, hey, man, come work out with us. And I was like, all right, cool. When do you guys work out? He's like, we have our little pool D program on Thursdays at like 5 p.m. Be there. I was like, all right, cool. And went there, got the piss worked out of me. Like, it was like, 20 degrees outside. We're doing push-ups like barehanded on the fucking pavement.
Builds character.
Oh, 110%. And I don't know. I think that flipped a switch of like the sadomasochist fucking side of my brain. And I was like, wow, pain feels good.
He owns a lot of ball gags, people. If anybody's interested, in the comment section below, you can hit up Bed and find him in one.
Hey, the minute you pull out that whip, though. The minute you pull out that whip,
though. Jokes about a whip.
Right. Well, it works on a multitude of levels.
But
you have to tell him what his name is. But I still can't believe that. Do they still play that in SKUs?
What?
Kunta Kinte.
No.
Roots? What is it called? Roots?
Yeah. I don't know. Unless you're gonna.
You've never seen Roots?
No.
What about the fucking Let Me Laugh with Your Wife? The fucking Inuit Eskimo shit? The fuck?
Dances with Wolves?
No. No. It's about the fucking Eskimos, dude. It's like everybody, To Kill a Mockingbird, fucking The Outsiders, everybody watches this shit. Like,
so here's the problem, right? Because obviously I'm a little bit younger than y'all, but
well, I think you're almost. Don't dox anybody, but I think y'all are close to age.
I'm 25 in like less than a month here.
All right, so he's got a couple years on me.
I forgot you're a young blood.
Yeah, it's the caterpillar, dude. That fucking
caterpillar in the
fucking hairline.
That's a thick ass caterpillar, though, dude. That's an impressive caterpillar, dude. Drew's mad that he doesn't have his luxurious of a mustache, dude. Which he did just come back from Italy. Yeah, and I was like, "Yo, motherfucker, you bring that turtleneck back with you."
I was gonna say he's wearing a sweater.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And fucking super tight pants for no reason. And Argyle.
Talk about no mustache.
What's wrong with you, motherfucker? Yeah, no, you can't. You're not even in the discussion.
No. It's unfortunate.
I have a decent white boy mustache.
Still got better than my dad could ever do.
Who, you?
Yeah, me.
Your dad looks nothing like you. And your dad also looks like something that your mother would not be interested in.
My dad looks like straight up the meth head that he is.
That's facts. I'll give you that. That's fair.
Like,
that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. Checks out. But at least you knew him. At least you knew him.
Unfortunately.
What about you?
Oh, let's not.
I mean, that could
Good times, dude. He's actually, in this lighting at least,
He looks way Mexican.
you could pass for Italian.
He
He's
looks
like,
Mexican.
arrivederci.
Dude.
Gorlami.
Yeah. A Dominic de Coco.
One more time. Dominique de Coke.
Dude, we got the boonie hat bandito in the house. What's going on? Marine recruiters work hard to get you. Quite the push broom. I expect my servicemen to have a fully stocked Cold Monster green selection and Marlboro Lights / Reds stacked to capacity.
Marlboro Lights, motherfucker. We're out here smoking Lucky Strikes.
Lucky Strikes, dude. He's bringing it back, dude. Those are a classic. I love myself a good Lucky Strike.
And you know what's my favorite? Going to Jap bars and pulling out a pack of that. You know why? Because that's the only pack of cigarettes that's been on that island 90 years prior.
That's facts. That's facts, dude. And there's still remnants of the smoke that we left. But
oh, fun fact though, Hiroshima, they forgot they kind of forgot. It's a little bit of a sore topic.
they got Men in Black.
a little
Every-
bit. Yeah.
Probably a lot like how Germany, they're not allowed to talk about now.
Oh no, yeah. So their Japanese education system, they do not teach. I'll get into this in a second. But in Hiroshima, they love Americans because there's a base right outside of Hiroshima. So we come out there and we're putting money into their economy.
Yeah.
Same thing with Okinawa, because it's basically their version of Hawaii. But Nagasaki, dude, they got propaganda up the ass. They the minute you step off the train station, it's like, welcome to Nagasaki. In 1945, the United States military, unprovoked, decided to drop a nuclear bomb on Nagasaki. Up until this point, Japan had not done a single thing. And not to mention, nobody's talking about the fact that the rape of Nanking, absolutely fucking battering Korea and China for the 4 years prior.
Korea.
So Nagasaki can't stand Americans. So if you are an American and you plan on going to Nagasaki, stay the fuck away.
Yo, they make good cheese.
Jeez.
Saganaki, dude.
Or whatever. No, I knew that. It was a little jokey poos. Sometimes the comedic relief, I just slide in there.
But it seemed like he missed it a little bit.
Right. Well, he's not Greek, so we can't. Neither am I. Shout out to
Nor
Nick.
am I.
Nick's there watching. He's like, yeah, chalk one up for us. Dude. Windex. But the fucking, But yeah, dude. Semper Pi to the diversity high, dude, is what he says. Dude, that's A-Dubs. A-Dubs, what did you serve in? Because A-Dubs is one of our local fucking bro vets, dude. Although we're not vets, but we are all bros. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I don't know you fucking guys, is what he said. He's here against his own fucking volition or whatever the fuck.
Blink twice if you need to be rescued.
Right?
That was 3.
Yo, is there something in your eye? Lucky's are definitely where it's at, dude. Navy has a shortage of recruits. They wanted my kid.
Yeah, honestly,
in the Navy. It's just a bunch of seamen, though, right?
Yeah.
That's
But
what they say, at least.
I'll also tell you, I don't know if you guys covered this on a previous podcast, but
We don't know if we did either.
Yeah. On the account of the fact of...
Huh?
Exactly.
but,
I have plausible deniability for almost everything that I do.
But with the outbreak of Corona,
The scamdemic.
yeah, pretty
The
much.
planned
Don't have on the
demic.
table, it seems.
Huh?
The one beer we don't have on the table, it seems.
But that was actually in part my whole reason for getting out, because with the forced vaccine mandate, it was either get the shot and possibly fuck myself for the rest of my life, because
Yes,
at the
facts.
time the adverse reactions were through the roof.
They still are. They're just not being reported.
Yep. Or 2, get a other than honorable, possible dishonorable discharge and fuck myself for the rest of my life as well.
That would make you a felon. It's kind of fucked up how they get you with that. But once you sign that dotted line, they fucking own you.
Yeah. pretty much.
So,
I'm glad it didn't.
But here's where I played the system, because for the entire 4 years that I was still in, I was trying to take leave or vacation.
okay.
But every time that I did, my unit was so garbage with that, they would slate me for ops. And
Real quick, not to cut you off, hold that thought. We haven't even gotten to the part of where you explain to them who you are, what you are, like your rank, your MOS, whatever, just so they know. Because there are a few dudes out there that are one of you.
yes.
They're also Polish.
So
Sprinter vans.
Yep, I was a Devil Dog 0671 data systems admin, but that was at the start of my contract towards the end.
That's a comms thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
communications. And towards the end of my contract, I pretty much stopped being a communications guy, and my unit basically used me.
So sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
I'm
you're
sorry.
good. You're good.
So, but my brain works. I'm like Alex Jones. I just have to say. But so you were like, when I think of a comms guy, in the sense, I'm thinking like Vietnam. You got the big radio on your back. You're calling in airstrikes. Is that what you did, or was it more of a in the base of operations kind of thing?
Yes. So I'll break that down real quick.
All
So you have.
And one of them beta things.
Right.
To go to work.
It breaks. It's not NSN number.
But at least as far as I know for the Corps and the Navy, there is different sections of communications. So you have, in the Corps at least, you have 0600, which is just communications field spectrum. So you have 0621.
We're also on the spectrum.
Partially. But 0621, that's going to be your radio guys. That's going to be your NOM fucking running with the 35-pound radios and all that other good shit.
I would have rather carried the flamethrower.
Well, that MOS phased out after Korea.
Well,
Unfortunately.
listen, one too many villages, okay? One too many villages, and that's what happens. You get your flamethrowers taken away, guys. So
We can still get them.
right, you can't. We
Unregulated.
should have a flamethrower sponsorship, but we should just 3D print one and see what happens.
Oh, God.
We
But
just do a fucking not a flamethrower rod, bro. Make them out of airsoft guns.
Right.
That's
Orbeez
exactly
guns,
what
which are
fucking-
banned in New York, but we have them.
Yeah.
It's the only thing you can have in
That's it
Illinois.
right there.
It is full auto select fire, high capacity.
capsaicin.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to
Yeah. Run it.
so
You'll never get a complete thought out.
that's
I'm sorry.
That's
It's not a
fine.
personal. It's not a.
No. So before I get interrupted, I have that like weird like.
What about getting interrupted?
I have that weird tism thing where I like quick save the conversation.
Sick. I wish I had that.
But yeah, so you have the 0600 field, that's the broad spectrum. Then you have 0621, which is going to be your radio. Then you got your 0631s, which are networking, which are your wire people.
Okay.
That's probably one of the worst jobs in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Because you have to keep tying them to the soup cans. Is that what it is?
No, so you're the motherfucker that like would have to take a spool of like data cable, dig out trenches, and run that shit for like 150 yards. Put in a repeater, run another fucking like 100
through an active combat zone outside of the wire.
Well, it depends because either you're going to be setting up a fob or you're going to be setting up, or you're going to be at like one of the already established.
I have one of those on my key.
fob,
Yeah.
but
We're the same. I'm sorry.
You know, I
you're
almost
good.
joined the Air Force.
But I'm sorry. Go on. Fuck. This is we keep it light.
Oh,
You know,
no,
we're just jovial around.
well, I'm
here.
dark. So.
Well, that's why we put you in the back.
And,
Surprised we're still alive.
but and then you get to and then you get to me, which was 0671, which are going to be your POG of the POG, which POG means personnel other than grunt. And at the start of my career, I would be the one sitting in the communications tent trying to set up fucking officers' emails, like set up printers, routers. So, and then you have your SATCOM, which is 0627. And basically the point of this 0671 is to combine all those elements of communication and then basically make servers. So you'd have to set up, I basically have to pull an image or what you would call Windows 11 or Windows 7. That's
Fuck Windows 11, by the way.
and you'd have to pull basically that entire operating system and recreate it out in some fucking godforsaken training area or combat zone. And then you'd have to combine SATCOM, radio, network, and just user and devices, and basically make like the ultimate experience or like day-to-day office experience for like officers.
What is the little flip down garment?
Oh, so that, like that you'd see on like plate carriers. So that's either going to be. I had a couple low altitude air defense guys, but basically what they have there is going to be a GPS or their maps.
Right.
Um,
But what's the actual device called?
Fuck, I can't remember, but a dagger. It's
Okay.
yeah. Basically, what it does.
Fuck Palmetto. Just buy a Glock, motherfucker, please. But sorry. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that thing was it was either Harris or it was Lockheed. But yeah, you'd flip it down. It basically uses satellite geopositioning to give you your exact 10-digit grid, and then you could basically
In accuracy of how many degrees, do you know?
because
Because you want to be preferably within 3 to 5.
Yeah.
From what they say.
Yeah.
But
I think it can get you in as close as 3, which would probably be about 10 to 15 feet of your actual position. But either way, I mean, if you've got a lensatic compass and a map and a 10-digit grid map, you should be able to shoot an azimuth and a back azimuth, and you should be fine.
so now you, not being in the Army,
Mm-hmm.
did you still use Ranger beads or something equivalent?
No. So granted, I was never the guy that had to be pace count because everyone thought, oh, you're the big ass dude. So either you're going to be our
One of your strides is like 1.5 to 2 of other people.
Yeah.
So
I would either be point man or I would be the dude who had to carry the 240. Because
sick.
well, not when you've got
Not when you have to carry it,
Yeah.
but the fact that you just have one though is kind of cool. I would argue.
But also, you wouldn't be the one running it. You're just carrying it for somebody else.
He's got a little
It's
red
it.
flyer wagon he pulls behind him.
no. So the easiest way to carry a 240 would probably be to
Give it to someone else.
no.
A lower fucking. Give it to a fucking an E3 or whatever.
But yeah, you basically clean that bitch, put it over your head, and then rest it on the top of your pack, and then just crucify yourself, essentially, and
Right.
carry it.
Goes back to the sadomasochism you were talking about. There's starting to be a theme here, and he does have a cowboy hat on, so we don't know where the night's going to take us, or him at least. We don't. You just get him all hopped up on fucking Pabst, right? Pabst Blue Ribbon, and all of a sudden he's a barista that makes
Probably put
questionable
that
life
belt away real
decisions.
quick.
What?
This might get a little weird.
Right. Either way, we do have a couple questions from the chat, but hold that thought because there's still more to the story, folks.
All right.
You are one of the most. I will give you this, and shout out to the G-Man. But maybe it's because you're more of a cultured man. You've been around the world.
Yeah.
And just like I feel like you have a story to tell. Have you ever thought about writing a book?
I have. I've started, but at the same time, it's like it's kind of the mentality of just who the fuck wants to hear the story of a dude who has.
That's what I thought, but I have almost 30,000 subscribers, and I'm literally as nothing, nobody from nowhere as you can get. So thank you for agreeing with that, you fuck. but yeah, as
It's
far as a
hard to
couple,
disagree.
we have a couple fuck. All I do for you.
What?
I'm here for moral support, dude. You need all the morals you can get.
What have I gotten out of this?
Redneckized. So what is it?
Paying
It's
my bills.
half out of Lejeune. He's on
Maybe
CVN
Marines.
78. That's some Navy shit, I guess. That would suck if a hostage had Tourette's and couldn't control his blinking. Where are you going, Jagoff? Says, Meal Team 6 served me well. I then transferred to the Gravy Seals because I wanted to. Me and TT both served, but our battalion was broken up since the gravy was thinning out. Dude. Why does the Polish Navy have glass-bottom boats? To see the old Polish Navy. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, but hilarious. Shout out to Chris and Chris in the morning, and make sure you check out their talk show, which they don't have, but should. Did you go in with open contract to luck out with 06, or were you guaranteed that? Because I hear stories, myth and lore from buddies, and just you see it online or whatever, how like just like you're saying, oh, you're gonna be a fucking Navy SEAL kid, you're gonna be a this, you're gonna be that. Even fucking Chris Kyle, they were promising him the world and whatever. He's gonna be over there kicking doors, and he had to work his way up to it. Fucking. So, how did you know what you were doing?
Yes.
What were you originally supposed to be, and did you end up in the same place and accomplish what you set out to do?
So I will say shout out to my recruiters because they realized that I wanted to do grunt shit, but they're like, hey, you scored decently well in the ASVAB, you've pretty much got or on the ASVAB, you've got pretty much every job open to you. You'd be a fucking dipshit if you just want to be a grunt. Which I'm not shitting on the grunts. Sometimes there are some people who score decently low, and they should be nothing more but a grunt.
Listen, but if your whole job is to fucking eliminate threats and you do that well, I don't care if you can read.
Well, no. But here's the thing, though. But
I know a guy who got a 17 on the ASVAB.
So explain, what are a few ASVAB questions?
So the ASVAB is broken up into many things. You've got your general technical score, and it's like GT and then something else. You need at least a 110 to qualify for every job in qualify for the decently better jobs.
Meaning what? It's cushy when you're doing it, or you have better opportunity after you get out? Where does it?
Yeah, better opportunity after you get out.
Changed since I took the ASVAB then.
Yeah,
110 was like perfect score.
Scales was in ROTC, so he basically served.
Yeah, I was talking to the Air Force.
Texas hat.
Talking to the Air Force recruiters, they told me I was too fat.
Fuck.
Sick. Yeah, tell me about it.
I've got a story for that one as well, but the scores itself, pretty much now 110. It's pretty much like if you want a decent job that translates well into the civilian sector, you're going to need a 110 or higher.
My score looks like shit now.
He got a fucking 64.
I got a 96, but the max score was 110 when I took the shit.
Well, was that like your general ASVAB score? Because the general ASVAB score goes up to 99. GT is one of the subsections.
I got 99 problems.
Like total score was 96.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you did decent, very good.
That's why the Air Force was talking to me.
Imagine.
But GT is basically like your technical skills, like how well you could problem solve, how well you could do this.
Shoot first, ask questions later.
Yes. Some math shit, Pythagorean theorem. Then they
engineering,
had
all that
fucking
stuff.
Gears, and you had this gear turns this way, then a sequence, and that's which way does this one turn?
Do you have to draw the fucking belt?
No, so it's all on computer.
I had a paper test.
Oh, I had
both times that I took it.
We get it. You're younger than us. God.
Hostility. But
racially motivated.
But yeah, my recruiters, they basically were like, hey, you're trying to live a Call of Duty fantasy. The grunt life is not as luxurious as Call of Duty and like HBO makes it sound.
You don't get a respawn. Did they cover that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, all right, cool. Well, what are my options? And basically my recruiter like pulled out this huge ass fucking file, binder, slapped it down, and he basically like held up like this thick of the packet, and there was like maybe like 2 or 3 sheets that I didn't qualify for. He's like
what?
Combat engineer, avionics,
which is what? What's is that what Drew did that works on like the big guns or something, or what?
So he was artillery.
Okay.
So you definitely need a higher like technical, like mechanical score for that.
What does a combat engineer do then? So to me, it sounds like they would repair tanks or big guns in the field.
No, so you're so the way that my recruiter explained it to me is you're a glorified contractor.
Okay. You just get to shoot civilians. Well, shout out to Blackwater.
Just tip your head forward, block the face.
I'm just gonna sit like this for the rest of the podcast. But
they're never going to. I mean, the U.S. government does probably watch this,
100%,
but for different reasons.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
they don't need us to dox you.
Right.
They already got your face.
Right. You gave them your fucking DNA probably.
So they got my fingerprints.
Did you have to poop in a cup?
No, piss.
Obviously. Fucking. What do you mean, dude?
But fun fact about piss tests is that what they do is they pour everything into a gigantic vat and they test everything at once to see the trace amounts. And then they'll be like, oh, all right, well, now we have to test each one individually.
Didn't they already do that to begin with?
No.
Government overspending.
So you get to take one test for the whole group, and if everybody passes, there's nothing in there that everybody passes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought literally all y'all pooped in a cup, and then they mixed it together.
Yeah, they just had a fucking...
And to me, but that sounds like some governmental shit, though, dude.
They took out the water tanks. Should everybody piss in this hole real quick?
Whatever, dude. Do you know the MOS for the shit truck guy?
No. So that
because that is a thing.
Yeah, no. So you'd probably be either a hydration or not hydration specialist,
Thirsty.
water specialist, which you would have to probably deal with the shit or they'd probably just contract it out.
To who?
Government
Jazz.
contractors.
Blackwater's dealing with your gray water. You know? But I don't know, dude. The fucking. So anyway, go on. You're a Marine.
Mm-hmm.
You're a communications guy.
Yeah.
You signed up
As an 0621, I literally saw the MOS code that said 0621, which means radio operator, because I wanted to be as close with.
So that would be the guy with the backpack.
Yeah.
With the fuck. Okay.
So I was still trying to live out my, like, I guess, hero-ish fantasy of, like, you know, being as close to combat as possible or being in a line unit, which that's basically just your forward units,
Right.
combat units. But when I got to boot, they basically told me you're 06 regular, which basically means you're open contract, but you have an MOS field.
So isn't that what most people want? Is an open contract?
No, because that's basically
They can make you do whatever the fuck.
No, it
you
means
want.
they can make you do whatever the fuck they want. But like, doesn't that mean you still have more?
No, so you do not get a choice in that, because if you go open contract, it's basically needs of the Corps, the Army, and the Navy.
Okay, so they just give you the shitty shit nobody else
Yeah,
wants.
so like I knew one dude. He's like, yeah, I went open contract like that. That means I'm going to be a.
But
grunt.
doesn't that mean? And again, I have no idea.
Mm.
But if you're open contract, does that mean that you could be something? Perhaps you like it, you don't like it, but that still gives you the ability to change or be set somewhere else.
So
in that aspect, because other than that, if you just go in as a specific whatever the fuck MOS, isn't that always what you are?
No. So you can change your MOS, but after going to MOS school, you're locked in for 2 years.
Maybe that's what it was, 2 years or something.
Yes.
Because I was told that some people, it sucks, but like open contract, like you're a free agent almost.
Yeah.
To an extent.
Which they told me, like, I'm 06 regular, so that means I'm an open contract in the communications field. And when I get to 29 Palms, California, which that's in the literal ass crack of the fucking desert of California. I think the nearest town, which is Palm Springs, is a 45-minute bus ride out to that town. They basically, I didn't find out my job school until I was 2 weeks there, and they told me, yeah, you're 0671, and I was like, what the fuck is that? I know I signed an 0621 contract, and basically they told me, hey, you're going to be a data systems administrator, and I was like, oh, well, what the fuck is that? I was kind of excited. I was kind of disappointed because I wanted to be a radio operator. And shout out to my boy, because he was a radio operator. He always shit on me, kept me humble. But
that's what I try to do with scales. You got to break them down to build them up. You know, it's a stronger structure.
Let me see the breakdown first.
He's dead inside, like we all are.
Yeah.
That's the reason I keep that shit on the shelf over there,
Right.
just to remind me of who I am.
He's still got flesh over his bones, you know. But either way, so you found out. Holy shit! Happy holidays. So you find out that you're not exactly what you thought, which many people have had that same experience, from what I understand.
Yeah.
And then the idea that you're kind of just stuck with it and there's nothing you can do, and it quite literally potentially molds. What did you sign as far as a contract?
0621.
No, but as far as like how many years?
Oh, 4 years. So
what is the minimum you can do?
Minimum is 4 years active, but you're fucked on the long end because a lot of people don't read the fine print.
Don't you have to do reserves for 2 years or 4 years? Or
4
something?
years of inactive reserve.
Right, which means every month you have to go and do.
No. So
I
basically,
thought you had to do.
no. So that would be active reserve.
Oh, okay.
But or just the reserves in general. But
They can drag your ass back.
yeah. So for the next, what do you call it? For the next 3 years now, I basically, if we were to go to war, instead of drafting you guys, I would be right there, because they're like, oh, you got training, you know what the fuck to do, you've got an MOS, you've got a job, and we'll probably need you. So if conspiracy theory time, tinfoil hat time. If the U.S. finally agrees to go to war with inside of Ukraine with Russia,
which we already have, but not officially.
Yeah.
But it's all for a money laundering scheme. So,
so if that happens, pretty much anybody and everybody that you know that got out within the last 2 to 3 years, there's a possibility that they'll be donning camo once again.
So multicam is America's away colors. But I guess it's their home colors too. You guys don't really have. Well, you guys have fucking. Do you still run Marpat?
So Marpat. The way that it used to run is pretty much
Marpat and Coyote. And before that, it was fucking. They stole the Army's Woodland and blue jeans they had.
Yeah.
And then the fucking. Well, I mean, you're an actual Marine. I'm just a fucking. I've just studied it abroad.
So the original.
And by abroad, I mean just exactly where the fuck I've been the whole time. I just looked it up on the internet, and it could be wrong.
So the original R-Pat pattern came from Canadian Car-Pat or Can-Pat, whatever the fuck they call it.
Okay.
Which is their digital version of the camo. Then the Corps basically couldn't get the licensing rights to that pattern, created Marpat, and then they made the deserts, which fucking deserts are so much nicer because woodlands are the thicker material made for the winter months. But deserts, we were basically never allowed to wear unless it was like a training specified environment. Which a lot of the guys out in Cali, they have ITX and all the ATX, fucking all these exercises, and they're only allowed to wear deserts there. As far as like back in garrison, which is back on base, you're pretty much always gonna be running woodlands, which it doesn't matter whether it's a fucking 110 degrees out or fucking negative 20. You're going to be in fucking Marpat.
I'm going to say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Desert chocolate chip supremacy.
Huh? I am
the old chocolate chips, dude.
Big
Those
fan
shits
of
are
M81.
fire. Well, yeah, but that doesn't work in the desert, dude.
No, it doesn't. But chocolate chip is probably...
It's just a classic.
Yeah.
It's just a classic. And a good classic, an old classic never dies.
Oh, should we possibly answer some questions before I keep rambling on?
We should. Shout out to Ozzy. We got the fucking... What else we got, dude? The Wind Mods. Shout out to the Wind Mods, bro.
The Wind Model S News.
The Wind Model 88. This is Bad, dude. He's our resident Marine, which is also Drew, now that he's back, I guess. But you're here now. Fuck Drew.
Oh, fuck.
Bad's a better Marine, dude. I said it. Do you have any injuries from the Corps?
Yes, 2 torn hamstrings. Both of my shoulders have been dislocated.
Somebody broke his ankles in a pickup game. Somebody on base and shit. Inside of the wire.
I've got a couple concussions, but
Only a couple?
Huh?
Only a couple?
I'd probably say about 3 or 4.
From what? Getting beat up with the fucking big ass Q-tips?
No, I actually dominated at that shit. But
he's got super clean ears. What is that called? What do they call that shit?
Pugil sticks.
What?
Pugil sticks.
Pugil.
Yeah.
P-U-G-I-L?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pugil.
Sir.
Yeah, stop with that. Fucking. That's my dad's name, head ass. But
So you're bragging about having a dad and shit.
Listen, I'm adopted, bitch. I ain't got neither of them except I
These
do,
both
and I
years
love
wanted
them.
you, okay?
Right. I don't know why. I think if they could go back in time, there was a hot tub time machine, they might have been like, yeah, we're gonna swipe.
Yeah.
But either way. But so again, and maybe you did explain it, and I apologize.
No, you're fine.
But so you, again, you're more on the fob or the whatever inside of the tent.
Mm-hmm.
Does the tent at least have a fan?
Fuck no.
But in the Air Force it would, you're saying?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay. They got a big one, like a big industrial, wacky waving inflatable flailing arm tube band style fan.
That's what I was going to say. Is like, he obviously didn't do too well on the ASVAB if the Air Force wasn't even in the office for you, you know?
Well, no, it's because, basically they're the type of people that, like, they won't show up unless, like, you call them.
Should have called them, dude.
Fuck.
867-5309.
Yeah.
Exactly. He knows.
But what do you call it? But the funny thing is, like, in the comp tent, it needs to be a climate controlled environment because the servers at a certain heat temperature, they'll cook, and at a certain sub temperature, they'll freeze over, and that is permanent damage to the server.
Which holds all types of. So this is the other question I had. I'm glad that you just started talking about servers because it has reinvigorated my memory. How much I mean, it's all classified, right?
Yeah.
But like, how much Hillary email level data did you handle personally?
Personally, probably zilch in like grand scheme comparison. The reason being is because there's a tier system to everything. Even though I was granted a secret clearance, which I actually got to check up on. I still want to possibly do some PMC shit, so I need to make sure that's up to date. So the way that the clearance level works is you have confidential, secret, top secret, and then conditional, I believe, which is higher than anything. It's basically need to know, have to be there. Like, you're the only person that can know this shit.
Okay.
I was granted access into top secret areas, but it was primarily like, a quick fixer upper and get the fuck out. Like, you're not supposed to be in this area for more than like 10 minutes.
That's like when they hire fucking the tradesmen to go over and fix some shit at Argonne.
Yep.
Because I know a dude that worked inside of Argonne.
You got
And he
security
was like,
watching you the whole damn time.
What?
You got security watching you the whole damn time.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, there's. Do you know about the Argonne National Laboratory?
I think I've heard something about that.
Aliens.
They got aliens in that motherfucker for sure, or whatever the fuck.
It's the reason they got white deer running around in the woods.
No, serious. Dude, I go back there hiking and fishing. We should go sometime if you're into hiking and fishing. But there's actually pretty good
You
fishing.
really want to go with this guy in the woods and look at him right now?
What, dude?
Little suspect.
What?
Brokeback Mountain-ish.
Well, yeah, under the
back in
current,
the
he
woods.
does have the boots on.
You get him back in the
He's got the
woods.
he's got the whole ensemble. So he's fucking, and they're high cut, so the sheep really can't get away. But the fucking,
These are the square toes, you know.
Isn't that what-
Shits.
Now you didn't go over there, right?
No.
But have you also heard of the sheep fucking that takes place?
Yes, I've also heard.
And Man Love Mondays or whatever it is.
Man Love Thursdays.
Okay.
So if you guys ever want to laugh, or my prior servicemen that are in the chat, Terminal Lance Comics, he was an 0332 or one of those disbanded.
Don't they kill the gays over there?
In
The fucking stands.
yeah. So they will.
All of them probably.
So from what I've been,
And people want to complain here.
So from what I've heard is that like they'll beat the shit out of you, tie your hands and your feet together, and throw you off the tallest building in the town.
Yeah, but like that's almost most of the time you're probably gonna die when you hit.
Yeah.
So
Or-
it's really not like that much of a.
I think I'd rather have that happen than get stoned in the fucking streets.
Yeah, probably. You end up looking like fucking Glenn from fucking Walking Dead with the eyeball popping out and shit. That was fucked up. That shit fucked me up for a while because that probably would be what happens.
Yeah.
But either way, what do we got? We got the fucking.
The metal
I wouldn't make it
wouldn't
in the
make
desert. Too fucking hot and dry for me.
Uh,
I'd rather have it hot and dry, as long as I obviously had access to water, than hot and humid, dude.
And you'd actually be surprised at how fast you can acclimate to hot and dry, because as long as, like you said, as long as you have access to water, because I think the hot. I was also in Arizona.
I feel like humidity makes you sweat more.
Yes, so
So
I've been in the deserts of California, Arizona. In Arizona, I think the highest temp I clocked in,
it's like 103
129 at 9
What?
p.m.
at 9 p.m.
Yes, sun is down, nothing is around. Like
Where you're just
Yuma, Arizona.
fuck
My
that.
sisters live out in Arizona.
Imagine your air goes out and you just can't sleep the rest of the night.
They literally had plastic in their cars melt on the dashboards in Arizona. But they'll come here in the summer and it's like 95 but humid.
And they
as
got a
fuck,
hoodie
and
on.
it's and they complain about how hot it is here
Yeah, so
when they're from Arizona. Where their cars are literally melting in their driveway.
in Afghanistan,
In what?
in Afghanistan,
Okay.
on my little 7 by 70 mile island, it would be like
You owned it.
Well,
You just took over. He was the tallest guy there. He fucking, they just gave it to him.
It would be like 78, but 110% humidity,
and you couldn't breathe.
Yeah, and the worst.
Did you make a shirt that said that? Well, you should have. Missed opportunity, dude. You could monetize that shit.
I think it was 2 years early.
Okay.
So you would have been ahead of the curve. Bro.
Right, dude. That's
Ahead
what I'm
of the
saying.
curve.
Multi-million-dollar moves, dude. You got to think with your head, bro. You know what I'm saying? Fuck.
You almost got some selection for it. Come on.
This is the best.
Also, quick question, my man.
Yeah.
Where's your pisser?
Fucking, I'll show you.
I'm supposed to run the chat by
It's
myself.
all on you now, dude.
What the fuck on you? I can't do this. This is way too much pressure, bro. Under pressure. Damn, he kept the cowboy hat on, bro. That's how you know he's gay. The both of them, dude. Shout out to the chat, though. I appreciate all y'all being here for real. Make sure you like, share, comment, subscribe. Check me out over on the Terribly Tactical channel if you haven't already, but I'm almost 1,000,000% sure that everybody here already knows. But just in case. But yeah, dude, it's not the fall, it's the sudden stop. Yeah, that's usually what kills them. Fuck, although my ass, dude, I don't fuck with heights like that. And so I'm liable to just like probably fucking pass out like a bitch on the way down. I mean, I would never. What are you doing?
Cleaning up the
Why are you
table a little
touching
bit.
people's fucking elk?
Because there's fucking empty pots and cans over here.
Are you mad about it?
Making some space.
Why are you mad? Why are you making a scene in front of the entire tens of viewers that we have live on the
Just
Shooting
making
Through
a scene,
podcast,
bro.
dude? You got to make a thing about it. We're too dirty and messy for you. You come home after a long day's work and we just don't ever clean up, and this is what you have to deal with. That's what you're trying to tell me right now? Anyway, like I was saying, but the fucking listen, that's not my beer. Whatever. You do whatever you want. But yeah, the fucking.
It's definitely not the fall. It's the sun.
I don't fuck with heights though. I don't fuck with heights, dude.
If I
Like
have
I've
to,
been on. No, listen.
can
I
handle it,
listen.
You know, but
I'll
I
also
don't want
kill
to.
a spider if I have to. But like, you know. But the fucking. Don't just come in unannounced in the stew, dude, because we full expect all the feds to show up when we do this. So fucking just be like, cheesecake before you or whatever. But the fucking
Pineapples.
right, we have safe words,
Which he probably also has. From the
right?
previous
But they're
conversation we've
different
had.
safe words. And plus, dude, you didn't. Well, I guess you don't have. You got to slick back today. But if you did, if you just were letting it fly.
Mm-hmm.
The only acceptable way that we've established for you to come through the door is like Cosmo Kramer. So you have to stick to it. It's a bit all the time.
And that's how you get shot.
Who? No, yes, that is how you would get shot if you came through the door. Maybe with your own gun because it's got a couple extra rounds in it right now. But the fucking, wouldn't that be a thing? We'd get away with it. Yeah, we did fucking castle doctrine and whatever.
Wrong state.
Regardless, we got good lawyers. That's why we're still not in prison. Fuck you. Now they're gonna really try and test it. They've already been testing it. People don't even know. But you're guilty by
Do you know?
association now. No, nobody knows.
Okay, cool.
You know.
I know.
But they're looking.
I know all too well.
They're looking.
Still got to get that fucking screenshot printed out and framed on the wall.
Of what?
Of the fucking the patch, dude. The patch article they wrote.
That is hilarious.
Shine told me I gotta wait till it's entirely over though.
Nah,
before-
dude. Nah, you fucking.
Yeah.
We should already have that in the
You
stew.
should. That's going up in the living room.
Any
Right next to the
experience with
buffalo.
camel spiders?
No, because unfortunately,
I do.
I was not in the desert for that long, and I was not exposed to any areas that might have camel spiders. But
California and Arizona probably got camel spites,
Yeah.
no?
but I will
In
say
Texas,
that
New Mexico.
a scary thought is probably going to be the habu snake, which is it's only on Okinawa. It's the Okinawan pit viper. So with that,
They're not that deadly. They're not that
What?
deadly.
oh no, like the anti-venom has a 50-50 shot of working the first time. and they will document your name, your social security, and if you're caught flying into another Asian country after they send you home, you will not be granted access into any Asiatic country where that snake resides. Well, I'm trying to keep it somewhat modern. I can't just say Oriental.
Well, you could, but that
You could've
usually
just said
refers to
Asian.
things, not people. But
You could have just said Asian.
Okay, any Asian.
we're not
country.
the racists.
No.
We got to get it while we can, just for future CNN clips, because they're going to chop and screw this as much as possible.
If you want
one
some
of these
experience
days.
with camel spiders, I can hook you up.
No, I'm good.
So-
I'm good.
I can get one by like next week.
So how many times? So again, you being one of the fucking like in the like when you watch a military movie
Mhm.
and like they're talking to the colonel or the whoever the fuck.
One, you wouldn't do that. Anything below like an E6 or an O3, you would not be like directly addressing.
No, not you.
Yeah.
But like whoever the fuck, and he's in the tent, and they got the fucking all the fucking sat lats and all their laptops and all that shit, and the fucking
Mhm.
and so you were one of those extras in the background running back and forth.
Yeah,
Doing shit?
9 times out of 10, I'd be blowing smoke up the higher ups' asses
Okay.
because they'd be like, "Oh, why aren't communications up?" It's like, motherfucker, the sun or Mercury's in retrograde. I can't like it's blocking the signal, and legitimately,
This is recharging, sir.
and it would legitimately be because we couldn't get comms up. Because it would either be, one of the other MOSs fucked up and completely wiped our IP registry. So like we couldn't get machine 1 to talk to machine 2, or it would be something as simple as like,
My concern is that the machines are talking
well, not without our permission.
for now.
That's the hell
Right.
yeah.
That right.
Tell me there's no automation in those machines.
There's
Not
automation, dude. It's automatically automated, dude, for sure.
They don't have auto update
Guaranteed.
clicked on those.
Tell me there's not fucking Skynet and Terminators, bro, because you'd be lying. He's not privy to that information.
Well,
He's not.
no, I can tell you by the military standard. I can't say by Elon Musk's standard. All right.
Which Elon Musk is just a psyop.
Yeah.
So he's controlled opposition, much like Alex Jones. They give you enough truth to make you believe them, but they're lying to you bold-faced the whole
Elon Musk
time.
ain't even really that much of opposition to these motherfuckers. It's
Well, he's not. No, he's controlled opposition, meaning that they make us think that he's on our side because every now and again he releases a spicy tweet or a something or whatever, and he's not right-wing, and he's not left-wing. He's maybe middle with liberal tendencies. But a liberal in the truest sense of the word is really not even a bad thing. It's got misconstrued throughout the years. A liberal is closer. It comes from liberty. It's more close to a libertarian, but they are a little bit more progressive in their views, which again, whatever. People, you can believe what you want, but
having a problem over there or what?
Yeah, I'm looking for my Nick stick.
you're what?
My Nick stick.
You got Newports? Oh, no. I thought you said something else.
Motherfucker.
What?
You should know where that is, okay?
I don't fucking know what he's got going on. But either way, we're still live. Fuck you. Either way,
You could probably turn those fans around and smoke some fucking stoves and smell.
oh, bitch. You got stoves to smoke?
I do.
I'll fucking smoke a stove.
You want one?
Nah, I'm chilling, man.
Oh, come on.
He's chilling. He's got his fucking douche flute, but won't smoke a stove. You're a fucking Marine.
It's got RGB.
I
on
hate
the
stoves, bro. I hate the fact that it takes fucking 40 minutes. My mouth's numb after 20.
Nah, dude, I got fucking little ones.
That's what she said. Come on,
I got
dab me
little
up. Dab
ones.
me up.
See how white I am?
We're together. Ebony and Ivory.
We're together
In perfect harmony. Shout out to Elton John and Michael Jackson. Just kidding. Although I think Michael Jackson might have been framed. Looking back on it, what do you think about that? This is a hot topic that some people are not willing to talk about. And I really don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just trying to shimoli. But like some people would say that they killed him and they framed him to be a pedo because he knew too much.
Well, I cannot say for a factor whether he was a pedo or not, but I would definitely say that Macaulay Culkin got away scot-free, because I would have said, in that time frame that they were hanging out together, being best friends, He was in that ass like white on rice.
Macaulay Culkin
Mm-hmm.
was fucking Michael Jackson.
No, opposite.
Okay.
Oh, I think the stream went down.
Damn.
Bro, we lost
We are froze, dude. We're froze as fuck.
Damn.
Why are you digging through MREs?
I was looking under the MREs. But
See, this is how I know Michael Jackson is innocent. Because they're cutting it off, dude. They're cutting it off, bro. That's how you know. Oh, shit. Is this full to the brim of Stogs? Where the fuck did you get this many Stogs, my dude? What kind of fucking... They're all relatively... None of them are cracking, dude. It's pretty...
Oh, hold on. I can't see, but are there any
experience with camel spiders is the last question.
All right.
Do you have zero experience with large spiders in the desert? Because I feel... Listen, I don't fuck with spites, personally. I'll kill a spite by any means, right? I will Malcolm X a spite.
Mm-hmm.
But there's certain spites that are big enough that if I personally were to find them in my home, I would grab a 12 gauge. What kind of spites have you encountered in your desert extravaganzas, dude?
As far as desert extravaganzas,
I mean, I assume that's where you find the biggest spites.
wolf spiders.
Yeah, wolf spite is like fucking... I got wolf spites in the basement that are like that big
We
sometimes.
definitely have wolf spites in the basement that are fucking massive here.
Yeah.
Fuck spites of any variety, by the way.
As far
I don't
as
trust.
the jungle types of spiders,
You've been in the jungle?
yeah, the jungles of Japan, my boy.
Oh, I forgot Japan had junks. We haven't even got into the Japan aspect of this, which I'm sure there's plenty.
Thank you.
Oh, is that a fucking little, oh, what's the name? That's a Romeo and Juliet, isn't it?
It's not a Romeo and Juliet.
But it's similar?
Yeah, similar.
Do you
Also
have any
have-
Romeo and Juliets?
Yeah.
That's where he keeps the cocaine.
Obviously.
Right.
I got a couple options, actually.
Yeah, I think I'll be good with this.
For sure.
Do we have an ashtray?
That's what I was looking for. I'm looking at the fucking one that I had. I don't know.
Why do you have 87,000 fucking stoves, though, and we've never smoked one in the stew? Now all of a sudden, bed comes over and we can smoke fucking stoves in the fucking...
I got the fan set up.
He's got the fan
that
set
are
up.
at least exhausting some fucking air. And they're quiet enough where we can run them while the fucking shit's running.
We vape, dude. We're way healthier than smokers, dude.
Oh, keep back to me in about 5 years when
Right. Well, we all die because we've been inhaling burnt acrylic for fucking the last fucking however long. You got to die something. Nobody fucking makes it off this rock alive.
Yeah,
You know?
pretty much.
So during the time that you were in, what was the current conflict? Afghanistan, right?
So,
Like the trail end of it.
no. So I was still in when we had the absolute clusterfuck of disembarking from Afghanistan.
Well, I think clusterfuck is a smidge of an understatement.
Yeah.
But I also think it was an intentional thing because it further destabilizes it. So it leaves it open to an option of, oh, we have to go back there later. Because they got oil.
Yes, in a sense, but at the same time, it's like, well, you pulled out of a country.
I never pull out. Drink a lot of Mountain Dew, though.
Within what I think the first 2 weeks of them essentially trying to pull out,
Best I got.
it was what 12 to 13
Whoa!
flags touching the fan.
Yep.
I thought there was a government drone hovering. They had a one-shot integrally suppressed pistol, and I felt like it was for me. You know?
But yeah, I think what was it 12 Marines?
Going full stoves or fucking
I'm down for whatever. You hand me whatever the fuck you're smoking, and I'll smoke it.
take anything but this one.
I could take anything but that one.
Take anything but that.
I'm not just gonna take it. Why? What is that?
That's a fucking Cuban that was fucking brought to me from
I'm
Venezuela.
taking this. Does this have cocaine and weed in it?
I don't know. Cannot confirm nor deny.
That's what you call in the industry a primo. This is an actual Cohiba, which is what I smoke. Has this ever been opened?
No.
Taken out. I'd be able to tell you if it was.
Fucking check.
From what and I'm not going to open it because it's still.
Go for it.
No,
I don't give a shit.
no, it's still got bounce.
This fucking humidor shit in here. It's fine.
No, well, no, because it's not the same. Why are you grabbing a tiny little fucking?
Because if I wanted a second one, I got a second one. Fucking grab whatever you want.
There's way too many fucking stoves, dude. I don't fucking. Hello.
What the fuck were we talking about? Oh yeah, the cluster
Who
fuck.
knows?
Yeah.
Thank you. But yeah, I think one thing that definitely fucking sucks is
Or crown again. No.
Shit. Impromptu night vision, though. Do you have a cutter before I fucking? I mean, this is sharp.
Yeah, I got one over
Nah,
there.
never mind. This is sharp enough. I don't need it.
You're back.
well. I'll definitely say one thing that definitely did fucking suck about that clusterfuck and Biden's
This is
infinite
delicious.
wisdom is 12 Marines died from a suicide bomber. Granted, don't get me wrong, you know,
Oh, this is a jet.
sad enough story as it is, but a female got caught in that blast and they made the entire story about her.
Well, of course, because it's all about the numbers. Because look, we have a strong, and I love women, right? I think they're. Where the fuck would any of us be without a mother, right? But at the same time, I don't necessarily think they should. I don't necessarily think they should be on the battlefield, dude. Because A, they're not built for it. It's not their job. B, it's distracting all the other dudes that it is their job because now they're all trying to fuck. So I don't think there should be any forward operating female operators of any variety. In my opinion, I get it. I'm all for fucking equal rights. You're not going to find anybody that believes in freedom for all more than me. I promise you that. But I think it causes more harm than good. What is your opinion? Actually having served.
Yes, I'll definitely say that when it comes to higher stress situations, I'll say that there is a more of a immediately hit the panic button.
And then you got dudes trying to white knight.
Yep.
Because they're trying to score later if they survive it. And then that's going to cause a disruption in the old force and shit's going to get fucked.
Yeah.
Because, so.
And also, just like the U.S. legal system, when it comes to marital issues, the ball is not in your court as a man. You will get royally fucked.
Well, it's never in your court as a man if there's a woman involved.
I knew a dude who his wife was fucking his junior Marines.
I'd stab everybody in the neck. With a K-bar.
She went to a unit function with 2 other dudes as her date instead of her husband, claimed domestic abuse, got this dude locked up, took the kids, destroyed his career.
And he was innocent the whole time.
I wouldn't say he was innocent because they were both up to some heinous shit.
Okay.
But she brought it to light, and she played it in her favor.
Well, of course.
She got full custody of the kids, got a restraining order against.
This is a dependopotamus, I hear they're called.
No, she was a service member.
Okay. So they were. Well, that you don't want to shit where you eat.
No, which I partook in that terrible fucking decision, and then I had a junior who, shout out to Bubs, but he's never going to see this.
Shout out to the Bubs. You can send it to him.
Yeah.
And be like, yo, you have to watch 3 hours of bullshit to get to this one measly shout out that nobody knows about anyway. So
We're only an hour and a half in.
regardless,
But-
time is just a man-made construct.
Yeah. But yeah, I told him, like, as soon as he got to Island, I walked up. I was like, hey man, I'm your corporal. Fucking, you can come to me with any questions. He's like, but I'll give you my 3 rules to make it out of this fucking shithole of a unit. He's like, well, what are your 3 rules? I was like, 1, do not date any female within the unit. I promise you it's not going to end well.
What? Okay, real quick, speaking about females in the unit, why do they all have Mexican haircuts?
Are you talking about like the undercut and then like,
No, I'm like how they grease it so it sits super flat.
oh, because they have to. That's one of the hair regulations for females.
But like, what are they
When you have
putting
your
in?
cover, you can't have anything hanging out.
Wait, what?
Loose. When you have cover, you can't have anything loose.
What's cover?
Your hat, essentially,
okay.
then your uniform.
Well, where do they put the rest of it? What is the
It's-
length
it's-
requirement for a female?
It's going to be in a sock. I don't know the female regulations. That's why, like, I hated doing uniform inspections on my females. It's because like there's like point A, point A1, point AB, or A2, point A3.
Did they do this shit in ROTC?
I was in
What?
charge of uniform inspections almost every time. It's a fucking discipline thing. That's all it is.
And the reason that so many females can get away with so much shit is because they know
Because they have boobs and a vagina?
no, it's because they know that the male is not going to take the time to fucking read through the bullshit
I
that
did.
is a female uniform standard.
All the
Scales
all the
would
chicks
be
in
extra
ROTC
thorough.
hated me. I also, when I was leading PT in ROTC, and all those fucking
He's
chicks tried
having
telling me they
flashbacks.
had their time of the month, and Flo was in town and shit. I'm like, bullshit. You
Gears
just had
of
that shit
Glory
last
says
week.
let them fucking fight.
You
Infantry
just had that shit
combat
2
ops
weeks
does
ago.
not work
I know
well
how that
integrated.
works. That ain't coming yet. Like, you're fucking trying to give me 20, bitch. Fuck.
Wait, what was the question? Oh, we just lost Cam again.
God dang it, dude.
What was the question?
Hold on.
I don't think it was a question. You just said infantry combat ops does not work well integrated.
I would probably say not because
So let me ask you this though, real quick.
Mhm.
How many? And I guess it would maybe be different for each branch and whatever the fuck. But how many females, just maybe throughout all the branches, and a rough estimate is fine, are actually on the quote unquote front lines? 0, right?
so fuck, because there are some that make it to these deployable units.
But they're not kicking doors in Fallujah with a fucking Mark 18 and fucking.
I couldn't tell you because I don't.
I've never seen one in a movie, and you would think that Hollywood would have made a thing about it. Like,
Well-
oh, she's so strong, she's so independent, she's in here, she's the best thing ever made. You would think there'd be like an inspirational story, kind of like Flight 93, which was only to push further propaganda and make you okay with the Patriot Act, which still fucks us today, people. Bear in mind you that. And that's the least of our problems these days. But either way.
So
Have you ever seen, are there any female grunts? Let me put it that way.
see that's the hang up though, is like I can't tell you for every
That you have seen.
no, as far as all the infantry and recon guys that have been around, no,
They've all been dudes, not chicks.
but don't get me wrong, there was that God, I can't remember her name. She was a dog handler. She got hit with an IED. Her convoy got overrun. She was actually like I said, she was a dog handler. And her and her dog were supposed to sniff out bombs.
Shepherd, Malinois, Czechoslovakian wolf dog.
Yeah, so the military is going to rely on shepherds and fucking Malinois. The reason being is because a Malinois is an absolute fucking piss missile of a dog. Fucking, it'll find
Piss missile.
like
Never
it'll.
heard that.
Well, I'm not trying to be all cutesy here and be like, oh, it's a little fucking fur missile. No, that motherfucker will find you before you even have the
But he
opportunity.
always has to pee though.
The whole time.
I just don't understand the context.
Well, that's how you track down where the dog went. And leave
Oh,
the trail
right.
behind him.
Right.
Especially in the
It's a
deserts,
tactical
you know,
thing.
it's very easy to see. There's not
Keep
much
it flank.
moisture, so you just find those little droplets, you know.
Makes sense.
And yeah, so shepherds and which actually got into service through the SS. Fucking fun little tidbit of information.
How'd you like my security dogs earlier? It's
Listen, I'll tell you, you want to talk about a piss missile. Those little motherfuckers, A, piss on the floor when they're not supposed to, but B, will launch themselves off the couch into your chest, and the velocity they produce, it will hurt you.
and if it were just you coming through the door and not him first, it wouldn't have been fun.
They will. They're little ankle biters, dude. But
Only
they will climb
they'll
their way
jump
up,
to your face and act as if they were biting your ankles, but really it's your neck.
especially Opal because she's black. She's
Yeah.
fat.
Yeah,
Well,
she got them hops.
I mean,
No,
they-
I've been attacked by Opal before, and her ass for real. It's funny because I don't know about a piss missile. Like sometimes when I've been drinking a lot, like it does come out with some velocity. But like she literally, everything goes to slow motion, and it's you get the doop, and then they like tuck. I don't know where they go. They're like the wheels of an airplane.
Mhm.
They just retract into themselves, and it's nothing but
fucking
pocket pit bull coming at you.
That's the thing that's amazed me the most is like the first time I brought them to the dog park. Both those two
Well, they're very
little
playful.
midgets.
Mhm.
I watched them both outrun a husky. And Opal, the black one, she not only outran the husky, but was running directly behind. When the husky was too slow, jumped over the husky mid-stride.
Before it ends up on the floor.
It's all good.
Okay. Yeah, no, they build up some velocity.
They're fucking
nuts. They're tiny,
but
they're
they're fucking
swole.
dense.
They're
Yes.
swole. They are very dense, dude.
Yeah.
And like they don't care. And I don't know that they feel pain like normal animals.
No.
Because I've had to spank them a couple times.
Opal definitely
and like I definitely hold back because
I've
they're not my
watched that
dogs.
fucking dog.
But
She comes right
sometimes
back.
you gotta show I am the pack leader or whatever. And like they just look at you like you're playing. They're like, okay.
I beat the bitch in a butt kiss, but
Well, yeah.
Opal don't take as well.
No. Opal plays dead
Mhm.
to go outside and pee, which you would think would be like one of a dog's highlight to their day. But when I had to watch the dogs, for one, they spitefully chemically attacked me. But then two, like every time, everybody in her dog family would go out to be happy, more than happy to go outside and enjoy freedom and fresh air, which hopefully y'all are doing the same. Opal would look at you, get down, roll over, and then freeze.
Yep.
As if she was dead. And because she was dead, now she doesn't have to go outside, which I don't know what kind of Wendigo she ran into in the nature.
I think it was the fact that Buckus was raping her outside. That might be the problem.
Checks out, but it's okay in the animal kingdom because there's no laws
Well, just about every
when you have claws.
almost all sex in the animal kingdom is rape.
Right, which is
There's
a
not
weird
really
concept
such
when you
thing
think
as
about it, honestly.
Consent in the animal kingdom.
Well, if you don't try and run away, I guess maybe that's
It's hard to run away when almost every animal they grab on. They will hold you down.
I don't know.
It's fucked up.
I've never spent that much time watching Discovery Channel.
I've seen a lot
You
of
lived
animals
it for a
fuck.
while, live in
It's
person.
fucking
The old
rabbits,
gills, emphasis
hamsters,
on the
lizards,
thrills.
all of it.
Right.
Fucking even
Hamsters.
fish will grab each other's mouths and shit and fucking pin them down to get them to submit.
How does I don't necessarily want to know specifically how a fish fucks, but how does a fish fuck?
Well, they don't usually
Right,
at least
boys.
they don't necessarily fuck. It's more so the female will drop eggs and the male will ejaculate and the sperm finds the eggs that way through the water.
Just in the watts.
In the water.
Just could be anywhere.
Yeah.
So why are they
Fish
pinning
eggs.
them down? Just
get
to
them
assert their
fucking do it.
dominance?
Yeah. Drop your eggs, bitch. Get the fuck on the ground. Drop them.
It's fucked up.
That's what's happening.
Sprinkle some crack. Plant a gun on them. Just so it's justifiable.
Yeah.
That's fucking...
It's fucked up, dude.
Infantry combat ops does not work well integrated. Yeah, I would say not. What? Why are you flipping cams?
Because it's fucking froze.
Oh. I thought you did it on your own preemptively, like George Bush in Iraq. We got him.
Shutting off body cams, dude.
Right.
It's fucking.
Yeah. Well, it's always convenient when the fucking
Yeah.
you hear the little beeps, and then there's always that little sus ass stutter where like it skips a couple frames, and I think that's built in by design.
Yeah.
But then also it's like, oh,
The lack of audio for the first 30 seconds of every body cam footage.
Exactly.
Huh,
and there's also right. And then there's also fucking, oh, we're done now. This is the scene is clear, and boop, there's no reason for that. If you're gonna have them, see, they know what we're talking about. They know that what we're talking about is actual real shit, and they're mad about it. Fuck you to the government, dude.
It didn't even freeze that time. It just straight shut off.
No, instantaneously. No, they're onto us, dude. They got the fucking little doot, doot. They're fucking with the switch, dude. They're fucking with the switch, bro. You will drop eggs, you filthy little fish. You're right. He's just degrading her. That's fucked up. Sick. You also didn't bust in like you should have. I don't want to get shot. No, you're not going to get shot. And if you did, you wouldn't feel it.
All right.
I feel like he's given up on the cowboy hat, dude.
I feel like he has too.
He's just letting it go, dude.
Yeah.
You're like, you've been 3 different men so far tonight. And I don't know if we can keep this canon because nobody knows who the real you is.
Hey,
You're looking at
works
it
for
now.
me.
Right. Now I have to piss, dude. What the fuck? I thought that was a Stoke for a sec. I was like, why is it that color? I was like, what is in this fucking
stoves and the excess smoke in the room? He needs it to vape afterwards too.
Right, dude. It's kind of lit, dude. Now, see, I feel like we should smoke stoves in the stew more often. I've been advocating for this.
Mm-hmm.
I've been literally showing up to the ballots every time and fighting. And I know that they don't count because if voting mattered, it would be illegal, motherfuckers. It's one big club and you ain't in it. But
the biggest thing is we need exhaust because I don't want
you got it now.
Smoking
that
shit
you have
get into the compute. But I still don't feel like this is quite enough exhaust to sustain it, you know?
Joke's on you guys. All of these are fat ass blunts.
Yeah.
We're just fucking getting ripped for no reason. This is actually I'm glad I picked this one. This is what I was feeling. It's a staunch, bold, but chill smoke. And it's not too big. It's not too small. I can enjoy it.
I got
You
a
get the
decent
little
variety in there.
No, so yeah, you do. It's pretty, and they're all very fresh. They're way more although you got the rubber gasket on an ammo can, not mil spec.
I also got those there, the Brovetta fucking humidity packs that they maintain the humidity at the proper levels and shit. Plus, it's fucking, which those are supposed to last in normal humidor like 2 to 3 months. Because I have an ammo can with the fucking rubber seal, shit's lasting for. I've had that same pack in there for like 3 years now. And it's still good. So.
I have 2 drinks open because I'm not a puss.
I already killed the michelada and whatever.
You bought a 6-pack and one fucking, what is this? How many ounces is this?
A 24.
A 24, dude.
Yeah.
I've had a 6-pack.
Well, you had 5 of those.
This is about to be done.
No,
he had one.
Mm-hmm. Either way.
So he's got so far 36 plus whatever that PBR is.
16.
Once that's done. So far you've got 5 times 12 is 60. Once that one's done.
So we're roughly about the same.
No.
You'll be at 52 once that's done. He'll be at 60 once that's done.
Wait, what the fuck did he drink? What is one of these?
24.
Okay.
Plus 12 in the fucking bottle.
Well,
plus the 16 that's there.
Okay, he had one of these and this. This is his first one of this.
And
I had all 6 of these.
No, you did not.
Okay, so I had all 5 of these, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
This.
And that is equivalent to 2, and this is still more than one of those.
How is that more than one of
these?
These
are 16s. That's a 12.
Right. But there's more of them, though.
Now that we're done with the competition on who's more of an alcoholic.
Listen, he's served. He's got an excuse. Wait. But no, the fucking... Are you
Fucking M.
pitching
Gabriel
that,
says,
Roach?
don't store cigars in a stinking ammo can. Go fuck yourself. I'm storing my cigars
Yeah,
wherever I
M.
want.
Gabriel.
And they're
You're
fucking
not
fresh.
our mom. Thankfully.
This is a free cunt, bro. God.
And we're just trying to see it. You want to do a
Gotta be
tour of the
careful.
cunt?
Sure.
You want to like rent an RV and just go see the
We're gonna be
cunt?
domestic tourists.
Yeah, we're domestic tourists. We have a club that we domestically touricize the cunt.
I don't have to shave my head and get certain tattoos.
Well, you don't have to shave your head, but
The tattoos are kind of non-negotiables.
like a big one on your back, but it'll cover up the scars. They, you know, I mean, this is, you have to push the limits because if nobody's willing to do it,
No, you don't need tattoos. He ain't got no tattoos.
no, I'm naked, dude, as fuck.
I got 6.
Of what and where?
I
Don't
got
show me.
I got both my thighs done. I got my hip done. I got my chest done.
Where? The inner thigh?
No, top.
For what?
Just
Because
because.
you wear silkies all the time?
Hell yeah, man. They poke out. And I
It's
got
the only thing poking out, my dude. Remember, you're half Polish.
that gives me the girth.
No, it gives you a sprinter band. Dude, what are you talking about? And a fucking he does the painting on the house before the fucking contractors come in. Either way. But no, what the fuck do you have tattoos of? Tell me there's one waifu tatted on you
No.
in Japanese configuration.
No.
I couldn't go to Japan. We still haven't even gotten to the Japanimation.
Well, it's because we keep going
How
off on
in
these
tune-
tangents.
Well, that's
Terribly
just the way it is.
tangible. Like, share, comment, subscribe. How many? All right. You're a cultured man.
Yes.
Bulma or Launch or
Launch.
whatever her name is.
Launch.
From you've never. Well, he's younger, so I guess fucking. She looks like. What was the? There's Bulma. Bulla is Bulma's daughter. Then there's Launch, which was the blonde bitch that also, when she sneezed, no, she was a normal. What is your favorite app? Fucking Japanimation waifu, dude.
Japanimation waifu. Shit. I've seen so many fucking animes before I went to Japan.
You didn't see more animes being in Japan? What the fuck do they put on TV? Squid Games?
No, it's because as soon as I started watching anime, I was like, why the fuck am I watching this? I could literally just go outside and I'm living in an anime.
Fair enough.
It's fucking Naruto running and shit. In uniform.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. You know those weird kids at lunch that would fucking anime run?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were still dudes like that in the military.
Yes.
And don't get me wrong, there are some chill dudes who can watch anime and they can be completely normal functioning members. of
Totally
society.
me.
But like there was one dude, we got sent out on ship. This dude literally brought a body pillow with him.
Sick? Well, you're gonna be lonely, dude. Like there's one option.
Well, that's the thing is like I was in ROTC, right?
Mhm.
I know a lot of motherfuckers that were in ROTC that did go on to go into the military in various branches. And the motherfuckers that were in ROTC are the motherfuckers that were running through the fucking hallways at Naruto running and shit.
Yeah.
Are the ones that probably had those fucking body pillows.
Also, shout out to the motherfuckers who did ROTC and didn't end up joining. Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
No, this is not a personal attack on you. But
Sure, it's not.
but-
I seal it, you know.
there's like, especially like the people who like just were over arrogant being in ROTC.
Yeah.
Because like I can understand like, some of that arrogance because obviously, you're still young, naive, and they're like, you've got literally dudes coming.
There were definitely motherfuckers that took it way too serious.
Yeah.
And I can't say much because I became a central senior. My fiance was a fucking group commander of our fucking flight. The fucking whole thing. It was fucking.
Yeah.
No. We took it serious, but not serious,
Yeah.
Like, we did the shit. Most of what we did with our ROTC was like community service shit, That's most of what we did.
Yeah.
And we didn't do she had to be fucking drill commander for the fucking role she had. We did fucking extracurriculars with ROTC all the time and shit, but never took it too serious. I was going to join the fucking Air Force, but they told me I was too fat. I was sitting at fucking 250, wanted to be at 180.
So I also
even though I was running like a 6:25, 6:30 mile, fucking doing all the push-ups, sit-ups, whatever the fuck they could ask of me. And I told the one recruiter I could put you on my back and outrun that guy.
Yeah.
Like, the fuck do you want from me?
So I'll definitely say that I am in worse shape after getting out. But when I was supposed to ship
I'm
out,
way worse shit now than I was. I
uh,
can't even run a mile now. That's because of my knee.
yeah, knee problems up. Yes,
That's how you're supposed to open a door.
easy there, Kramer.
Yeah.
But no, before I left, I was sitting at a cozy 230, and I had a week to lose all that weight. And pretty much that was the start of learning how to not eat, work out excessively.
Yeah.
I think within 5 days, I had dropped the 15 pounds required to ship to boot camp.
What are we talking
So I had fucking 70 to drop. And I dropped 40 of them. But in the process, fucked up my neck, fucked up my back, fucked up everything.
Sucking hella dick he
Then-
was.
Then I had to fucking have surgery on my eyes, and that disqualified me anyways.
He's got the ptosis. That's why he looks like,
And
what's
still
that his
didn't do
name?
shit.
Jim Brewer, or the guy from like Half Baked, where like his eye, he looks like he's high all the time. It's a medical
My
condition that
eyelid
he
muscles
has.
don't work properly. My eyes literally do not open. I have to open my eyes and my fucking eyebrows because the muscles in my eyelids just don't function. It's great.
Fuck.
Try opening your eyes with your eyebrow. Exactly. That's how he feels all the time,
And I still look high as fuck while doing that.
which is sick.
It's problematic. It was really problematic in high school. But
Either way.
Yeah.
Dude, why'd you let my shit run, bruh?
what you mean, dude?
The cops around or what? Always let it run if the cops are around.
But no.
Does this actually work? This is what everybody used to do with the blunts back in the day when it was running, from what I read on the internet. And like, if you put it in a circular motion, supposedly it makes it burn more evenly. But I think that's kind of working a little bit. Kind of. A little bit. Fucking. I've been working on the railroad. You have to manually operate the trains. That's the motion that have to do. What, dude? It was the Orientals that worked on the railroad, so shut the
And the
fuck up
Irish.
with that. Yeah. It's fucking, you're Polish, dude. Stop trying to steal
Talking
now.
about Germany, then it was the Polish.
Right. Either way. Anime black guys are everywhere in the service. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Are you one of
Anime
them?
black guys are everywhere regardless now.
So
See, they do be, dude. I see
Like-
more black anime guys than white anime guys.
Or
And
at
I
least-
love anime.
Or at
dude.
least black anime guys are more brave.
Dragon Ball Z
all running
And
the fucking-
anything Dragon Ball related is the best anime ever made. Dude.
Like, I
And
can't-
Gundam Sick
But I
and
can't
Ghost
tell
in the
you how
Shell.
many buff
and
ass black
fucking
dudes I've seen at the fucking
Rurouni
reptile
Kenshin,
shop
bro.
wearing a fucking Naruto headband and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
What
do
the
love it.
So
And by they, I mean they. They love it. Explain it to me though, please, because you're coming from that side. Like, this is a different culture that, because even Gianni definitely has a waifu pillow. I don't know who's on it, but he
This
has
is
one.
fucking- The thing is all the anime bitches are thick white women.
That's what I'm saying. We got the best.
so
Everybody. Why is everybody trying to appropriate our culture? Is what I want to know. Even the Japanese. Why do the Japanese hate themselves so much that they want to be white people? And also speak on the program, because there's probably a few people in the comment section that are interested about repopulating Japan after what we did to them. Just let the people know in case they want to take up that opportunity.
Oh, yes, because I mentioned it at the shop. So, if you are looking to become a Japanese contractor, and I mean this in the sense of literally be working for the Japanese government.
Harrow.
I cannot.
Fanala?
Huh?
What? No, I don't know how it works.
So,
5,000 yen.
That's still like probably less than how many yens are a doll hair?
So I think it's 75 yen are the equivalent of $1 hair. When I was still over there, 110 yen, which would be the equivalent to $1. So it was pretty much 1 for 1. I don't know what the fuck happened. If maybe the Forex crashed a little bit, but now it's pretty much 75 yen is the equivalent to $1.
Okay.
So
they're beating us.
Not in a sense, maybe kind of. The Forex is
they're always beating us on technology. Them and China both.
Mm,
Japan maybe not so much. China more because they have far more slave labor. But
I will say towards like the ease of life.
But I feel like the Japanese, which is why Browning and Winchester and whoever are outsourcing a lot of their shit to them, like they are good craftsmen.
Yes, they take extreme pride in their work. Granted, I don't agree with the way of life as far as the corporate Japanese.
Yeah, you got to commit seppuku if you're not like a MF CEO.
Well, that's also the thing. I was like, if the company goes under, you will see like next day on the news, you will see like hundreds of Japanese businessmen have thrown themselves from the tallest buildings in their towns. Which
second floor. Everybody's just got a broken leg and shit.
That's still
fucked up
30 times as high as they are tall.
That's a good point.
But like on the serious note, is like if you do not devote your life, your time, and every ounce of your being to your company, you will not survive the Japanese.
You're a janitor, bro.
Huh?
You're a janitor that's unemployed if you're not the guy.
Yeah, that's why they kill themselves.
Right.
And that's why if you go to like the business district of Tokyo, you will see nothing but suicide nets around the buildings like every 4 feet. I feel like personally, how far do they come off of the windowsill? Because I feel like I could, if I wanted to, jump past the fucking. So I think they come out maybe like 5 or 6 feet.
Okay.
Because most people, they just walk off instead of take a running fucking leap of faith.
But if they know that they're there, they're just doing it for attention. I would argue.
I got no clue. I have no comments on that.
Young Bull 35. Yo,
that's the
other
fucking
black
G's,
guy tuning
dude.
in.
Right, dude. We got 2 half black dudes in the chat. One's live. Well, I guess you're also live. Yeah. He ditched us though, dude.
He did.
That's the G.O.A, dude. To dox him on his private account. But imagine we're here, and you're not, dude.
For real.
You chose.
Even and you're not here, dude.
Have you learned nothing from the Fast and the Furious? I thought we were family.
Hold on, I'm trying to read the comments real quick. It's not the false sudden stop. Experience with.
That was like an
hour ago. Let him fucking fight.
Just for no reason.
Dude, vape tricks with the stuff.
Whatevs. But yeah, dude. These are our loyal tens of viewers.
You can also pull this up on your phone or have the comments there.
My phone's dead, dude. Nah.
Do you need a charge?
Well, I'm a Samsung operator.
So are we.
Oh, shit.
We don't fuck with that spy phone bullshit. Fuck we look like, dude.
Fuck what you heard.
Listen, dude, I got you on the motherfucker. Oh, what's the name right here? Where'd it go?
You see a fucking Mac computer.
I don't even know where
the fuck you are.
It's right here, son. This motherfucker should be long enough.
Yeah.
Out here, dude. And that's that right angle cord, dude. So you don't even got to worry about it.
But fucking hold on. What's that last comment?
Shit, you don't even need that. Got a fucking.
Is it true
charger,
Asians can only see in CinemaScope,
right
dude?
Wait, what?
CinemaScope, wide angle.
You literally have a wireless charger right in front of you this whole time.
Oh, well,
imagine not being assimilated to technology or the American way of life. But either way,
that's more Jap shit.
He's just always with that Polish/Japanese shit. And you know what? Like I said, I love Dragon Ball Z, but you motherfuckers bombed us. We bombed you back.
You motherfucker.
Why you pointing at me?
Because you've been there longer than I have, so you're more Japanese than I am. How long were you in Japan?
4 years.
Okay, so the whole time.
Yeah, pretty
much. Your whole 4-year contract. You went to, how long was boot?
3 months.
Okay, and then the rest of that you instantly went to Japanimation.
Well, there's boot, and then there's
there's
specific
MCT
training.
or SOI, which is Marine Combat Training School of Infantry, which that is about a month.
So that's where you learn how to kill people.
That-
but only for a month. Everything else was learning how to connect to Wi-Fi.
Well, when you put it into fucking layman's terms like that,
Well,
I mean, realistically,
no.
you're setting up servers and shit. You're literally connecting Ethernet cables.
Yes. So I will tell you how fast my training pipeline was. So 3 months of boot. I had cratering in my feet. I had fucking ringworm up the ass.
Nice.
Stop wrestling with dudes all the time.
It wasn't even from
wrestling.
that
It was up his
motherfucker.
ass.
It was literally
You just
the,
made yourself look worse because, like, I was trying to be generous, thinking that you guys were just broing out. Well,
figure of fucking speech.
well,
Anywho, 3 months.
he was looking for a figure on the beach. I think it's fucking out in California. You know how they get down. So
I think at a total in my lifetime, I've only spent 4 months legitimately throughout
being
my.
gay. No, I'm trying to fill in the blanks, dude. I'm trying to be a good host. This is a podcast.
Then let me
No,
fucking
I-
finish.
I'm doing it on purpose. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But no,
back to interrupting you.
throughout my entire 4-year contract, I think at most I spent 5 months total in the state of California.
Okay, and you instantly were shipped off to Japanimation school,
Yes.
where you were instantly issued something to raise your ki and channel your inner. Have you ever bended air?
Bedded air.
Bent air.
Bent
Were you ever an airbender?
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but
He's lying. He's more
Bullshit on.
Japanese. He's more Japanese. I said he's more Japanese than any of us here, so he knows about the last Airbender, dude. He might be.
yeah,
The
Katara,
last-
the main bitch, bro. It's like she can't.
Let's see you pick. We got guitars, bitch. Pick one up and
Wait,
play
what?
it. You want to talk about some guitar shit?
Katara.
Oh, God.
You said guitar.
This one's for. That's what I thought you said. I thought you were appropriating my culture.
Lock
But the
them
fucking-
doors and turn the lights down low.
What?
My guy.
Oh my goodness!
All in the mic.
It's not in the mic.
That
We're still
mic
live?
is Whole ass.
No, it's not.
In the sauce, my dude.
It's not. It's actually drier than shit.
Bull fucking shit.
I paid for it anyway. Where's the towels?
You guys say, I'm gonna mute this real quick.
Their bathroom. You're asking like worse. You're acting like worse hasn't happened. Honestly, I think this is better because I could hear myself better on the fucking mic without the fucking stupid ass fucking. And it didn't even get wet, dude. And it was Scale's idea to have all this shit on the counter anyway.
Not spraying on each other, just
All right. So first of all,
Damn, that audio quality's got so much.
that's
fucking
what I'm
better.
saying, dude. Is it not better without the fucking stupid ass? If anything, I did all of y'all a service by fucking up the studio. I'm too drunk.
Still getting the baby hair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's a fucking.
While you're fucking.
All right, here. Well, take this so I don't spill anything else. Give me this.
Just take that headset off real quick. Fucking-
I don't believe that I should take the headset off because if I take the headset off, then I can't hear my peak audio levels.
As well as worse spills may have occurred in here, and I don't think they have, but usually not next to a $3,000 computer in the past, at least.
Okay, but like it was on the floor and not even on the compute. The compute's fine.
Oh, fuck. But your and my luck combined, all right? There's no guarantee.
What has ever happened? If anything, the worst of it all was on that side, I would say, because you're the one that set me up. Look, it's as good as new. It's as good as new. I had him with the little stanky leg.
I ain't got no dollar bills, so.
Well, to be expected. A man like him only carries fucking crisp Abe Lincolns because of everything he did for y'all. You might want to put that in some rice. Listen, I honestly, this is not even a party foul. You can't consider it because A, we're not partying.
Tell me when
and
your
B,
phone stops charging.
Why? What happened?
It's still charging.
He's at 6%, dude.
Yeah, it just stopped. Hold on.
It just stopped?
Yeah.
All right.
It's the other one. I can't believe TT needs a puppy pad, says A-Dubs, dude. A-Dubs, were you were in the Army or were you a Marine or what did you actually do? What was your MOS, bro? Not to dox yourself, but listen, that could have been a decent guitar sesh that you just ruined by sabotaging me with this confangled, conflated Condoleezza Rice type of.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, cool. Yo, if this plugged in sits on top of this,
it won't double charge.
why not? I feel like that's
Too
bullshit.
much voltage going into the fucking battery.
I feel like that's bullshit. I also what?
What?
What'd you say?
I was answering the question.
Why?
So why not?
But why not?
Because too much voltage going into the battery at once could overheat it.
Yeah, but like, what if you just put it on ice? It literally touched no part of the computer. If anything, that was the safest spill that could have ever happened. And honestly, I think it sounds better without the fucking little fluff on it. And I think if anything, what just happened was meant to happen. And Bet agrees with me that it sounds way better now that the thing is off.
It does.
And maybe this was like a coming to realization moment. That this is what we needed to excel the podcast into the next dimension. Because, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking right there. Because that's the spark that we need for the new future. Nobody. That's an S what? What is that?
S23.
Damn.
What? You just got it yesterday, my dude? Where the fuck? What do you got?
S21.
I got the S20s, dude. I'm out here like a pleb, dude. But that being said, when I bought this, it was brand fucking new. It just came out.
And then 2 months later, I got the S21.
Because he's always got to try and outdo me because he has a tiny peen. But like also, I don't want a super huge. How big is that? Because I have enough shit in my pockets already. I don't want a super huge phone.
This is pretty. I mean, it's probably about the same size.
No, it's a little bigger. Yeah, a little bigger. But like there's some of them shits out there. Like, what do you got? What does Cheyenne got? She's probably got the big shit.
S21 XL or whatever.
Yeah, there's some. It's like a tablet, dude. I can't fucking do it.
Anybody want a slightly used 10-foot micro USB cable?
What, dude? It'll be fine. It's probably fine.
Be sticky as fuck for the rest of it.
Nah, it'd be all right. Listen, I'm the only one that ever fucking uses it, dude.
Nah, I use it regularly.
Nah,
My vape. Your vape doesn't even take USB-C.
I know it. Well, it takes USB-C, but only certain type of USB-Cs because some of them are too high voltage.
First
TT needs a puppy pad. First Marines, second battalion, or first battalion, second Marines, fourth
Meb.
All right.
At 0311 and 01.
It's a waste of perfectly good alcohol.
8154.
8154. Oh, so use intelligence.
Well,
Oh,
that's giving them a little bit too much credit, I would think.
No, you would not believe how much fucking stupid shit intelligence actually has to
No,
do.
I could imagine.
Yeah.
But just from some of his comments is where I'm coming
Ah.
from. No, he's A-Dubs is legit as fuck. But so you're saying so from what you just read right there, he said no CQB. Can't even spell that. Is he basically like a CIA operative?
No. So intelligence is not exactly that. It's pretty much. Well, I can't really speak on intelligence or just what that MOS is.
Same.
But I met
mostly on the intelligence part.
But most of the people that I have met that have been intelligence, like they are like, just the ones that are fucking informing and briefing the fucking generals. So I don't know what 8154 exactly is. I mean,
it's confidential.
I could probably Google it, but I don't really feel like doing that. No offense to you, my man, but
he's definitely been in cunt.
Not intelligence. Fuck. All right. What is 8154? Hold on. I have to Google
0311
and 8154.
So 0311 though, isn't that some kind of like mainstream?
No, so that's just gonna be your standard infantry or 0311. Yeah, that's your standard infantryman.
Right. That's like a.
Oh no. Unless 8154, that's probably forward observer.
So he was a reconnoitering kind of dude. You're saying he did a little bit of recce. Little recce wet work. A-dubs.
Oh, so security force. Yeah, so fast. All right.
So I like that butane zip, dude.
It's decent, but it's sacrilegious.
Okay, yeah. So
how do you refill this? The same way you take it out and then you fucking.
Yep.
It's decent enough. I wouldn't use it as a survival option because you can't just spray fucking
butane.
Well, not even that. Anything with a regular Zippo, you could take anything that's flammable. You could fucking throw WD-40 in that bitch and spray it soaking wet and get a spark and fucking have a fire off of it. So it's not going to last as long or, whatever the fuck. But a regular Zippo, which you store extra flints underneath and then have access to any type of flammable liquid, is probably the best survival strat because you know what? They don't go out when it's windy, dude. And when it's windy? Anytime you're outside trying to start a fire.
Oh, no.
Solid, dude.
Oh, no. Subgroup of Fast out of Norfolk recapture tactics team. That sounds pretty intense. I don't know. You would know?
No, because
you would have a better idea than I do.
Well, like I said, I can't really tell anything as far as the actual infantry and like fast tactics teams.
But when I hear just me being a silly villain, hearing fast and tactics team, it sounds like somebody got their door kicked in.
Look,
no, I don't know. I'm not trying to steal valor for him. I just the idea of what that sounds like. It sounds like some kind of special unit tactics team, like a SWAT.
Okay, so RTT something. Was killed when MARSOC was stood up in 07.
So they were the previous MARSOC, is what you're saying?
No, so MARSOC has so if you want to go back to the history.
So explain to even people what MARSOC is.
So MARSOC, it does not fall under SOCOM Special Operations Command.
Is it like a dev group kind of thing?
No, so MARSOC would be your tier 2 operators.
Okay.
Tier 1 would be
your tier 0.
So tier 1 would be your SEALs, your dev GRU, your ground branch. Those are going to be like the most clandestine out of clandestine. Tier 2 is going to be your Rangers, your Green Berets.
I thought they led the way. How do you do that from second place?
Well, you can't always send.
That's what Joe says all the time. It's
fucking.
Listen, I don't fucking inner branch. Fucking, I don't understand it. But they got. You guys are branches.
Yeah, it's really. But essentially, how it works is you can't always send tier 1.
I thought it was you can't always get what you want. You get what you need. I break the mic again. Really no we also froze. No, sure, no, you should. You should. I'm just being an asshole, and not intentionally. Like I'm just being terribly tarded. Like share, comment, subscribe.
But I mean, shit. Even with the capture of leader of the Taliban, I can't remember his fucking name.
Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, there we go. Dude, it's late.
Listen, George. First Bush. Of all, yes, exactly. For one,
they still ain't got
2. No, they have not. 2, Osama bin Laden was buried at sea? I don't think so, motherfuckers. Like, he might be dead now.
Well, either way,
It's all a facade.
if
But
you,
either way,
if
yeah,
you
go
read
on.
into the documents, the SEALs, which were a tier 1 team, they literally could not go into Palestine to come grab him. So for that 24-hour period or that 48-hour period that they're running the ops on it, they became a section of the CIA to legally be able to like go in, grab bin Laden, nab his ass, and then come back out. Problem with that is, which don't believe Hollywood. I mean, just read the files yourself. They are public knowledge, especially with that one guy who actually like bagged and tagged bin Laden.
See, but that dude, and this is a thing, this is a conspiracy theory I've had for a long time, is that dude was just the face of the company and maybe did not actually do what he claims to have done
So
in order to throw off the scent or whatever the fuck is going on.
So I'll also tell you what one of the reconnaissance, like he's been in reconnaissance for, I want to say, like at least a good 10 years. So he's worked with pretty much anybody and everybody. We were sitting on ship one time and he's like, hey man, have you ever thought of coming to, reconnaissance or going to MARSOC? I was like, yeah, I thought about it. I definitely want to like, do something with my life outside of comms. And he's like, well, I'll tell you right now, if you want to write a book, go to the SEALs. If you want to do some actual good, like clandestine shit, join MARSOC, join Recon, or go to Dev Group. Because if you really want to think about it, like, granted, I can't speak my piece. Do not fucking crucify me and send this to like anybody from the SEAL teams. But think about it. The SEALs are the poster boys of the clandestine world. Because every time they do something, somebody's making a movie, someone's writing a book.
Yeah, but it wasn't the SEALs that fucking rode in the fucking Afghanistans or whatever with the fucking horses that they got from the village and the fucking. So there are other people.
No, you're talking about CAG. That was the army that one movie that came out with Chris Hemsworth.
Right.
That was CAG. So that's a subgroup of Dev Group.
Yeah, but it's not the SEALs. It's not fucking SEAL Team 6. It's not the people that did the sniping and the fucking when they took over the boat. Or whatever, with Tom Hanks. I am the captain now. Wasn't it the SEALs?
No.
Who the fuck was that?
That would probably be Homeboy, the Fast Teams.
That sniped the dude off the fucking. What was that? What was the name of that movie?
Captain Phillips.
Yes.
So
I thought that was the SEALs or somebody. The fucking
SEALs would like not to be.
They didn't just swim up, balance a ball on their nose, and then shoot the guy.
No.
That's what I was told.
But that MOS to be a sniper on a helicopter, that's like probably one of the hardest MOSs to get into because
I thought they shot him off the boat deck, which was even more impressive because of the waves. Our attached Navy SARC said it was twice the action, a quarter of the publicity of SEALs. What's an SRC? SARC.
I don't know. I know SWIC, but I don't know SARC.
Thing is, it's completely different time periods and fucking nomenclature changes all the time.
Yeah, he's way older than you.
So
yeah,
but I don't know. So either way, because this is the thing though too, is like I believe personally that nothing in this world happens without us knowing about it. And by us, I mean the U.S. government, the U.S. military, in some way, shape, or form or capacity. And because we, in theory, to this day, are the most powerful. So special amphibious...
Reconnaissance corpsmen.
Okay. So what does that mean, dude? They're out there on hoverboats? Hovercrafts?
It depends because you've got your...
got a little dinghy with a trolley on it?
So essentially that the SWIC is probably going to be your like so have you ever seen what's that movie with
Tears of the Sun?
No, it's Vietnam, but they're rolling up the river looking for like a lost colonel in Vietnam. That Marlon Brando, he's in it.
Marlon Brando. It's a name I haven't heard in ages.
Fuck. This movie's gonna kill me. It's Martin Sheen. It's not.
Sure, it wasn't Charlie.
No, it was Martin.
Okay.
Martin Sheen.
I honestly have no idea. Somebody in the comment section probably knows. There's a bunch of old heads out in the comments. Apocalypse Now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
A-dubs, of course, would know.
But pretty much
He was there.
So for that mission, or for that mission set right there, they were called the Broadwater Navy. The little like pontoon boats that they would like swim up the short canals. That later transgressed into SWIC, which would be like the little boat captains for your special operations groups. And then what you would call it, S.A.R.C, or Special Amphibious Reconnaissance Corpsman. That's going to be the corpsman.
Which corpsman? That's part of the Marine Corps.
No. No. So a corpsman is a Navy medical personnel.
But isn't the Marine Corps part of the Navy because they are marine in nature, which is aquatic?
Yeah, that's a nice way to piss off a Marine.
No, I'm just saying, in the grand scheme, I understand, but like in the grand scheme, are you not on the same team?
Eaters, man.
Are you not on the same team? I mean, we're all on the same team. You know what I'm saying, though?
Yes,
you're like,
I'll agree.
You're
with,
like
yes.
the A or the B team in one way or another.
Well, Navy's definitely B team, but anyway.
Not Navy C.
But no, you do not fuck with Doc or the corpsman. Corpsman is the lifeblood of every platoon, and especially if it's a special amphibious reconnaissance corpsman, because they are trying to
floaties.
I
just want to know. I've never been there.
No, but the way to become a green side corpsman, especially for Marines, you have to go through Navy boot camp. You have to go through medical training. Then you have to go through essentially a green side, which is Marine Corps boot camp. We lost camp.
Shade, dude.
Like, I'm not even 40.
You fuck. Yeah, but you're salty as shit. We know you're salty as shit. So it doesn't matter how old your actual age is, dude. You've been there and done that.
Yeah. But yeah, so to become a green side corpsman, just standard a green side corpsman, which is for the Marines. You're not blue side. You don't work for the Navy anymore. You work for the Marines. Navy boot camp, medical training. Then you have to go back through essentially a high speed version of Marine Corps boot camp.
Okay. High speed in the manner of there's more emphasis on door kicking and room clearing, or high speed in the sense of it's a fast track program to get you in and out and qualified to do whatever you're supposedly supposed to do.
From what my corpsman friend told me, it's basically condensed. They take 13 weeks, condense it into however long it is, and you're doing nothing but hiking, fucking extended medical evals. Like, you're on a hike, fucking all I have to do is just walk up, be like, bang, you're dead. All right, fucking everyone round about him, give him triage right now.
Yeah, but if he's dead.
Well, like, you still have to assess the scene, try to...
I'd be like, that motherfucker's dead. Yeah, like it. If you just get pink misted out of nowhere.
Well, yes, if you get pink misted, then yes, you're pink misted. But like, let's say...
What is the call out for that?
As far as training, or as far as
like, we're in the field, this dude is dead, but we're taking him with regardless.
I don't know, but first thing to do would be corpsman up, fucking get the corpsman, fucking something to alert Doc to fucking come here. And then pretty much the reason that you have corpsman is because in prior conflicts, Doc would be dressed in a certain way.
Wasn't it at a point in time, and I'm sorry for...
Oh, no, you're good.
Wasn't it at a point in time unethical to shoot the medic?
Yes, but that's also why in the Eastern Front, or the Pacific Theater, a lot of that's where people learn to disregard their combat or their medic patches, because Japanese people, like, they knew that
shoot him specifically.
Yes, Doc would be the lifeblood of the platoon.
What the fuck?
It's the government, dude. We're talking about special weapons and tactics, and they want to.
We're actually talking about shit that matters.
Right? Yeah. So that's why also, if you want to go by Geneva Convention,
we don't. I see it as more of a Geneva suggestion.
Granted,
is it a suggestion of actions you should take?
Right, which are always the opposite of what the government tells you.
Yeah.
So bear in mind.
But like legitimately, like in the early days of the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, a lot of the Taliban, previously Mujahideen, would ride around in ambulances because the Geneva Convention states that you're not supposed to shoot at medical evacuation or medical personnel.
So, like, what would happen other than Guantanamo Bay or whatever to somebody who did disobey the Geneva Convention?
PBR.
Patrol boat, river, PBR, not Pabst Blue Ribbon.
But
That's the Hank Williams. Shout out to Hank Williams.
if you did disregard Geneva Convention, you'd probably never see the light of day. They'd send you to Leonard.
Not you as a U.S. military service member, but how do we hold these other motherfuckers accountable? Because I would imagine that ISIS and whoever the fuck is not adhering to the Geneva Convention. What about punji sticks in Vietnam? Is that Geneva Convention approved?
No.
Okay.
So that would be under cruel and unusual treatment of a prisoner.
But definitely set them up in your front yard.
Yes. In like
Not
a
legally
360-degree
Yes.
dynamic, ever-changing environment.
Yes.
You got to keep them on their toes.
Gotta remember to mop that shit later.
What?
The fucking floor.
Why? What happened?
Shit gonna get sticky.
That's all right.
That's gonna get hella sticky, dude. Killed in action off in the dock with pantomime rendering aid in order to not have as much of an adverse effect on the engaged unit. Huh.
Wait, what do they say?
If killed in action, often the doc would perform pantomime rendering aid in order to not have as much of an adverse effect on the engaged units. Basically,
Right. To keep,
if they got pink mist, you could still render aid as if this dude's going to survive,
Right.
so that nobody else sees this dude just got his fucking head blown into
Right, because then
into
that
pieces.
with fear they can't control. So when you are afraid then of, hey, we're not invincible anymore just because we wear multicam or Woodland or whatever the fuck, Marpat.
Yeah.
That. So, I mean, and that makes sense. I would feel weird being the medic.
Yeah.
Because what do you do when, like, he's just doesn't have a head or something? Because we fucking says
A-Dub says
if killed in action, often the doc would pantomime rendering aid in order to not have as much of an adverse / morale effect on the engaged unit, which makes sense because it keeps them in the fight. They still think they're invincible. The doc's got him. He'll be all right. We'll deal with it later.
So yeah,
Which I get from a psychological perspective. But what if I'm standing next to the dude that just got his head blown off by a 7.62x54R from 400 meters off, and I know what the fuck is going on? How does that not translate?
So I don't know. So this is one thing that like sometimes movies get right. It's basically where
I think Shaving Ryan's Privates or Saving Ryan shit, whatever the fuck. I'm being funny, but the fuck. But like, I think, well, somebody does because we were watching a little bit of it earlier, and he's on the beach and his fucking whole guts are just hanging out. Like, that is realistic to what some of the shit can do and will do to you.
Yeah.
So obviously you see that you've never seen that before in your life ever, because no matter what training you have, and even if they're cutting up pigs and fucking whatever, it's still not the same. The same thing with a cop that responds to a suicide call that this dude just started a 12 gauge.
Yeah.
Nothing prepares you for that. Like, what? I guess what I'm asking is, what is the actual response? Because no man left behind, right?
Mm-hmm. So,
but what if the situation dictates, which it always does, the tactics, that you have to move now or you all die?
So, by doctrine, it is literally like
you all die.
No, it is clear scene, and then you can assess. Like, you clear the scene, and then you can assess the casualties. Obviously, real life, it's not going to permit that. But fuck, there was a movie with Miles Teller. He was anywho, but there's always going to be someone who is that like combat numb individual in the platoon who's literally going to like, you like you said, you're standing next to the dude who just got his fucking face caved in by 7.62 by 54R.
It's a big bullet.
So there's always going to be someone that like who's combat numb to it because they've just been in it for so long that they're going to be like, hey, wake the fuck up. I need you to get suppressive fire on this location right now. We'll clear the scene. Doc's got him. We'll fucking, we'll like to do a proper medical evac. You have to make sure that the site is clear because a helo is not going to come into a hot site unless it is mass casualty.
Right. But that's what I'm saying, though, is that, like, you're in a situation, the team has to move away from the casualty in order to prevent further casualty.
So, yeah.
And you get to the point where, like, there's really not any going back. How is it no man left behind at that issue?
So,
at that conjunction of, like, because I would assume that the government who runs this entire shindig doesn't give a fuck, and they'd also like to keep you working for them, which means you don't die, right? And you just kill whoever they don't like. What is the SOP, I guess, in a situation where you can't? There's a fucking machine gunner, there's a dude with an RPG, it's booby trapped, whatever the fuck, and you can't get out of there with your casualties.
I don't know. A-Dubs might be able to give a little bit of insight on this. I might.
Check out the Silver Star citation of one of my Corpsman PO2, Jacob Emmett. That is why grunts love their docs.
But not to discredit A-Dubs, but have you seen this? It's this one picture. It's from like the first Battle of Fallujah. Dude gets dropped in the street like a fucking sack of potatoes.
This is an actual.
It's an actual photo. It is like a.
No, it's an actual. It's not a Blackwater dude.
No. This is Marines in the Battle of Fallujah. But dudes running across the street to go like they're moving street by street, house by house. That's their SOP. Dudes running across the street gets dropped. Oh, what the fuck?
Goddamn.
The government.
And then one of his squad mates decides, hey, I'm gonna go get him. Like I need to go get him. Like he's still alive. Runs, tries to go grab him. On the way to go grab him, gets dropped too. And it's literally one of those things where it's like, if there's an open area and you're taking fire, like that's why they say like you have to clear the scene before, because that literally is I think it was like 3 casualties before they started pulling people back. Like I don't give a shit. He might be groaning and moaning. He might be still alive, but clear the scene.
I'm surprised the sniper didn't dead check him. But so that I guess that's what I'm asking. Is there, and I'm sure there has been and will be in the future, but the standard operating procedure of where it is a situation like that where you don't go back for the undead that are probably dead regardless, but just on the moral principle. Because I'm all for, like, you're not going to humiliate or defame. Like, we're going to give them a proper burial. We're going to take them with us. We're going to do whatever. I'm all for that. But, like, there has to have been, and I'm sure, again, has to exist in the future, a situation where that's just not an option, and perhaps you never get to go back, which would make it, a MIA or whatever, even if you know the location, but you were never able to retrieve.
Yeah.
Because even if you fucking call in a JDAM or whatever the fuck, and you level the whole city, even if you dig through the rubble, dude, like you might not ever even still find that person. So.
And that's also another thing that's tricky, because even like the Marcus Luttrell story, like Axel, the last dude that he saw before he got split off on his own, He's a dude who like took shrapnel to the fucking his dominant eye, so he couldn't even like shoot. So he was shooting with his non-dominant. But from where he reported that he last saw him, where they actually recovered his body like a week later, because they sent PJs, which is Air Force Special Forces,
Right.
to go retrieve the body. It was a mile away from where he said he last saw him. And from what the PJs said they were like reported was that like following this trail of blood, there's just bodies stacked left and right. So basically, like up until they literally chopped off his head, like he was still fighting to the last breath.
Right.
Which, granted, they will send somebody out to retrieve your body, but it's not always a guarantee.
Right.
And at that moment, every situation dictates different.
Right.
I mean, I'm not a combat veteran, so I can't really give you like the whole rundown of this whole shindig, but
just like the idea, I guess, is what I'm getting at, is like the idea that like, because again, like I've never been, but I can understand the premise of it. Like every single one of y'all, good, bad, or indifferent, is thicker than blood family in that instance.
Yeah.
So when it comes to, and this is extremely relatable, I guess what I'm getting to is like, not that you should necessarily model your efforts as a prepared life and liberty enthusiast, because it may be a lot different than the structure of an actual military, unit that's, professionally there for whatever reason. But like the idea that like you might have Uncle Bob that gets gunned down or hit or whatever in a situation where if you do try and save him, everybody dies.
Yeah. So
what is the quote unquote greater good? In a military aspect, I think it's different because obviously there's more of y'all. The government don't give a fuck. You're disposable in a mat, and it sucks to hear and say that, but that's the way that the people that are actually there fucking with the chessboard, that's how they think of it. So it's a different situation between that and like a Mujahideen, as it were, because these are all people that are actually family and are actually friends, and blood is thicker than water, so they say, but not always. And either way, like the idea is that I don't think most people, because again, most of these people do not have that training. They don't have that instinctual, because it's been bred into them through, whatever it may be. But the idea that there might actually come a situation where you have to take a loss and accept it and move on, so it's not a total loss, because there has to be, I would assume, some of that bred into the type of shit you guys were doing, because if you lose the entire squad or the battalion or the regiment or the whatever the fuck in one firefight, trying to save one dude, it's the greater good, right? It's the fucking, it's true, I guess, democracy, which is not a good thing.
Yeah.
We are a constitutional republic, motherfuckers, and don't you fucking forget it. But mob rules, right?
Yeah.
So in order for us to keep the greater good alive, or the 80 or 90% alive, so we can further be an effective fighting force somewhere else or later on, we will accept certain casualties. I'm just thinking of like where the line is drawn, because I think it's different on both ends of the spectrum, but I think there does need to be in everybody's mind an idea of when that line needs to be drawn, because if you are the leader of your group or whatever it may be, you're calling the shots in any way, shape, or form. If shit is getting crazy and it's either one person or two people die or everybody fucking dies, I think most people would be more inclined to have less casualties and be potentially more effective later. But that's a hard thing for people to deal with, because what if it's your brother? What if it's your father? What if it's your son? What if it's your wife? People are going to naturally be in tune and apt to go back for that. And I don't know how easy it is for humans to break that. So I guess that's the perspective I'm looking for, and potentially the training that they've given you to be able to deal with that. Obviously, you don't want to leave anybody behind, but there may be some situations where that is the only option. And if that is the only option, what is your recourse to that action?
So
I know that's a loaded question.
Yeah.
but like, so like the way that I'd see that though is I don't think you're ever going to have a hard line that defines when you just ditch people dying in the streets. It's going to be something that's very personal and based on a person by person basis. Because I don't think realistically they're going to tell you, hey, if this happens, they're dead already, leave them. It's more so in that moment, you are going to decide, is this person savable? Is this person worth it? Am I going to risk my life to go out into that street and drag them back to cover right now? Even though they got fucking 3 holes in their chest.
And that's the thing too, though. Like, even if they are savable, and it sucks to talk about. I'm not trying to sound like a perverted freak in any way on saying fuck them. They got clipped. It's on them. But in a sense, whether it be military or paramilitary, shout out to Spider Co. Should be a sponsor, but not. Like, if the losses can be, and I'm just looking at this from a logistical standpoint, if the losses can be minimized, okay, somebody slipped up, got clipped, whatever it is, it sucks. We love them. But if we go back for them, not only one of us goes, but 3 to 5 more of us goes, and we only have an 8-member team.
So
it's like a roundabout way, but like what there's got to be some kind of equation where it's like, yes, it's a go, or no, we can't, even though it sucks.
Well, like she said, situation dictates. A prime example would be the Green Berets, which not too long ago were in Africa, got split off from their African troops that they were riding with, and it just got ambushed by the ISIS cells that were there. And it was pretty much, hey, either we stay here and we tend to the wounded, or we fucking book it. Or sorry, my bad. It was either we stay here, tend to the wounded, try to fight them off, and all die, or we try to book it. Granted, it was a logistical nightmare. All of them died, but it was in that type of situation, you can't blame it on, but military standards, you cannot blame it on the unit that was there. It was terrible coordination between
air, water, land, fucking everybody back at the fob, fucking drawn on maps and shit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but that's the thing, though, is that in a military industrial complex, to sound like a libertarian on Twitter, there's never one specific person to blame, because you can't feasibly, at least the way that the people look at it, when you're in, and again, having never been even in a military context, let alone a civilian context where we're fighting tyrannical governments or whatever the fuck we're doing, and like it's guerrilla type of shit. There's even if you have a leader, even if you have somebody who's experienced, even if you have a combat military veteran or whatever, the other people that they're leading are not the same. They're built different. They're not used to it. They're not preconditioned to this kind of shit. And they might be into it and experienced in a sense of having equipment, knowing how to use it, imagining these things and thinking about these things preemptively and understanding the severity of them. But like nobody knows how they're going to react in a situation unless you've been in it.
Yeah.
Right. So when fucking phew, and bullets start whizzing and shit's blowing up and people are missing limbs now, like there's not, you can watch all the fucking World War II movies in the world and you're still not prepared for that. So there's got to be, I guess what I'm looking for, and again, you would have better, because you've been trained to do it in some way, shape, or form professionally, opposed to just the regular silly villian. But like, what is, other than just pure mental toughness, which I would argue that anybody could have. It doesn't matter what you've been through. It depends on who you are as a person. But like, what would you say is the best way to condition yourself for the worst possible scenarios, not knowing what you'll face or having ever been there before? Because when shit gets fucked up, it's Murphy's Law in effect completely, and everything is fucked up.
So I guess the one thing that the military does perfectly well is it, like, and this isn't even like a legitimate training tactic. It's essentially just day-to-day living. It's to not.
It's rough.
Yeah, but
it's calloused.
It's not to get excited about good news, and it's not to get excited about, or not to get over emotional about bad news.
It's just the news.
It's literally just fucking numbing yourself, which, again, not a combat vet, never claimed that I was, but just day-to-day living. It's, hey, you got, you got a 24-hour fucking duty. You got 24-hour duty. Oh, all right. Well, fuck my plans. I'm not going to bitch and moan about it. Well, I will while I'm doing it, but I'm not going to fucking,
Embrace the suck.
Yeah. And then, hey, you got a 72. All right, cool. Well, I guess I'm just going to, catch up on some sleep, do some fucking stupid shit. But at the end
just
of
aggressively beat your little dick. There's a porta potty somewhere.
That's right, where they had the furniture and sheets and everything divided.
No, it was the
around
Air
all
Force.
this private space.
He already said that was the Air Force.
That's what he said he had.
But
So
you had furniture and sheets?
Huh?
So the Air Force would have their own room this size.
Oh, right.
He had
And a queen size bed.
Guys.
I was sleeping on a twin for 4 years.
Yeah, but you're like a small dude, so like that was basically a queen. So A-Dub says, take the objective so Uncle Bob's sacrifice isn't in vain. He also says, 1, is the mission salvageable? 2, is the mission time sensitive? 3, is the mission a net gain in terms of disruption of resources captured?
Yeah, so
again, that's all. Situation dictates the tactics. And you can never be prepared for everything. As a prepper myself, and not like a doomsday prepper, but like a legitimate, like, beans, bullets, and band-aids, you got to have them. You got to know how to use them. You got to buy a cheap stack of deep and be prepared for the worst, hope for the best, and plan accordingly. But it's a different dichotomy when you're looking at it from a civilian perspective against a tyrannical government or an invading force, as opposed to a professionally, because I can't, as terribly tactical, as much as I'd like to, I can't just fucking call in an airstrike. So it's a different dynamic, as it were. But when it comes down to it, as far as like whether you're fighting in the woods, the jungle, a city, whatever it may be, I feel like, because I was just watching videos on Twitter of the Myanmar rebels that are out there with fucking stolen AKs and 3D printed guns and fucking motherfuckers up, dude. Mm-hmm. And the same thing happened. People don't want to admit it, but we lost Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
We lost Vietnam like a motherfucker. And people don't want to admit it. And I get it, dude. A lot of people died that didn't deserve to die because they were good, wholesome people that were there for a reason that they thought they were there for, and they were going to die for it, and they did. And it sucks. But that goes to show you that guerrilla warfare and doing shit on your own, you know the land, you know the layout of the land, you've got preemptive strikes in the sense of you can catch people off guard because they are invaders into your territory. Like, there's a lot that goes into it that you can be successful if you have the will, mm-hmm. which I see. Again, it goes back to the fucking mouth breathers we see in the fucking gun shop, is they don't even have the will to not comply, let alone, I say it all the time, I go to iGold, we go to iGold every fucking year, which is Illinois Gun Owners Lobbying Day, and we march on the Capitol and we fight for gun rights, and then we go in there to the Capitol building and try and talk to our fucking representatives, which are always at lunch, or they're in a meeting, or they're in a session, and then we go to the session chambers and they're not there, and it's like a whole fucking, they just fuck with you because they don't care and they don't want to hear it. But God forbid they did, or we made them listen. maybe it'd be a different thing. But either way, like the idea is that you concentrate so much effort into one thing, hoping it makes a difference, whether it does or not. And one could argue there's how many wars have been fought that were in the vein of freedom, but were really for our dick's bigger than yours. We're taking your oil. We're covering something up. It's a money laundering scheme, which is much what Ukraine versus Russia is. It's a money laundering scheme. The camera just went out conveniently again.
Nice.
but it really is.
They never cut the audio though.
No, they don't, which is nice.
Yeah.
But it's because the visual helps display how important the situation may be. But like, there's
really what it is I'm taking screenshots trying to get a good picture of my
Right.
face every time.
right.
That's
Well,
the
they
scary
already.
camera. There's plenty of video out there already.
But either way, so the idea that, of course, back to pure simple tactics, the tactics or the situation always dictates the tactics. If you're in a rubber boat, point your shit up. If you're in a helicopter, point your shit down, right? But stateside, American infrastructure and utility security is weak as fuck. And remember, the interstate system was designed for transpo of military assets, plan accordingly. So you have to expect checkpoints. But if you cut the power and there's no more streetlights,
Well,
so
you're also forgetting, like, there is a contingency plan for every, like,
to a point,
yes. I mean, granted,
there's only so many generators that are operational.
And also, I can't verify this. I can't, but every base has a backup, has some backup alternative to power. And
Probably nuclear in nature,
most likely,
most efficient.
I can't give you 110% details, but like A-Dubs was saying, troop transpo, expect checkpoints. But the thing is like going back to even guerrilla warfare. For a hot minute, that's what MACV was, is just learning guerrilla tactics and being efficient at guerrilla tactics, and being in and out of an objective fast, striking fast, striking hard, and exfilling as quick as possible. And then another thing too is just let's face facts. Guerrilla tactics are being implemented into your standard military tactics today. But at the end of the day, guerrilla tactics are going to work better than your conventional military.
Yep.
Because
the thing is, the conventional military is going to be working in the vein of mission. They're going for a goal. They have a purpose to be there. And sitting around in a fucking bush ain't their purpose.
Yeah.
Guerrilla tactics don't work very well kicking in a door. You kind of give away your position. And who knows what's behind that door, because that's the guerrilla tactics, fucking sitting in the corner waiting on their asses. Because a lot of the issue of why there were so many fucking casualties and the fucking stands and everything when they are going through fucking towns, kicking in doors, each door checking the whole house. And, like, you have to realize how inefficient that is.
Mm-hmm.
But also, what other option do they have?
Yeah, because, I mean, it's either, you skip 5 or 6 houses and, you've just let's say, a company-sized element, enemy element, just lit. Like,
each one of those houses could have fucking 20 men inside.
Yeah.
You don't know.
So
and some did. So it's...
And another thing that, like, progressively got worse is just the booby trapping in itself. Because I think one of my SOI instructors or MCT instructors, he was telling me that the battalion that went into a city before him, they were clearing houses. And instead of going through the front door, they breached through a adjoining wall.
Mm.
And they used a very small C4 charge.
Yeah.
And, they backed up... prep for breach, and when the breach charge went off, the whole fucking building went up, because what they had done is they whoever was inhabiting that town, I can't remember if it was ISIS or Taliban, they had picked out the clay from the inside and stuffed it with composite B.
Well, it's like you even see, I've seen in a few clips from Ukraine, if you are to believe anything that's there, of Russian soldiers going into the houses, clearing houses and shit. But they've been pulling pins on grenades, stuff it into a glass, put it in the cabinet, tied off to the fucking door. You open the cabinet, that shit drops off onto the fucking floor, breaks the glass, now you got a live nade on the ground. You know?
Yeah.
Simple shit like that. And it's fucking, like that, you got a fucking team down.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep.
It's fucking, you gotta what? There's a lot of interesting things.
What?
Then we got the Unabomber walking in. Which is what the fucking screenshot that they posted in the fucking news article or whatever the fuck.
Who's that?
The fucking
of me?
the forest moms. It's like, yeah, and of course fucking TT's over here on the side looking like the fucking Unabomber.
Just looking like myself, dude. For no reason, dude. I'm famous in Colorado.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't even understand.
It's funny.
There's liberal journalists in Colorado that are mad that I exist. There's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. You wouldn't believe. It's crazy. And you wouldn't even believe. It runs deeper than you think, which is funny. And that's also why I'm glad that you're a part of this. Because you're guilty by a situation. You're guilty by association now.
You're guilty by a situation.
Right. You're guilty because of the situation. But also, I do value Bed here is a motherfucker that I would take on the Boog team with me. Regardless. Just because this motherfucker, he has good work ethic. He's honest. He wouldn't. It's the Polish in him. But like he's a hard worker. He's on, and I'm serious. I'm speaking from the heart. He's a hard worker. He's honest. He's very polite and cordial.
Yeah,
See,
damn.
this is the type of shit that I'm the fuck you, dude. Where is the van, bro? Where is the fucking van, dude? Because I want to say hello at this point.
It's probably in the driveway.
No, they're not
Wouldn't be
that bold.
bold.
Right. Right. Exactly. But yeah, the idea.
Maybe
This
not
is a
bold.
solid dude. This is what I want to encourage is all of y'all out there, which if you're tuned into this, not that we're anything special, but if you're tuned into this, you're probably a solid dude or at least on your way to be one, right? In some way, shape, or form. You obviously understand what the fuck is going on or what can be going on. You're in somewhat of the mind state of being prepared to handle that in one way, shape, or form or another. Surround yourself probably with other like-minded individuals that are also actually down for the cause. Because the problem is, like I was getting at with the iGold thing, is we go there. It's 1 day a year. 1 day a year, bro. It's damn near on the same day every year. It's on a Wednesday every year. Which sucks because most
Wednesday in
contributing
March.
members of society have to go to work throughout the week. But that being said, if you have enough notice, you should be easily able to take off 1 day a year.
Yeah.
To fight for something that is quite literally the most immensely important thing to life and liberty, being the only means you have to defend it. Such as the Second Amendment, of course. And obviously we've been massively attacked in that aspect in Illinois since forever, but especially since January 10th of 2023. And out of the 3 to 4 million gun owners in Illinois, we had 1,000 people or less show up to physically be in person and fight for their rights. So my concern is that we can't get 1,000 motherfuckers to hold a fucking picket sign So what the fuck do you think is going to happen when this situation calls that you hold a fucking long gun? We're going to get a third at best. So we got fucking 300 people with a long, which 300 people that know what the fuck they're doing with a long gun is a fierce fighting force. But when the fucking government has tax dollars supplied MRAPs and drones and fucking heat-seeking missiles and everything the fuck else they got, is that enough? One could argue back in the day, it took 3% of the population, and not even concurrently, it was a couple here, a couple there, whatever the fuck it was, to disrupt the entire situation, and that's how we won. Do we have that now? In theory, we have more, because of the mass influx of firearms purchasers. But you know as well as I do, and I work there full time. He's there a couple days out of the week, and you still see it.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking cuckery and the fuddery and the bullshit that takes place. And that is the majority of it. There's a few, the regulars are pretty squared away. There's some fucking based-ass customers that come in, which is now a term of domestic terrorism. Which, call me what you want, motherfucker. I'll be that. But there's certain people that are cool, they're squared, they're based, it's whatever, like they're on the same page. But a majority, which is very discouraging to me, and I never let it get to the point where like I'm ever gonna like just give up. But like it makes me realize how vulnerable of a situation it is, because there is, in my opinion, far too many people. I mean, any one person is far too many people, in my opinion. But just statistically, there's going to be some cuck-ass bitches out there from time to time. But, like, the fact that for motherfuckers, the past, 3-4 years, the entire world has the scamdemic perpetrated upon them, and you motherfuckers just banned. They literally had FEMA cars and private fucking internment camps for people in Australia, because they had the scamdemic, which was released upon them by the fucking government, the New World Order, the One World Government. It's all the same. America is probably mostly in control just because of the money and the military force that we possess. But at the same time, we see things taking place that are devaluing our dollar. Everybody is switching over to other currencies or going back to, because what is our dollar based on? Gold? No. Oil? No. We get it from all the other countries. We have nothing but debt. Is all America has. There is no fucking gold in Fort Knox. They fucking took all that shit and fucking sold it or stashed it away somewhere for themselves. We have nothing but perhaps the best fighting force. That being said, though, you need more than that. Everything is outsourced these days. Everything is fucking made in China. I do truly think that they do have the fucking switch button for everybody's fucking Holo-Sun, dude. Because eventually, whether that means it's an EMP or it's a whatever, or they actually have it built into the optics themselves because China is communist bastards. And I own plenty of Holo-Sun products myself, and I'm just being joking in the manner of fact talking about such a situation, but I wouldn't put it past them. The idea that there's so many things out of your own control that there potentially could be only so much you can do, and only so much that you can do is predicated on the fact that it's just almost at that point out of spite, because it's not going to win the war, but you're going to take a couple of them with you. As far as the fighting spirit that's instilled as a U.S. service member, is there anything that correlates to that where, hey, we know we're all going to die, but we're going to fight our hardest until we do? Like, what do you do? Do you fucking dig in? Or do you get it over quick? Do you go balls to the wall and do some Rambo shit? Or do you try and just stall it for as long as possible to either waste resources on one side or another, or potentially make it out with your life when reinforcements show up, but maybe they never do? Like, what is if it's the fucking Alamo? What is the SOP?
So Alamo situation. Well, I'll let you know right now. Rambo shit will get you killed.
Duh. Unless you're Rambo.
Oh yeah, unless you're fucking John Rambo.
I do have a mullet. Like there is a correlation. I'm not saying it equals causation, but statistically speaking. But either way. No.
So I guess standard SOP would be hold out that position, but if casualties and resources are running thin, it's going to be a tactical retreat. It's basically pushing back towards the supply lines to...
Right, but they're miles away, let's say. Like, there is no hope in sight.
So, yeah, so let's say that we are...
Civilians, depending on how you do it, and we'd all love to reenact the Wolverines, right? Red Dawn, right? We've got it all set up. There's about 18 of us, and we're just taking on everybody. So let's say we don't have that. All hope is lost, but we're gonna make them remember us. What do you do, knowing you're gonna die? And I only ask these things because, again, I've never served. I've never been through boot camp. I've never been through any type of FTX in a governmental, professor-sized
fucking bush and rat in the asses that come through the front door.
He's leg meta everybody, dude. Everybody's got a femoral artery wound. They'll bleed out quick, though. Well, like, and I'm not trying to sound extreme or whatever, but and hopefully you understand where I'm coming from. And I might not be expressing myself properly, but like the idea that there is, because again, there are stories of people in those situations that have made it out.
Yeah.
By the skin of their teeth or whatever the fuck. And obviously that's everybody's hope. But there comes a point in certain situations, I would imagine, that like the hope is fleeting and it's more of a spiteful nature that you're engaging in other human beings. So where do you know that it's just going to be it's totaled?
So I will start off by saying this. Thought process number 1, get it through your head. Nobody is coming.
Everybody dies. Nobody makes it off this rock alive.
So I think the biggest lie that anybody has ever heard is 30 seconds out.
Yeah.
That usually means either 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, God knows how long.
It's almost like black people time. This would be more equivalent if G.O.A was here.
Yeah.
But that is a thing.
Yeah. So
it's also the same as Brazilian people time, which nobody but me in this room would understand. But Brazilian people time, very similar, if not worse than black people time. I'll tell you that. Personal experience.
Yeah. But yeah, pretty much 30 seconds out means that
30 seconds to Mars, dude. Jared Leto.
That's who's more like
just getting fucked. That guy.
TT.
It was the worst joke. Hey, I'm fashionably late. This is my show, not this, but
just Tuesday. I'll be on in a few minutes for fucking some Target. An hour.
First
later.
of all, I gotta come home. First of all, there's traffic. I get out late
work
because there's a. First of all,
it was Tuesday.
That's because I am still working, motherfucker. Because I'm
And
producing
you're
the best mediocre.
Hey, Tarkin, when are you getting on? What's going on? And an hour later, after I said,
because
I'll be on
when I text you to Tark and you're like, "Oh, I got baby and wife shit to deal with," it's usually 11 o'clock that you get on. So I was like, "All right, I got a little bit of time," so I started doing something. Dude, God forbid I do a couple YouTube reviews.
Say, I'll be on in a few minutes. How many minutes is a few minutes?
5 to 7.
I would say like 5 to 10.
Yeah.
It was like 45 minutes. Yeah, it was like 45 minutes.
It was like an hour.
Which, if you think about it,
I waited a half an hour, just in my stash and shit, fucking around, waiting for it.
Don't listen.
Then I ran a scav run for 20
Time
minutes.
is a man-made construct, and he has a false sensitivity of it all.
Sold all my shit and continued waiting for him to get on. I had another scav ready by the time he got back.
He's got really high scav karma. It's like 5 minutes.
15.
But like the idea is that, listen, I come home from work And sometimes we're in there till last minute because there's a bunch of fucking mouth breathing ass motherfuckers. And then I have to come in the house, fucking whatever, fucking take the backpack off and the fucking whatever. And I still got the gun. But, which you should always still have the gun.
How about I-Gold when we were supposed to be heading out at 7 and you showed up at fucking like 7:40?
We still made it there, motherfucker, early. Because pedal to the metal in that Chevrolet Colorado got more horsepower and torque than a Galdang Tornado, and don't you forget it. But either way, the idea of it all is that no matter how late it's kind of like Hank Williams and his cooking. No matter how long, and you wouldn't know, one of these days you might have the blessing of experiencing. We'll go to Hank Williams' house. He cooks for us, and he's the best cook I've ever experienced in my life. No matter what he makes, it's the best version of it, period. But the magic of it all is that we'll go there at 5:00 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
The food will be cooking from that point or shortly thereafter. We don't eat until 1:00 in the morning because we're well drunken, hanging out, telling stories of olden past and whatever the fuck. And by the time we actually are like, oh, we should probably drink or fucking eat a little bit or whatever the fuck, it should have been literally charcoal, compressed diamonds over time with the way, and completely dry and flavorless. It's the most delicious meal, perfectly cooked, whether it takes a long time to cook or not a long time to cook. But every time it takes a really long time to cook. I don't know the math on it.
He literally had pork chops on the grill for 6 hours.
And they were perfect.
Entirely 100% time was 6 hours on the grill cooking.
Perfect.
Most delicious pork chops I've ever had.
Ever. Moist. Flavorful.
Makes
fat
sense.
rendered. Perfect.
I still don't know what the fuck he does to his corned beef, bro.
You're never going to replicate it.
I got close, in my opinion.
I don't believe it. That's a biased opinion, I would argue.
And still nowhere near it.
I don't think you could ever. I think you're stealing valor by saying that even.
It was close. It was almost there, but not quite. I swear it's fucking black magic, bro. I don't got no other explanation for it.
The kind of magic is outlawed in the South. I'll have you know, there's no Chris Angels just walking around. You look like his brother. What are you laughing at? He's doing the little thing where he stands on his tippy toes and it looks like he's levitating right now. But so I don't know how we got this derailed, bro, but there was a train accident somewhere, probably in Ohio, where they fucking perpetrated chemical warfare upon their own
people. They got being in Japan and shit.
Right. I would like to know. So to run it all back, you started in. Also, are you getting paid by the hour to babysit? Because it's time and a half at this point.
Oh my God.
Do you want me to drink this one for you? This has a little bit of old what's names in there. I just don't want to get the herpetogonosyphilis because you know what? As much as I'd like to, I don't want to treat STDs like Pokemon and catch them all. So the fucking he's got to drive the Hyundai home. That's why his baby's in. But the fucking he never made it to E5. What did you graduate out of the military as?
So getting out, I was an E4 corporal.
Okay.
So by I think Army standards, that would either also be a corporal or a specialist. Navy standards, I think you're starting to get.
What did you qualify as far as marksman?
Expert for 3 years running. Last year I got fucked.
That's like a C+.
No, that's an A+.
No, because
you have expert, you have marksman, and then you have sharpshooter.
Yeah, so you're on the bottom rung if you qualified marksman.
No, sharpshooter.
Oh, it goes the opposite way.
Yes.
Okay. Because it sounds like if a marksman is, to me, it sounds more average than a sharpshooter. A sharpshooter sounds like that's the sniper.
So, do you want to know the lore and the history of these three?
Okay.
So, a sharpshooter basically means that you can take accurate pot shots. So,
420.
So it basically means like
it's 428.
It is, or it was.
Yeah, it's 421.
Yeah, now it is. Fuck you guys on 421, dude. 420 for life.
Well, it was Stevie's birthday.
On 420s? Fuck yeah,
And
dude.
Hitler, too.
Based. Shout out
Yeah,
to Steve.
bro,
We're fucked again, dude. What the fuck, dude? We can't talk about nothing. Lucy's got some splaining to do, dude. I'll tell
It's
you what.
fucking names behind.
How many vapes you got, dude?
2.
So, you want this one? Come on.
No, I'm kidding.
Come on.
No propagandist plays for this boy.
Nah, you'd be all right.
But the lore and history of sharpshooter, basically like semi-accurate pot shots. Like I can get them within like a 5 to 10 foot radius of you. Marksman basically means that I can.
At what distance is it a 5 to 10 foot radius? Because if it's fucking 100 yards, go home.
Hey, some people qual that. All right.
Who quals that? What is the actual qual?
So by the old standards, they updated.
You're 10 feet in. You're all right. You would have scared him to death. What? That's what that sounds like to me.
Pretty much. And then
You're a chef. That's what that is.
No, they're still
goddamn
out there
cook.
shooting, dude. Very high compliment, my pards. Much thanks. He said, "Hank, I didn't even know he was still out there. I was just speaking from the heart, dude."
It's just the truth.
Saw an anti-gun rally at the Illinois Capitol today. Maybe 24 people. News coverage by all Chicago networks. Even though our numbers are dismal for iGold, we get no coverage at all. Yeah, dude, they get fucking 12 people out there. We get 1,200, and like, there's nobody but me and fucking Bishop on Air, which is not even a gun channel. He's just a news channel that is a little bit more freedom oriented. And shout out to him if you're not tuned in. Make sure you subscribe. But and again, this goes back to the previous thing. And again, I am a nothing fucking nobody from fuck ass nowhere. I am surprised I've made it this far. And I'm just getting started, but probably not going anywhere. Like, who the fuck in Illinois can we support that has a voice that people actually fucking listen to, that could do some good and actually cares about the shit? Because I don't think there's anybody. And I'm not trying to be the one, but I'll tell you who the fuck sure is not the one. It's fucking Freedom Steel, old Todd Vandermites. Fucking, I'm an NRA contract lobbyist, and you know what? Let me tell you about the 1022. That's not... You go fucking hit up Guns and Gadgets for a collab video, bro. And I'm not even trying to hate, but that's what I'm saying, though, is who... Because not that I think I'm right, but I think and more than a lot of... There's definitely motherfuckers out there that are doing it and telling it like it is. Shout out Cokeman 2423. But
It's fucking nuts.
he don't give a fuck. Do you know about Cokeman 2423?
It's been pretty quiet recently.
Well, it's
Ever
because
since
he's
got
gotten
in
his
his
shit.
house in the one fucking live stream, dude. You know,
They did raid him, I think. Somebody got raided. The DNR or somebody showed up where they were shooting.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a post about that.
Yeah.
But the
So was it
fucking...
because we found his house on Google Maps the one day.
Did we?
I don't know.
It might have.
We claimed to.
There was a
It
meth
seemed
lab
it would
out
have been
back.
his house.
But either way, Cokeman 2423 knows how to work a D-cell mag light. I'll tell you that. And then two,
He also knows how to rig shit.
discharges multiple firearms inside of a residential area
as an inside of the residence.
of his own area. But just like
His
For
stats,
science.
phone books and
for
stuff.
science, though, he's doing what the people need him to
Well, he
do.
gets a couple ricochets out of there. It's fucking-
Right, you just
and he
hope
enjoys
that you're not
just pissing
standing
on
in the
guns
right.
for no reason.
There is a weird thing about the piss on guns. They throw all their cool, high-end, expensive guns in the toilet and then piss on them. I don't know what the equivalence is. I think it's a flex on like, hey, I don't care. Like, you're a pleb. Like, this is not a safe queen. But I don't know that it needs to be taken that far.
Yeah.
You know, you could drop it or something.
Yeah.
And you know,
But-
we added him to the Discord. And he was supposed
I
to
thought he
be
was
with
going to
us.
cause more of a ruckus than he
I know,
has.
for real.
Cokeman
We've been doing
2423,
nothing
where the
with
fuck have you been
Like,
at?
if
I was
anything,
hoping
Discord is
that
the
we get
place to cause
more
a ruckus,
clout
you know?
from having Cokeman 2423 in the Discord, but he's just not that active,
No,
dude.
he's not.
but he is active.
He was supposed to be gaming with us too, you know.
With
he
what?
Never showed up. He's got a computer.
He tarks.
That's what he was saying.
If we don't get I don't know that we could stream on Twitch playing with Coke Man 2423 because we don't have a soundboard and I'm not telepathic.
No
he might pull a Kevin. That's the thing too. You might think it's sweet. You gave him the pass. He's used it far more than you know.
Oh,
he's a gamer.
Cameras out.
See, this is what I'm talking about, dude.
He hasn't pulled a Kevin in a while.
Well, that's because
On stream, at least.
we've indoctrinated him enough to fucking know that he shouldn't. But like, I'm over here Twitch streaming. Not that anybody's watching, but like, if I'm gaming, I might as well be Twitch streaming. Yeah. Shout out to the McNoodles or the McDoodles or the whoever the fuck. Remember, I showed you the bitch that played "What's My Age Again" on the Ocarina of Time, my dude, or were you not there for that?
I don't think I was there for that.
Run it back. It's literally, I didn't know it was an actual instrument, dude. They have actual Ocarina of Times. Yeah. I had no idea. So look at it through my eyes. I have no idea.
So amazed.
I have no idea. And I was a couple beverages deep, but I had no idea.
Maybe a half of one at the point where we found her.
Yeah, but by the time that she actually fucking responded to the request, it was like 3 hours later, and I couldn't even comment because I was logged out. It was a whole thing. But we got this random Twitch bitch to play "What's My Age Again?" Or no, "I Miss You" from Blink-182 on the fucking Ocarina of Time. And I swear to you, in front of God and everybody, it was the most authentic rendition of "I Miss You" from Blink-182 that could have ever been played on any fucking instrument, let alone the fucking Ocarina of Time, dude. And it literally, Twitch history, I would argue. And nobody, do you have it saved? Can we pull it up? Can we pull it up? We're revisiting old pods. It's impressive, dude. I'm telling, for real. And like, I did not expect much going into it, but the idea that everything, I think, what did I give her? $5 for a song? She was assimilating. I did. I paid $5 to hear it. Give me the keys, dude. Because I couldn't type. Because I have 2 Twitch accounts, and one of them I got locked out of.
Yeah. And her Twitch stream, the comments are locked only verified.
Right, and I couldn't verify my account because I was locked out of it. But it let me give her $5, but I couldn't fucking
It let him sub to her fucking Twitch,
right,
without being verified, but he couldn't comment because it wasn't verified.
Because it turns out simping is easy. It's not.
So
it's not.
I had to go on my account into the comms and respond. And luckily, he is terribly tactical. I am tactical skills, so she believed me when I said, "Hey, terribly tactical is my buddy. He can't comment because he's not verified, but he wants to play this song." Because the thing is, with the sub, you got to make the request.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, because like both videos are like coming through the headset. Right?
So with the sub, he got to make a song request. That was a preferred request on her stream.
I gave her, and I didn't even pay for it.
No,
it was a Twitch. Sub. It was a Twitch like Prime because I have Amazon Prime or whatever the fuck. Like you get one for free. But listen, dude, like for real, impressive. I thought she was going to play it on the sax. She's multi-talented. And I don't know how much of a Blink-182 fan you are, but this is one of the songs that molded my childhood. So to hear it on the Ocarina of Time, which also molded my childhood.
I'm so sorry.
Listen. It's majestic as fuck. It's me in the background. Just off key. Ruining it, but she is fire. She knows how to play that Ocarina of Time. Just fire, dude. I didn't even know that this instrument existed outside of Zelda. And then I found out it did, and I requested a song, and it was perfect, dude. That's what I'm feeling. Like, for real, dude. I'm still amazed to this day that motherfuckers, A, play an Ocarina of Time, but then can assimilate that to other... I didn't even know the Ocarina of Time was an option, but once I did...
Oh shit, we lost Cam now.
How many people are still even up and awake?
What?
How many people are still even up and awake?
Fucking not enough.
What? There's 8 people.
Eight
Text
watching
Bullington
there.
says he just woke up, dude. The third eye, dude. Says I nod off, wake up every once in a while. Quality. Is that 2 people?
3 hours and 20 minutes.
Does that say 2 people or 4 people? 7 people?
7 people on there.
No, but for real though. Like it was shout out to the McNoodles or the McDoodles or whatever the fuck her name is. But like that, it was very impressive. It was very impressive to me. And that's the type of content.
We sat there for 2
It's
hours.
good, wholesome
Trying to
content.
wait for her to fucking...
It was worth it to me.
Like, that was towards the beginning of the actual podcast that we put out there.
Mm-hmm.
There was an hour and a half before that.
Jesus
That was recorded.
Christ.
And probably at least 45 minutes before that we were trying to figure this out that wasn't recorded.
It's not my fault they logged me out, dude.
It was almost 3 hours to fucking... It is your fault that you didn't remember the goddamn password.
Listen, Ocarina of Time, Blink-182, that's a win-win for me. So, either way. So, tell us about Japan.
For the 6th
Now that
time.
we're speaking about Ocarinas of Time.
Yeah,
So
so
does Nintendo. You know, it correlates.
I actually
Right.
did get to go see like their
That's sick because as much as fuck Pokemon and fucking all that, Nintendo, at least in my generation, which unfortunately I am a millennial, but I don't account for those people,
Fucking millennials.
they ruined this country. But the fucking...
You damn sure did.
What do you mean you, motherfucker? I'm actively trying to make it better.
That's because you ruined it. Of course you would.
Well, that's why I throw the blame. I'm diverting the attention. But like Zelda, Mario, Pokemon, fucking Gundam Wing, Dragon Ball Z. Like we had in the 90s, bro. It was literally after the 90s, I think everything went downhill.
I would say after 2005.
What the fuck happened in 2005 that you're so hopeful for?
The fucking generational gap, because I don't think anyone from like 2000 till 2005 had kids. So like there's like a legitimate gap of like people who literally do not know anything about the 2000, like early 2000s, early 2010s. Like all they know is TikTok and Vine and other stupid shit.
Which those are the Zoomers? Or what generation is that?
So
Because it's the one after Millennials?
no, so
Or it's
Zoomers.
the second one after Millennials?
So Zoomers, I think, would be fucking 98 to like 2002.
Damn.
Because think of,
Imagine just
I'm
having a
zooming.
case of the Zoomies, dude. You're out there with fucking Jinko jeans at Spencer's right now,
no,
which is a predecessor to
because
Zoomies.
like legitimate, or I would even say like as much as like 96. Because think about it, like anybody.
You weren't even born in 96, motherfucker.
Thanks for doxing me, Doug. You were
Well,
barely born in
honestly, I don't know. I
2005.
was just throwing out numbers. You docked yourself.
But
We did mention he's young.
He was a 97, baby.
But-
look it up in the government files. It's public access.
but like legit, like
His name's Bed. That's his full name. It's just BED. There's 3 syllables.
but like no, but like going back to my point,
Punisher
like
out here.
legitimately,
Shout out to the pun, dude. That's big pun, dude. But on the little variety. He's a medium-sized pun.
Gotcha.
He got excited, dude, because of his heritage.
Oh,
I also have respect for big puns, so shut up. But yeah.
But like going back to my point, like legitimately think about it. Like anybody
He's
who's
the tip of the spear.
I'm sorry. Can I?
I'm sorry, listen, I'm doing it intentionally to razzle you. You're doing a very good job of fucking. He does have the autistic memory. I can't do it, but you do. You screenshot that shit.
Quick save.
Circle back to it like Jen Psaki. I can't do it. I'm like, what? I never said that. But I'm sorry. Go on.
30 seconds later.
But
Maybe 45.
Literally, like legitimately think about it. Anybody who was born like 95, 96, they did have like the good childhood of the 90s, or like at least
the best of the 90s was early 90s because it was old 80s. My opinion.
But they had like the remainder of the 80s and the 90s.
You got memories before 96.
Who?
You.
Fuck you talking about, Willis? I got pictures of me as a baby. I was a Gerber baby, bitch, by the way. Fucking look that shit up. And I was a Johnson & Johnson baby. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I used to be cute. See? The government's trying to hide the story, dude. It's a real thing, dude. They're doxing me, dude. Or anti-doxing me. Or what are they doing?
They're keeping you from doxing
They're
yourself.
keeping me from
People to look
doxing
you up and
myself.
shit.
I'm telling you what, you can find my cute baby ass on a couple of fucking Johnson & Johnson posters with the fucking little what do they call those
got
things?
him hung up in his closet.
The little tubs, the
Got
little
some candles
fucking
and shit.
steel tubs that you'd like bathe a baby in or whatever.
What the fuck?
It's like like a steel, like you would have like laying around. I forget what they're called, but it's like a tub, dude. It almost looks like a trough that like a horse would drink out of, but like much smaller. It's for like washing a baby in olden times.
Oh,
So it was like a baby bath.
And shit.
yeah, I guess just a wash tub.
Yeah, but it was like this
They
big.
get the little fucking
It was only for
ringing
babies.
thing, the fucking thing with the fucking ribs. So you can wash the.
No,
clothes on
dude,
and
it was
shit
not
too,
a
dude.
3-in-1 fucking baby enclosed washing extravaganza, dude. And we were not
I thought you
down
threw
by
the
the
washing
river.
machine. It's fine.
He's yawning way too much for somebody wearing plaid, which is what scares me.
Oh, man.
We got him.
Listen, dude, you got yourself because they might kill us, but you're not making it out alive. I'll tell you that. That would have been a hip shot, headshot, dude. Bars for one, and two, either
He
way.
even disarmed himself, bro.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Because this is just a ploy. Either way.
Be careful if you see him leaning forward or downwards, you know.
Say goodbye to your Nazi sympathizing balls. Try Gleason.
Try Gleason. Arrivederci. Or whatever. You know? Let's hear it. Gorlami. See, it's more convincing when you say that. Just on the account of the fact. Right. This isn't even wet, dude.
It's fucking soaked into it, dude.
Touch it. It's literally drier than your fucking personality.
No, I can feel the fucking
let me feel
moisture
your
in the
moistness. Because this
the fucking top of it. That fucking sunk into the shit. It's literally just the fucking tip of the shit that fucking touched into it. I'm not putting that back on the mic right now. I'm gonna go fucking wash it off, let it dry out entirely and shit.
it's literally touch that and see if you find any moisture anywhere, because I'm not, and that's usually the response I get from women. But
It's dry as fuck.
self-deprecation, dude. That's what the comedy is all about. But seriously, is that not the driest thing you've ever touched?
Yeah. I can think of
He's
some
gonna
things.
say that because he's biased, but like for real, like this, there's no. Oh, it blows up. It just short circs for no reason.
It's 1980 to 94, Generation Z, 95 to 2012. Whoa. Don't lump us in with them fucking shitheads.
Who?
Huh?
Who?
Anybody born after 95 with the fucking early 2010s?
It's kind of the same people though, because listen,
Fuck no.
if you were born in 1995,
Mm-hmm.
you were 10 years old in 2010,
Uh-huh.
which
What?
at 10 years
Wait,
old,
what the
wait,
fuck is that math?
wait, hold on,
2005?
1995. No, I said 1995.
Yes.
Yes, so you would
So
have
if
been
you when you were
15.
10,
Right. Okay. Right.
it was 2005.
I've had a whole thing of Gumball Head, and 2
5
of these so
Gumball
far.
Heads.
All right, Williams.
Give
thank
me
you.
a fucking Paps, dude. I'm sick of the fucking bullshit. Fuck it, you ain't drinking them. I might as well.
Well, I don't want to
Do
have
I,
to
hold
piss
on.
every fucking
If I
30
drink
seconds.
this,
Huh?
do I automatically get hired at Starbucks? What happens when I do this?
You just become Whiskey Tango.
Foxtrot?
White trash.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
what? Piss
that's
every
not
5
much of a
minutes?
transformation.
You have pissed the most tonight.
You have,
Still.
honestly. And it's
No,
a little
that's what I'm
suspect.
saying. Is like he's like, oh, why aren't you drinking the beers? It's like because
He's
like
got weak kidneys.
no, it's because I drank that fucking cranberry juice.
Are you trying to pass like an STD?
Oh no, I just drink it for the kidney health.
The kidney health. Imagine being concerned about your kidney health, dude.
Hey, when you're
I'm an
God
adult,
damn.
dude. Fuck my kidneys. That's a multi-layered joke. It's almost like a double entendre they talk about in rap because, like, I'm an adult and they're my kidneys. Bars. See, they don't want you to know that, like, your liver will last forever if you just
well with enough funds and
Hydration.
resources
listen.
and enough liver transplants and donors, you're good.
I have sharp knives.
Or just
We can have as
drink
many
water.
organ transplants as we need because we're going to keep them on ice. She's as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice our love. Fire. Exactly, dude. He's the backup singer. But yeah, dude, the H. Wills dude says, well, Pards, I think I'm going to have to sign off for the night. It's time for me to hit the hay. Great to visit with y'all. Likewise, brother. So stop by for supper anytime. Bring your new friend. I have a lot of victuals here. I'll tell you what, dude, the victuals that the Hank Williams produces, they're like none other. We've talked about it previously, but like you do have to, you have to experience it for yourself. I can't put into words the magic that is.
You know, I don't think I've still had a H. Williams steak.
You're missing out on life. They're like this big.
Every time I've been there, it's been something else.
It's because you're not worth it. But
It's
only
still
for the
fucking
prime.
delicious.
I get the red carp because I'm
Yeah.
like, share, comment, subscribe. You're just like he's like the Jamie to my Joe Rogan.
Mm.
He's there. He contributes.
Hold on, please. Let me get the mic real quick.
Give him the mic. Jamie, pull that picture up real quick. You have to be like just fresh out of an ice bath, and then also pretentious in the way that you look off camera for that to work.
Jamie,
I believe it already.
can you pull that picture up?
I believe it. See, that's more realistic, dude. The hesitation, dude, which always leads to devastation.
But when I grab the mic, soft, soothing voices clasp your cup of tea. This episode of the morning show here on the Shooting the Poop podcast. Turtlenecks are involved. It's okay if you don't have one.
Stretchy pants and Vespas.
Stretchy pants and Vespas. I didn't even think about the Vespa aspect of all that. But when you also combine that with motorized scooters, but of the electric variety, I think we have a winning combination overall. We're here to make a difference in America, people. Just do as we say and as we do. And I know that's a conflict of interest for most people, their health, their sanity, and their financial situation. But trust us.
That's good advice, I think. Non-threateningly
Threateningly.
speaking.
One candlelit dinner in the center of Rome at a time.
One candlelit. Listen, we got 3 eyes wide shut in this scenario. Okay, we're releasing the documents that have not even been written yet. This is where we're at with it. So, and the people know this. The people are prepared and ready. The people, if you were to be in the room with the people in the comment section, you'd be far more uncomfortable.
I don't think so.
No, you would. Because we are. This is like, But yeah, other than Hank Williams is pretty solid. And Tempted Adverse and the Cult of Athena, good to go. Everyone else, A-Dubs, Rusty Shackelford, fucking
Punisher.
first one shot. Wind Model's chill. Wind Model, I'll give the pass. Other than his love for Dodge products, I think Chevy Gang or Die. But either way, we can give him a pass because he's cool.
At least
But
it's not
pretty
like
much
that.
everyone else in the comments section, other than the ones previously mentioned, were dying or going to jail.
Pretty much.
And that's
Potentially a
mil-spec
combination of the
standard
two.
issue.
Good to know.
Yeah. But as the kids would say, and I don't necessarily agree with this because I like the longevity of the situation preferably,
It is what it is.
but it's almost at a we're here for a good time, not a long time proposition. So, because that's what I want to, and I don't want to drag this out. And I don't know how long we've been going. I'm chilling, having a good time. Scales had to spill over all over my mic and my guitar. I didn't like that too much, but we'll let it slide because it was live. But the idea, I didn't even spill out the guitar, by the way. Just you don't have to wipe it off. It's cool. It took everything in his body to be able to wink at me. That was
Just fuck.
was
Are
an
you
eye
sure?
joke. But the fucking what is, and this is not a come at you, giggity, but I feel like perhaps because of your involvement in the quote unquote governmental system, I feel like, and for good reason, because you've met, I'm sure, excellent people through doing that. And those are not the people that necessarily represent the evil that we see in government, right? But from your opinion, seeing everything that's happened in the world from a military member's perspective, and at least during active times, potentially having to respond to such things in one way, shape, or form or another. As far as like the end of the world, apocalypse, shit is getting too crazy and everything is just out for grabs. Everything's a shit show. Everything's a free for for almost on command. Like where do you think we're at in the scheme of things, as opposed to, and I don't know how much of a religious man you are, and it's cool if you're not in the least bit, but like as far as the book of Revelations, which we're all familiar with, whether we're religious or not, the end times, as it were, how close do you think we are? Because shit in the world,
So I will.
it's pretty fucked.
Yeah. So I would definitely say that at least the first seal has been broken. Considering the fact,
I think we might even be further along, but yes, thank you.
So at least some.
I broke a couple seals tonight.
But at least some seals have been broken. Some of them might have been less noticeable than others, but you can even revert back to the book of Genesis, and
That's where it all started.
with Moses. I mean, shit, when he released the plagues on Egypt, firstborns all throughout Egypt fucking taken if you didn't have lamb's blood on your front door.
Right.
Well, now you see, people are dropping like fucking flies because they were the first to go get the Fauci ouchie.
Yeah.
Perfectly healthy soccer players, perfectly healthy football players,
Basketball players, anybody, track runners, anybody.
Yes,
Peak physical condition human beings that are in better shape than you or I will ever be in.
yeah, just dropping like flies in the middle of comps. I mean, shit, hell, even pilots. I think there was a flight from it was Air France to Italy. Pilot fucking checked out of life at 15,000 feet. Thankfully, there was another pilot on board who hopped in the cockpit and took that flight over. And it's like, people left and right are dropping, but nobody's reporting it because why? Because billions and billions. Huh?
Goes against the agenda, bro.
Well, it's also the factor that billions and billions upon billions of dollars have gone into the Pfizer complex, or big pharma, so to speak. Granted, talking about big pharma puts a huge target on anybody's back because it's it's big pharma. They don't like the factor that shit in the 1920s, Rockefeller changed the medical practice to go from herbalist and naturalist to petroleum-based medication.
Which is constructed in a lab, much like the scamdemic was, and it's only constructed in a lab to do certain things, which is to keep you alive long enough to pay the fucking bills. It goes back to the Goodfellas movie where the fucking, I forget the famous comedian that
Joe
was on.
Pesci.
Yeah, no, it was the guy that was on stage when they're in the club. I forget what the name of the club was, but he's like, yeah, fucking, see, exact. This is a $3,000 computer. It should not be doing
camera.
this. Like, it's weird, bro. Like, we're nothing, nobody's from nowhere, but this shit does not do this when we're just playing Call of Duty.
It's because we're saying buzzwords.
Well, right. But that's what I'm
But
saying,
it's
though,
the
is
camera
this
that's
is
going
not
out.
YouTube, bro.
Not
That's a separately.
StreamYard, not YouTube.
There's a fucking
Cameras.
flower van down the fuck. Either way, there's a difference between the commonality of just normal, average, everyday, because bad shit and evil does take place in the world naturally, and always will, always has. Cain killed Abel with a rock, right? You don't need a gun. You don't need a bomb. You don't even need a fucking a Home Depot truck. It can be done. The idea of the battle between good versus evil on this earth or this realm of existence that we exist on, whether it be a simulation or it is just like biblical times in the Bible and how it portrays, or whatever it may be, whatever the greater good is, whatever the actual truth of the matter of fact is, like there is something going, there is a war taking place, period. Whether it be in a literal and or a metaphorical sense, all the time. And that war is good versus evil. There's good people doing good shit to counteract the bad people that are doing bad shit. But here, as we know, if we are followers of the Bible in the, in Revelation time, in the end of times, which I do believe are nigh, which sucks, but is what it is. Beans, bullets, and band-aids, people. There's only so much you can do. And by doing that, is it a waste of time? Because in my opinion, regardless of if your death is certain or not, you die with honor, you die with principle, you die with moral, because they might get me, but I'm taking at least a couple of those motherfuckers with me, because the way that I see it, I take one, we're even. I take more than that, I won personally. And all it takes, in my opinion, is several individuals to win personally, to discourage the because how many times in Vietnam or wherever, if you had 3 dudes fall into a fucking punji pit out of a 10-dude squad, battalion, regiment, whatever the fuck, I don't know the numbers, but like that has to be demoralizing. So how many people is it? How many feds drop at the hands of patriotic civilians because they were trying to tyrannicize them and then got what they had coming, metaphorically speaking, for entertainment purposes only, until maybe they stop tyrannicizing people or even thinking about it, or maybe it makes them change their tactics, but there's that interim of time where like people can improvise, adapt, and overcome and get ready. And
you're also like you're bringing up the point again of how you're talking about Orwellian times. Pretty much.
Are we not living in them? Have we not been living in them?
Yeah. Well,
I think we have been for a long time, but people don't realize it. So the idea of comfort complacency still exists because they don't know how much behind the curve they actually are.
Yes.
Is where I'm coming from.
Yes. But at the same time, think about it. In Animal Farm, 1984, in the background of those books, a war was brewing the entire time. but
It always is.
but they were in the sanctity of the mega city that they were in. So I'm also thinking, it's kind of fucked, but basically if you take the genome of, or just the human nature of rebellion, you indoctrinate people, which, it's sad to say, but we're outnumbered in that aspect. If you open your eyes, you got one person to 3,000 that still want to, like you're saying, living in compliance. But in those books, it's pretty much they've removed anybody and everybody who is rebellious, and they've sent them to the internment camps. They've sent them to
They died.
what do you call it? What the fuck is it?
Lobotomized.
Yeah, lobotomized, and then you're just a shell of your former self because they've removed every human instinct out of
Right, individuality, which is why it's so important to realize the differentiation of actual individuality, because they are getting all these people, and I have no problem with whoever the fuck you are, whatever the fuck you believe, whatever the fuck you think you are. Like, you can be a gay, transvestite, crack addict that does whatever the fuck in their free time. If you're not harming anybody, I don't care what you do. I don't. Like, you could be a productive member of society, you show up to your job at the Dollar Tree every day and whatever the fuck, but you go home and smoke crack in your basement, but you don't break into nobody's house to try and steal shit to buy more crack or whatever. I don't care what you do. But when you are breaking into my house trying to steal some shit so you can afford more crack, I'm going to shoot you in the face. And that's not my problem. But up until that point, I don't give a fuck who you are or what you do. But the idea that the individuality of the matter of fact, like, they are pushing, whether it be the gay or the trans shit or the whatever the fuck, the counterculture, which counterculture used to be people who questioned the system and the people in power and the people in authority and fucking, Rage Against the Machine. But you look at Rage Against the Machine's politics and they're actually totally sucking the machine's dick. So it's counterintuitive, but they have so many people that fall in line that whatever, for whatever reason that they have, whatever gumption it is that makes them believe a certain way, whatever their aspect of the argument that they're fighting for, it's driven by another force that they don't ever even recognize, because somebody planted that seed in their head that made them think that they should care about something that they didn't ever actually truly care about, but because everybody else is, or everybody else seems concerned, or it's the cool thing to do, or it's the in thing to do, or even more so, it's the protected thing to do.
Well, you're also bringing up another good point, is just the because what's a cardinal sin? What's another cardinal sin that people love to do nowadays?
Sodomy.
Idolize.
Same thing. You're getting fucked in the ass either way.
Yeah, but idolization. It's literally, you have
celebrities.
110%. You've got pop stars, you got movie stars, you got rock stars, you got pretty much anybody.
I want to be just like that.
I would. I
Let's
want
not get another copyright strike.
Let's drink the blood. Let's
And-
keep ourselves young. Let's mutilate our bodies in order to conform with society that we're so towards fighting against because we want to be different, yet you all end up being the fucking same. You are carbon copies. You're little gray blobs. You're just replicas. You're all fucking bots. And you might have pink hair and mohawks and tattoos and piercings, but so the fuck does everybody else now. So when all of those people think they're expressing themselves in a way that they were told to, which means you're not expressing yourself. So the whole idea, and we talk about it all the time, I've talked about the whole idea of YouTube is supposed to be about you. And we're not posting ISIS beheading videos on this channel, so we should probably be left the fuck alone if YouTube worked how YouTube was supposed to. But because we are going against the grain and calling out the bullshit, and we are the actual counterculture, if you will, because we're not going along with the mainstream flow of society, we're the bad guys. And that's how they get you. And they're implementing the social credit score. And so if you don't agree with our policy or you're speaking out against it or whatever, you will have no access to your own funds, which the money that we so-called have is not even actually truly factually fucking worth the paper it's printed on, motherfuckers, which is why, while you still can, you should exchange that worthless paper for fucking guns, ammunition, food, water, and medical supplies. Please, okay? Please, and learn how the fuck to use them in the interim, because the time is running out. People are going to be fucking raptured or not, depending on what you believe, and all of us other fucking heathens that are left to fight out the fucking war for hell on earth, it's gonna be grody. And if you don't have supplies, you're fucking dead. You're dead either way. But period, point blank, I want them to remember me. Because after all the fuck we've been through, all the fuck we've done, at any moment, they could fucking kick the door right now. Because we're domestic tourists. We're extremists. We're fucking saying this. We're educating people in the idea that they can actually think for themselves. You would think that you wouldn't have to tell motherfuckers that they could do that. But since motherfuckers want to only do what they're told, let's fucking tell them, is the way that I see it. But that will be held accountable one of these days, already has been in some way, shape, or form. If this channel had 100,000 subscribers, we'd be dead or in jail already. So, and they'd probably never let us get to that amount, even if we earned it.
At this point, we're not. So
that's what I'm saying. But either way, and this has nothing to do with us. It's just the idea. It's not. They never want to kill an individual. It's the idea, because the idea is far more powerful than the individual. Anybody can have an idea. If everybody has the same idea, it works. The problem is everybody's idea is what the government told them. And the government sure as fuck don't want you thinking for yourself, because that's dangerous to them. So the idea, again, being the whole fucking control of this experiment, is that you're different. You're an individual. Everybody's individual thoughts and feelings and everything matters. But everybody's individual thoughts and feelings that matter are the same, which therefore makes you not an individual. You're just, you're preaching to the choir. The problem with that is the church is no longer involved. It's the Church of Satan. It's a cult. It's fucking predestined. It's all these people that don't have any morality or human, I was going to say humanality, but I don't think that's a word. Humanity. The fucking, everybody is so disconnected from the actual plane of existence that we partake in, that everything is fantasy land, because they reap no repercussions for their actions. Like, this all sounds convoluted and fucking everything, but like, not a motherfucker even gets tar and feathered anymore, let alone hung in the fucking town square for everybody to see their fucking faults for. Like, that is where we went wrong, dude.
Well, because what was it?
If politicians were held accountable for their fucking misdeeds, we would have nobody as a politician. And that's where we went wrong.
Well, because what was that? I think they made that law that if you make threats to a government official, I think it was like what, 04, 05, maybe even earlier, that it's felony account.
Fuck them. You know how many felony accounts?
Because they have diplomatic immunity. I mean, shit. How many times do you
Wouldn't
hear?
be the first time they tried that on me.
Right.
No, but like on a legitimate topic. Like, think about how many people, how many diplomats and congressmen get sent to foreign countries, fuck shit up, and do absolutely heinous shit. Like,
yeah. Now, speaking of that, I'm sure most of us have seen it and it's all fabricated. It's all just, a story. It's all a movie. But the movie Shooter with Mark Wahlberg, where he goes and fucks up the dudes that murdered entire villages just so they could put a pipeline in. It's all fluffy movie shit to make you be like, yeah, the good guys, and then fuck the bad guys. But that shit really does happen all the time. And people still root for the bad guys as if they're good guys. And it's because the media spins it in a certain way and the government tells you this is the facts and they're really not. And everybody just blindly backs the blue and the fucking multicam because, they're better than us. Like, there's no excuse. And again, people say that, I guess people don't say, I don't know what the fuck people say, but people could say that a silly villain such as myself is jaded. I'm mad. I'm jealous. My ass hurts. Fucking, I'm not as cool as these dudes. I haven't been there and done that. So why the fuck do I even own a plate carrier and whatever the fuck? But like at the end of the day, these people are working for the powers that should not be in one way, shape, or another. And even if you go into it with good intentions, I'm a Nazi SS soldier. I'm just doing my job. I'm doing this so I can bring home a paycheck to support my family. Where's the line drawn between the stormtroopers and the fucking rebel scum? Because I think it's getting a lot more blurred these days. I think, and on top of that, I feel like the rebel scum are a lot more just lazy and complacent. They're the Empire's here, but they're not checking my papers, or at least as of now, and they're going to get along until it's getting bad, and it's getting bad. But by the time it gets really fucking bad, they're going to disarm themselves enough to the point where they've got serialized butter knives and there's nothing they could do about it, or at least practically speaking. So from a civilian to a military standpoint, as far as fighting back before it's too late, is there an SOP for that? Is there something we can encourage the people at home to fucking be like, yo, we need a swift kick in the ass, and here's the boot? Like, what do you think in this country? Let me ask you this then. In this country, with everything that we know that has taken place, and of course there's far more nefarious, dubious bullshit going on behind the scenes that we'll never know about, but all the crazy fucking dramatic, serious, fucking evil shit that we do know about that has taken place since the beginning of history up until now, and especially as of late, what do you think the best course for the civilian preparedness-minded individual is right now?
Well, they killed that idea, but it's legitimately the best plan would probably be homesteading, because as soon as I got out, I got home and I went and visited a family member, and mind you, a cousin and my aunt, and we're roughly the same age, but this is the first time I've seen this woman in 7 years. First thing that she asked me is, "Are you a Trumper, and what are your plans for the future?" And my legitimate response was yes, or my bad. I didn't say yes. I said, I agree with some of the policies he's had. I'm not going to back him 110% because you shouldn't with anybody running in office. But two, my plans for the future are land and get the fuck away from people, or get as far fuck away from people as possible. And she immediately threw a bitch fit as to why the fuck would I want to live alone? Why would I want land? Why would I want to choose a hard life comparatively when I could just live comfortably in the suburbs?
As a slave to the corporations and have a cubicle smaller than this fucking studio that you live in, and then you live it, and you don't even live in, you sleep there, you live at work, you don't ever travel, you have no means of a vehicle because you could just walk to work or take the subway, because all the jobs and the work have been forced into the inner cities, and so everybody is congregated there, which means any emergency that takes place, you're in the hot zone regardless, because that's where it's going to take place, and they have all the control over you, which means they could lock you in your house, just like we saw. in this country, let alone all the other countries. There we go. Right on time. If they wanted to, they could nuke the whole shit. They could I Am Legend that ass, boy.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, it's a fucking contaminated zone. This is what we have to do for the rest of us to survive. I mean, it sounds crazy. It sounds conspiratorial. It sounds like the frogs are gay, but the funniest thing about all that is they actually were, right? And Alex Jones, by all means, in my opinion, is controlled opposition, and he might also be Bill Hicks if you look into it. But either way, like, they give you enough truth to keep you going, keep believing, keep putting the puzzle pieces together. But that little fucking hourglass with the sand dripping, you only have so much time. And they're going to make sure you run out of it before you connect all the dots. So either way, it's a lose-lose if you are plugged into the mainstream. I would argue, and this sounds nonsensical, but I would almost argue that you'd be better off and safer doing the complete and total antithesis or the opposite of what the government ever tells you to do. You'd probably be safer and better off, in my opinion, just across the board. I do definitely agree with you 110% about the homesteading thing. That is counterculture, being self-sufficient. People in this country and all over the world for several years have been independent. If you can hunt for yourself, fish for yourself, gather for yourself, construct for yourself, whatever, it's secure yourself, whatever it may be, you don't need to worry about anyone else. You don't need to worry about reinforcements, or the reinforcements that you do have to worry about are rallied up from your own community or your own culture that you've built and cultivated since, which means it could be your friends or your family or your coworkers or your neighbors, or hopefully a combination of all of them. There is strength in that. There is security in that. There is strength in numbers in that. There's a higher probability of survival in that. But at the same time, you can't trust nobody, dude. You can't. There's people. So if you go to your neighbor in today's day and age and you talk to them about some shit like this, you're getting red flag lawed.
Mm-hmm. And that's another thing.
I think it's like my neighbors.
Well, you just know it's situation dependent, but still, who knows?
Like, especially
I had the conversation with 2 out of the 3. The third one that I haven't yet pulled in with 30 other fucking bikers last week into his driveway.
Bag over their head. So
it's fucking.
But no, but like legitimately to anybody and everybody that is still watching, like it is definitely a walk on eggshell territory, because granted, I've been in I guess you could say free thinker, especially because growing up I moved around a lot, so I never got into the inner circle of things. I never got that like full brainwashing, so to speak, from the public education system. So,
which is a good thing, I would argue.
Yeah.
All you got to do to avoid that is live in Arkansas. There's no education in the public education of any.
He turned out all right.
But
it's only there for a year.
But as far as like people who are stuck inside one state, like I've gone from rural Illinois to inner city Chicago, and granted, I have a friend who is born and raised inner city Chicago. Thankfully, immigrant parents. Fucking, he never, got the like I said, the brainwashing of the public education system,
which is good, and I think a lot of that attributes to people back in the day. And this is just a quick side quest, but back in the day,
it's all side quests,
right? And we're racking up XP. but like back in the day though, like the quote unquote American dream was actually believed in, because for a brief point in time, it was achievable. And once people caught on to the idea that, hey, we could market this as a falsity and entrap tens, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people with the luxury of compliant complacency without them even knowing it. And I don't know what year or what catastrophic event took place, but like that entire idea that like we have to be one under the government for the security and progression of the nation is where all of this went wrong.
Where it all went wrong is under the government.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not under.
That's what I'm saying. The government, and this is a radical fucking. I could be if this was Canada, I'd be in jail for just stepping on this
None of us
podcast.
can go into Canada anymore. None of us can go into Canada anymore.
I mean, what
especially you. I don't think they have you over there. Cowboys. I mean, it's too far north. It's too cold. They're used to the assless chaps and whatever. But the idea that like
tiptoeing around the bush. But anyway,
it's not the first time. But like the idea though, for real, that like there's the biggest to me where I get the most respect out of people, and I'm going to equate this back down to just the common people that come into the gun shop that I deal with every day. There are definitely dudes out there that are real G's and move in silence like lasagna, like Wheezy F Baby said. And they don't say a word to nobody about nothing, and they are actually getting shit done behind the scenes. And, they might collaborate with other people that are like-minded or whatever, but they got their little group, their little fucking team, their little fucking group of friends and family and whatever the fuck. And whatever their plan is, they're going to do it, and they're dedicated and they're legit and they're squared away. And you can usually tell these people by the way they carry themselves, the type of equipment they use, what they wear, whatever it is. Although that being said, and I have no matter what I wear, I can't hide it.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody knows the flannel by now, dude.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the flannel. You might as well wear multicam, dude.
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
because, I mean, whether it's DevGru, like CIA, Flannel Daddy,
it's the same.
It's the same. Like,
I also feel like you see a shit ton of that in Seattle and Washington and shit like that.
This is
So,
Illinois, and he don't live on a farm.
Yeah.
But if he's walking around with some gumball head in his hand,
I'm walking around.
I know,
with a
but
gumball
he
head.
could get the PBR. He's getting away with it.
You look like you just got back from a Kenny Chesney concert. So you might get away with it, but other than that,
if you want, I can run out to my Hyundai real quick. I can throw in the lipper.
I thought you said it wasn't a Hyundai.
Hyundai.
And also, why are you stinging on the lippers, dude?
Do you want? They're pouches. Do you want me to get the fucking lipper?
Pouches.
Hey, long cuts up your gums.
Do you take 2 pouches and secrete them right between your pussy lips? Because that's what the pouches.
Hey. All right.
Pouches.
Another side quest.
This motherfucker out here with snus, my dude, with wearing a cowboy hat, puts snus in his mouth. If you're not cutting your shit up with fiberglass and fucking getting mouth cancer, go fuck yourself. It's not legit. Pardon me that I want to have my teeth by the time I'm 42.
It's overrated.
Also, that's an oddly specific number. Right. Right, dude.
Well, like
your teeth.
No, you're right. You just get when you
Take them out, rinse them off in the sink.
right.
You get to see all the crap in between them.
Right, dude. It's a more ergonomic cleaning experience, from what I've heard.
And if they get too bad,
I've never smoked a day in my life.
Chocolates. I remember chocolates. It's a SpongeBob reference for any of y'all that were born.
Pre-2005 before they changed that shit.
There was they did the fucking Mandela effect. That's your cousin. You should talk to him about it. But the fucking this is me. You want the mic?
Yeah.
Hold on, don't pull it too far. All right.
But on a real note, these guys are giving me some fucking good, some heaters for jokes, right? I think the biggest thing right now.
Okay, my dick.
Go on.
The biggest thing right now is,
We're all too white for that.
Listen, dude.
is
I'll
to
get
not take
Panda
shit too
Express
fucking
a run for their
serious.
money.
Huh?
My spring roll is more like a hot boy summer roll, I'll tell you. What do you got to say to that?
Too bad that shit got to get reheated in the microwave for 3 minutes.
Listen, dude, it's still got all the flavor, though. We don't lose.
Entirely too close to each other talking about penis.
Listen, Andy's got flannel and a cowboy hat on.
You got the cowboy hat.
He's got the cowboy hat on. This is some of the best podcast content that has ever existed. I don't give a fuck about Logan Paul. All right, because this or fuck Joe Rogan, or is it Jake? No, Jake Paul's the boxer. Logan Paul is the fucking douchebag with the weak ass mullet that supposedly has a podcast. But I would argue that this podcast is the best podcast on the net ever. We're talking about the real hard hitting content of the internet, dude. People want to get on Reddit and talk spicy memes. We live spicy memes, bitch. We are all spicy memes, dude. You know? What do you feel about that? Grab the mic. Grab some authority on the mic and just tell the people. No, you should grab the mic just once, dude. Just grab it. Just get a firm grip. The mic. Once you grab the mic, I'm not going to agree with that on a principle matter of fact, but I would like you to fucking grab the mic, not in a homosexual kind of manner, but like just listen, when you and tell him how it is because he doesn't know. But when you grab the mic, listen, when you grab the mic though, when you just grab the mic for no reason or for a reason, either way, whether there's a reason or not, when you grab the mic, it gives you a reason to have grabbed the mic. Tell him the experience of just grabbing a mic. Have you ever before this night grabbed a mic?
Yes, I have.
Where?
What you want?
Grab a mic right now and tell the story, but not too hard. The cable's only goes so far.
So you want pep rallies? You want high school?
Pep rallies for what?
Fucking the little Lance coolies that are like fresh to the island. All right.
Japan?
Yes.
Well, that doesn't count. I don't know that it's not much of an island after we got done with it, I think.
I think you're talking about Iwo Jima, but Okinawa, it's still up and running.
Yeah, but it's like Hawaii, dude. Everybody goes to the mainland.
What?
Exactly. That's that government conspiracy shit that they don't want you thinking about.
The government conspiracy shit is, dude.
Listen,
everything is an island.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Because the
All
way that they
islands.
look at it. Listen, I know shout out to Andrew, which is one of the coolest. He's a combat medic. He's one of the coolest dudes I ever met. He just had a baby. He's happily married. His whole family is beautiful. He just stopped by the shop the other day to say what's up. He's an awesome dude. I love him to death. I would take a bullet for that motherfucker. But he lives on the island, dude. And when you live on the island, dude, you're separated from the rest of the world. So tell me how separated from Japan, because when you're there, even as a U.S. military aficionado, do you not still live by their laws?
Yeah, so you live by UCMJ and by Japanese laws.
Just keep. I don't know why you're scooting away, dude. Just cuddle right in.
No, but on a legitimately real note, being there,
This is awkward now. I feel like this is the yin and yang of the shooting.
can we just change the name of the podcast to the Two Mustaches?
That's all we got. That's all we got.
Well, if you grew up beards too, you know.
He could,
hey,
but only on his chin.
but on a legitimate
Counts.
note, yes, you are living by UCMJ laws. You have specific Japanese laws written for the U.S. personnel there.
So even though we could just shoot a 45 ACP at their country and eliminate them, that you have to still do what they say.
No, so it's still proprietary UCMJ laws written specifically for Japan.
Because they have a lot of waifus.
No, it's because
That definitely plays a part.
well, sort of, yes, but they just know that U.S. personnel are just gonna go over there, fuck shit up, and then
What can they do, though? What could the Japanese government feasibly do to a United States?
Death sentence.
I don't believe that.
You better believe it, dude.
We just gave a fucking... Listen.
Yeah.
You're half Polish.
Mm-hmm.
You're good to go. We just gave a fucking Russian arms dealer for the fucking dyke ass fucking dude that's fucking really has a penis, but he thinks he's a WNBA star because they smoked weed in China. We'd get you back.
I don't know, man, because there's still there is still, just so you people know, there is still a U.S.
And
Marine.
he means you people.
Huh?
Exactly.
Well,
no,
anyway,
I agree.
Yeah.
You people. No, I'm all with it.
but
He's half Polish, dude. He's on our side.
but
This is like Howard Stern, but worse.
But just so you guys understand, we traded a basketball player for the Lord of War while there's still a U.S. military
I
personnel.
would have kept the Lord of War and then studied his tactics, dude. I'd have been like, yo, dude, can you teach them? Because, what do we do? Tell me who runs NASA.
Started by a Nazi rocket scientist who hanged the 5 slowest Jews out in front of his factory. But
They should have been faster. Too soon?
I'm just gonna
No, listen, I'm just
years. You got the 7-year rule, and then you can
Yeah, it's outside of the statutory limits or whatever the fuck. And I don't know how the military works, but just the idea that, and it's all this is comedy. We're just keeping it jovial, but we would like to make an impression on you, the viewer at home, to take this shit seriously, because we might jest and joke, but like bad shit happens everywhere. Crazy and evil does not have an area code, and you need to be prepared for it. And just because you live in America, does not think, or you should not think, just because you live in America, that it cannot happen here, because motherfucker, it's already happened here. The Japanese, they were kept in internment camps because they were Japanese, dude. And I'm a white dude. I'm a fucking whoever the fuck. Okay, what happens when? Boom. What happens when it's your time, dude? Because eventually, it's gonna be your time. Whatever fucking class of society that they don't want you to be in, are they shutting us down, dude? For real? Okay, we're back for now. Whatever class, it could be anything. You could be Jewish, you could be Asian, you could be white, you could be black, you could be whatever it is. Somebody randomly decides you're the bad guy. And then now, no freedoms, no liberties. You're in an internment camp, and you just have to accept it because, there's an emergency, dude, which is how they get you. And you know what they got you on? The whole fucking world accepted the emergency of the scamdemic, and look how easily everybody folded. This is another thing I wanted to ask you. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be aggressive.
You're good.
But like,
get all touchy-feely.
Well, it's just because I'm in the moment. Because like this is something like the goddamn.
On cue.
How nobody believes us when we say, because we could watch us on Twitch. This never happens, dude. The fucking like.
No, it definitely happens on Twitch too.
Not to me though, at least. But like it should. I don't know. Maybe you just fucking. This is the hotbed of domestic tourism. We're just trying to see the cunt.
$5,000 streaming setup.
But anyway, you were saying?
So
my tism.
Also mine. But like, and his involved.
All got in different rankings, I guess.
Either way. So the idea though that things have gone so far. Let me preface it with this. And again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and don't fucking.
Is that what's going on?
What?
There's a camera.
Bruh.
Was that again?
That's like a 4K camera, dude.
Yep. Actually capable of 8K.
And this is free thermal. You got to pay like $800. Shout out to ATN Night Vision and Thermal. But this ain't it. This is not it.
is a lot of the time the power switch doesn't even work on this shit. Which you think
Sick.
it's a manual switch. How does that fuck up?
Well, they
Unless
got the
it's
fucking.
fried.
Zzz, they got the fucking. He might be a plant.
You let him in
He
my
just
home.
starts like growing. Listen, I'd kill us all if that was the case.
Just like
Not
fucking
you.
Bitch out Bobby.
Listen, that was
Right in my
more.
home.
That was more of a protection of something that was worth more to him if he was what he was. And we learned what we needed to learn, dude. Shout out to Daisy.
We're gonna have the same talk to him later. Let me do it with Gian's.
I think he's more vetted than Gian's, honestly. No, bruh.
I mean, he signed up with the Fed boys. It's fucking.
Yeah, but I think he has a better moral conscience overall. But the idea of it all, and I don't even know it's been 8 times that the government has stopped us from trying to say what we've been saying. So remind me with your autism what I was saying.
You're about to say something about the scamdemic.
Okay, yes,
That makes sense.
exactly. So look at how quickly and easily they got everybody to give up their rights and their freedoms in exchange for security, which in that case they deserve what? Neither. Period. You know what they got for doing that? Neither. You got no security. You got no safety. You got way less freedoms. And you were happy to do it. There's motherfuckers out there still wearing 2 masks inside of a vehicle with their air conditioning turned off, and they've sprayed the car with Lysol before they got in that bitch, which is killing them even quicker by inhaling all the chemicals in a sealed environment. This is the type of fucking retardation and cuckery that has taken place in this country, but even more so all over the entire world. Italy had it really bad. All these other third world countries that are hanging on by a thread to begin with, they're all scared, and they're only existing off the governmental aid that is provided to them by NATO or us, which is basically NATO, because NATO in and of themselves is that tell the people about NATO. You know, I mean, it's not a personal gripe, dude. It's just a realistic expectation, I would argue.
Gun loves in the comms is no invite shade.
Send them the link, dude.
Nah, I ain't even worthy.
You showed up too late, dude. Yeah. But seriously, what the fuck? Tell me about a blue helmet, dude. What is a blue helmet good for other than eating soup out of?
I mean, if you want a village cleared.
But they, much like Tarkov, they're peacekeepers. They wouldn't do such things.
All right.
You could trust them.
Let's take it back to 2008 with Hurricane Katrina.
See, this is what I'm... Fucking George Bush hates black people, dude.
I was gonna say Hurricane Katrina, FEMA, the government is not coming.
But they are, though, because there was plenty of motherfucking police and special weapons and tactics teams that went to the high and dry areas and confiscated guns from little old fucking ladies that they were using to protect themselves against the rioters and the looters and the ne'er-do-wells that saw the tragedy as a convenience for them to further enact in criminal activity because, the way of life, the rule of law is out the window, so we can do what we want while we can. And what did the fucking people that swore an oath to protect the people of this fucking country do? They disarmed those people, so they had no individual free will to choose the outcome of their own destiny, because you know what? When you can't fight back, you're at the whim of the ne'er-do-wells. And the ne'er-do-wells are far more common these days because society accepts them as normal people. Oh, they're troubled. They had a rough upbringing. They never made it out the hood. It's nature versus nurture. Whatever the fuck it may be, on any sense of the imagination, dude. And now they're trying to push. This is what I don't understand is they're trying to say that all trans people are the fucking angels from God, but also there's all types of trans people supposedly shooting up the place. Isn't that against your own message? That's the whole. It's almost like, and this sounds fucking crazy, dude, right? But it's almost like that they understand where we're coming from because they've done the research. They're really good at playing the long game. That they know how we will react, and so they have to keep it balanced. They have to allow us some wins every now and again so that we think we are possibly in control. Do you think that do I sound crazy?
No, you're making some valid points.
Don't tell me if I sound crazy. You're not going to offend me.
No,
But
no.
legitimately, it seems everything seems too good to be true, or it's too bad to be reality. And that's the fucking yin and yang of it. Is like either it's, oh, this is way too crazy, it'll never happen here, we don't have to worry about it because we've been bred and conditioned to understand that we're safe here because the U.S. government protects us, or it's, hey, I've seen the shit with my own eyes. I understand what the fuck it's doing, and more people need to realize what the fuck is going on. There's no in between. It's one or the other. It's either really bad or everything's a fucking utopia. And I don't think we have unicorns and rainbow farts, my dude. What do you think?
Yeah. I will have to fight you on this though, just a little bit. There are some gray areas.
As in what?
Like pockets of society that are just normal, but granted they are scarce. But slowly but surely, if you're following the right channels, you'll see that a lot of the PNW, they're starting to finally wake up, and those are the hubs for hipsters.
Also, sorry again, nothing personal. Shout out to PNW Gorilla, excellent YouTube channel. They don't know I exist. Subscribe and learn something. But go on, sorry.
And the PNW, I mean, that is
tell the people what the fuck a PNW is.
Pacific Northwest,
yes.
And that is going to be your Oregon, your Washington State,
people in the woods.
Yeah. Oh, camera's out.
Of course.
That's because the people in the woods are some of the most scary people.
Take it back. It's gonna have the video. Good night program. Good night.
Shout out to H. Wells.
Yeah.
Good night. Have a great night.
Oh.
That feels under duress. We've been keeping him captivity the whole time.
4.5 hours now.
Right.
But
feels like 2.5 to be here all night. So many Mountain Dews.
There are no caffeine in them.
It's just not Four Locos, but anyway.
It's the placebo effect.
Yeah. But yeah, the PNW, I mean, that is like when you think hipster liberal arts, like artsy fartsy degree, anti-gun, like anything. I don't even want to say Republican, but just anything that goes against the norm of living outside the city walls.
I don't even know that it's so much anti whatever the fuck it is, as much as it is just pro government, which is so funny to me. Because, again, these are the people, the punk rocker. Back in my day, which...
Don't date yourself that hard. Listen, Jesus Christ.
No, I'm just saying, back in my... And I'm not even that old in the grand scheme of things. I'm still an able-bodied male, motherfuckers, and you're still going to get a fight. But, it was... the cool thing to do was to buck the system. Now the cool thing to do is to get fucked by the system. And I don't know where the disconnect took place or what point in time where people were like, oh, government. But it happened at some point in time. And I'm ashamed of America for allowing that to happen because the whole fucking point of America is that the government is kept in check by America.
2008.
What? Obama?
No, the fucking the crash, the economic crash. Because think about it.
Yeah, but I think it was way back further than that. Again, JFK got murdered and assassinated because he let us know about the fucking secret societies, which means that those secret societies have been in place and operating things as they were for even longer than that. Probably at least fucking 50, 100 years before that, which means how much of a history of a country do we actually have? And bear in mind you that history books are only written by the victors, and they could write them as any way they please because they won and nobody could say shit against them. So what do we actually know? It goes back to the whole thing, and this is a radical thought exercise, but like, I've never been to space. I don't know what space actually is or if it actually exists. There's enough arguments on either side of the story that it could be either way or it could not be either way because nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. Who fucking actually knows? And when you actually look into it and you do the conspiracy theory dive of the fucking Simpsons episodes and this, that, and third, and all the shit that seems anecdotal, but then you co-align it with all the other shit that's happened in society that has been predetermined. It's called predictive programming, and they show it to you in pop culture and music and videos and in movies and TV shows and all the shit because you see it and it plants that seed, and then when it actually does happen days, months, years later, it's a familiar memory. And you've seen it before, so you're not as opposed to it. You're not as thrown off by it. Same thing with the War of the Worlds. Back in the day, they had a radio broadcast, and all you motherfuckers that are watching are probably very familiar. But the War of the Worlds, they had motherfuckers acting like there was an actual alien invasion. And what do when there's a fucking one world government that is supposed to come together, or at least not technically right now, but that's their end goal? What are they going to do to unite every country in the world overnight, just like they did with the scamdemic? It's going to be because an outside exterior force. Oh, we have to all band together because it's our planet versus some other shit. Who knows if that shit actually exists or not? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. And again, this is just, it's not necessarily the idea that, there's aliens or there's not aliens or the earth is flat or it's round or whatever the fuck. And then there's the fucking biosphere in the dome. And it's just the principle of the matter of fact that whatever the truth is, they got people believing one way and they're going to use that to their advantage to make people believe another way or the same way or what, like whether space is real or not does not mean there's necessarily aliens. But if they could use aliens to get the whole fucking world together to be like, yo, here, government, here's all my rights and my freedoms and my liberties or whatever. And this sounds crazy. But does it sound as crazy as a fucking worldwide pandemic that happened overnight because somebody supposedly had bat soup? What sounds more realistic to you? Because what has already happened?
All I'm saying is if aliens do invade us, there ain't no way I'm giving up any fucking liberty or freedom. Listen, I'm going out with a fucking rifle. I'm shooting them.
The one thing I will agree with Cuck Smith of Tyranny Ranches, if that lizard son of a bitch, how does he say it? If that lizard son of a bitch fucking comes out the UFO and the ramp drops down and the smoke is billowing, I'm giving him one warning shot, or I'm giving him one warning to fucking drop the ray gun. If not, I'm shooting him with an elephant gun. And I wouldn't even give him a warning, dude. I'm shooting that lizard son of a bitch fucking tactical scales looking mother. He might be working with him. But like I'm not fucking with like really but this is the thing. I don't open my eyes. This is the thing.
Don't see the third
There's so many. And this is how you know it's real when I put the glasses on. But there's so many.
I know he's been drinking.
No.
Just the lights from the monitors fuck with his eyes now.
Maybe. but there's so many. Like, the idea. Also,
that's been going for fucking 4.5 hours now.
Listen, you guys are pussies. I'm here all night for the cause, regardless. We should do like they used to do back in the day. He's already signing himself out. He's like, no, I got fucking PT that day or some shit. But the fucking, we should get a hotline where people can call in.
That would get dangerous.
Yeah, but also worth it. It's the fucking, like, if we could, come on. I would like to hear from the people at home, honestly, personally. But either way.
Last podcast before I moved to Florida.
Why has it got to be so you get an escape? Also, the computer's dead.
I mean,
but also, it's the goddamn government, dude.
Yeah.
I have to go take a piss, dude. If I go take a piss and it doesn't reset itself, you're going to have to carry the floor. So whatever tin foil that you had in your hat before, double or triple it and start talking.
Oh, dear God.
Oh, man. Come over here and grab the mic again.
Oh,
Fucking
Hold on. Let me hop into the hot seat.
damn, bro.
Oh. All right, well.
You know what I don't think he understands is that nobody has to grab the mic. We can just lean into the
fuck
mic,
you, first of all.
and the audio is still
Fuck you, dude.
better.
Also, why are there several goodie bags? Goodie bags.
Goodie bags.
Goodie bags.
Goodie bags.
It's
Leg.
like
The goodie bags are
It's
legs,
like
dude.
Full Metal Jacket. Like, the goodie bags. Why are there cow-shaped goodie bags on your tape?
For reasons, bro.
What is going on that I'm missing out
Reasons,
on?
bro.
Can you text me later about so I don't forget? Because I feel like
Charlotte's first birthday.
Oh, that's right. I did get a text about.
Yeah.
Gonna need
It's
some more,
cow
gonna need
themed,
more
dude. I didn't
than
know we were-
tinfoil.
It's her,
I didn't know we were
her
homeschooled.
first rodeo, apparently.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
if you've
that's
got
right,
lead foil
right.
or concrete blankets,
I did get the message about that.
send them this way. And camera's dead.
Nice. Just look at his ass just creeping though. Just fucking- this shit fucking annoys the hell. It's really bad tonight. This camera's really not happy tonight. It's because of the title of the video. It's new diversity hire. I didn't want that. You know.
Wait, who we still got in this?
I don't know who the hell's still here. Fucking H. Williams dipped. We got Gun Love just commented now.
Well, how many people are watching?
Fucking 4.
4.
One of it is us. So we got 3 people. One is Gun Lover. The other 2 are asleep on their couch right now with their phones on the floor,
Drooling into their hand.
just like it's. Yeah, that's pretty much what this is divulged into. We keep going for some fucking reason.
Hard charging.
And like a few people may watch it afterwards, after it's posted as a video. Nobody's making it through 4.5 hours of this shit when it's not live, especially.
Yeah, true.
You know?
True.
Am I not good enough? No, you are not, motherfucker. All right, you know you're not. You threatened to be on here the one time. You threatened to be in person in the stew, and you didn't do it. You couldn't make it for some reason. What the hell? You knew it was happening. You could have asked. You could have showed up. We're supposed to have Gianni here,
Yeah,
but fucking he backed out. Which if he was here, we couldn't have had you on anyways. We only got 4 headsets, and apparently the one doesn't work. So what the fuck?
Yeah.
Which I didn't even know because I ain't fucking touched that damn thing since I fucking swapped it from my shit over there. For the longest, so I had bought this headset because it was supposed to be like one of the best budget podcast headsets, right?
Yeah.
And I ended up fucking giving that headset the headset that you've been using to fucking TT to use. And that was the one I was previously using. And this shit was the most uncomfortable shit ever.
Yeah.
But I wasn't going to be a dick and be like, hey, you use this one. I want mine back, you know? So holy fuck. The video's still going, though. What the fuck is this shit? That's funky. That's a new one. I'm just going to leave that one going. It's fun. That don't make no goddamn sense.
I'll bring my own headset.
Yeah. I don't get invited. You got invited. You didn't show up.
The camera's fucked up.
Yeah, I know, but it's still recording the video. It's still pulling video
Sick.
though. It's just
Fucking thermal.
I-
Dude,
I'm
shout out to
leaving.
ATN,
We're
Night
just
Vision,
gonna
and
run with
thermal
it now.
links in my description box below. There you go. You can sit there if you want. It's fine. I'll sit. This is probably way more comfortable of a chair.
it's not.
It's not.
No. That chair is actually more comfortable than my
Let
chair.
me test it out though.
We just. I actually prefer that chair to mine.
Honestly, I wouldn't be mad. I'm gonna spill some shit, but
Wait,
I wouldn't
His
be
headset
mad.
isn't as long. The fucking cable.
I wouldn't be mad having this chair, honestly.
Yeah.
Have we just given up
Well, it's still recording video, so like
at this point?
fuck it. And I'm hoping that with this fuck up, it won't fuck up further. You know, maybe it'll just stay like this. At least we still have video,
This is
right?
the best we could expect
This is the best we can
from
do.
a Shooting the Poop podcast
Yeah, I mean,
episode.
at fucking 2:00 in the morning.
We've done
we
our
lost
best.
video now. God
There we go. We've done our best to make this as streamlined as a process as we possibly could. This is way more of an impressive setup. Computer shit is like Chinese to me.
Mm.
It's even more so. He's a computer genius. He hates to realize it. He doesn't want to recognize the fact because then that makes him accountable when I have computer issues and he doesn't want to help me fix them because he's a prick. But the idea,
I know how to Google questions about computers,
I don't have the patience.
and all of a sudden I'm
Like,
just
nah, fuck
IT.
this, dude.
I'm just IT support. You know,
Right.
Just I am the geek squad for him.
Right.
And I just tell him fucking
It's
Google
more like
it, and
the
then he
dork
gets
squad,
mad.
but like he does all right. So fucking. But yeah, the idea. There's just realistically though, and back me up on this. Given the setup, and it's not as professional of a setup as fucking whoever could have, but given the setup, this should not be happening. And I'm not saying.
The only thing possible is that just the camera's fucked up. So
Yeah, do your thing.
for some fucking reason,
I
this
wanna be
camera's
all-
just screwed.
This is awesome.
It's the only thing I can think.
What?
The only reason this could be happening is just the camera itself is fucked. Like, I have no other explanation.
Yeah, but isn't it supposed to be a halfway decent cam?
It's supposed to be a pretty damn decent camera, yeah.
Right.
It's
So like you would think that the life expectancy would be more than like a year and a half.
Yeah.
Or whatever the fuck.
like as far as actual use on it, I probably have like a couple hundred hours.
What are they rated for?
at most? Should be way the fuck more than that.
Yeah.
You would hope so. Have you ever tried like just replacing the bats?
It doesn't even run on bats, dude.
It's just straight
Not
plugged
directly.
in.
It's fucking plugged into the
Have you
wall.
tried a different cord?
No.
Imagine if the whole time it was just a bad cord. I don't want to be the one that said I told you so, but let it be the thing that fixes the problem. Never living it down.
I have actually ran it on bats and still had the fucked up problem. Actually.
Not even with the bats. I would expect it to have an issue with the bats because the bats are probably going to be suboptimal as far as constant streaming the way that we do it.
So the problem is when it's on battery power, it will only record for up to 30 minutes at a time. Then it shuts off anyways.
If we only recorded podcasts for 30 minutes, we'd probably be more successful.
Yes, 100%.
If you ever start a podcast, do the opposite of what we do.
Yeah.
You'd be all right.
If you ever start a podcast,
Right.
don't do it with this guy.
Yeah, well, I'll cap it at like an hour 30.
There's no way.
Because like when we
I'm the
started
life
out
of
with the
the party.
podcast, right? Our first like episode, we were tried to cap it at like an hour. And then we'd get to the hour point. I tried cutting it off, and he'd be like, "Nah, dude, we're just getting into it." Fuck it.
Listen, sometimes
That-
there's ideas
But the thing
that
is,
need expression.
the best
And
part
you
about
can't
all of it
just
is that it was always his
consolidate.
idea to cut the podcast shorter,
Mm-hmm.
but also his idea to not stop the podcast.
because listen, it's more easily digestible in smaller increments, but at the same time,
Well, why
If
not
there's-
why not just make it a series? Like we have 4 hours of footage, so you could do like an hour 20 here episode or like part 1 of.
Because the
we
thing
could
is,
do that, but
is
he edits
we
them and
No,
he's
no, no,
too
no, no.
lazy to chop it.
No,
and
here we
screw
go. Here we go. This is the biggest issue with that,
He's
right?
doing the knife hand. That's how you know he's serious.
The problem is
Where's my
We have
drink, dude?
4 hours
the
and
fuck is
42
this mine?
minutes
No,
of footage right now, right?
you've literally killed it. Like
All right,
the
let's
limit.
go.
We have 4 hours and 42 minutes of footage right now for tonight, right?
Mhm.
We still haven't finished the topic of what the fuck
Do you
were
even
doing
do
in
And
Japan.
why were you in Japan?
That came up in the first 15 fucking minutes.
Yeah, but listen.
So
Listen,
we're going to have
I would
a
see.
fucking
It's
series
not
of
about.
podcasts for the
It's
next month
not
and a half,
about.
just trying to figure out what the fuck you're doing in Japan. That is the issue. with
It's
any-
not about. It's not about the podcast we have. In the
What the
meantime.
fuck were
It's the
you
friends
doing
that we've-
in Japan?
I grabbed the mic, dude.
I appreciate it.
Do you guys really want to know? Do you really want to know what the fuck I was doing in Japan? All right. All right, so I'm going to continuously talk into the mic. It's going to be a 10-minute story, all right? And TT right here, he's not going to have the mic whatsoever for the
That's
next.
bullshit and racially motivated.
Fucking send it. Anywho, so
He's a self-loathing Polish person.
to continue off of the fucking 5-hour tangent that we've been on after
Hold
the.
on, it was a terrible tangent. Like, share, comment, subscribe.
It's only 4
Check
hours
the
and
links. to
43 minutes.
Oh my god.
Just kidding. I'm just joshing, as the kids would call it.
But anyway,
At least somebody else is here to understand my frustration.
Listen, motherfucker, I only fucking fill in the dead air void because y'all don't have personality. I'm sorry, okay?
look at this Haji Bob personality. Oh, I probably shouldn't share that.
Yeah, he's the bomb, dude, from what
.com.
I hear.
But anywho, to continue my story as to what the fuck I was doing in Japan.
This is intense. I'm getting nervous. I've never been this close on camera.
Oh dear God! All right, so hey, can we keep this on purple light?
Purple light.
Purple rain.
Listen, dude, you got the same haircut, but not the voice. So fucking stay in your lane.
Eat my ass. Anywho,
Present it.
so to continue my
It's
story.
2023. Everybody's doing it. What is that, corn?
Anywho, before we go off on another terribly tangent,
Like, share, comment, subscribe.
fucking A,
10% off at the link in the description box below.
as to what
I'm
the
gonna get, I can't even. It's a. I thought you said I would never have access to the mic again, but look at you giving me access to the mic, dude. You're a race trader, bro. Could you imagine?
all right, we call that running the races anyway. So
I'm last place because I'm white, not very naturally athletic.
I know.
oh,
That's way
God.
too bright.
To continue my story, finally finish this. Finish boot camp.
Fatality.
Go to MCT, SOI, whatever you want to call it. Oh God damn it. So
No, seriously, it's hurting my eyes.
Exactly. That's the point.
If you don't pick out all the M&Ms from my trail mix right now, I'm quitting the podcast.
finish communication school. Get my MOS as an 0671, and it's a data systems administrator. All right, let me look directly at the camera. Finish all of that. I get sent there literally on a whim. They tell me that so my instructor at my comm school, he tells me, hey, we're going to give you your dream list. It's literally choose 3 locations. I chose all of my locations to be inside the continental United States. I chose Virginia. I chose California. I chose Beaufort, which is a terrible base from what I've heard. I literally chose all 3 of those to be inside the states. My
What
instructor,
the fuck is Buford?
North Carolina.
Oh,
My instructor looked me in the eye and he
sounds
said,
like Minkus.
none of your choices are going to fucking matter. It's all the needs of the Corps. So you've got 2 weeks to get your affairs in order. We're sending you to Japan. Finish that process.
Stop interrupting the man when he's trying to tell a story, dude.
Finish that process. Hop on a flight to Japan. I'm there. It's a whole there's a whole onboarding process. It's literally a week of just this mother. It's literally a week of just onboarding process. I get to my unit. It's doing, it's a communications unit. I'm not going to go into details, but for 4 years there,
That would lead me to believe that you're not very well set off at communicating.
well, I
'Cause
don't
Isn't communication all about the details?
look. I'm not trying to out myself that badly. I've already outed myself pretty well. Anywho,
Get to my unit, doing comms for the first 2 years. Towards the end of my contract, I'm literally going on training exercises left and right. And I've gone from a communications guy to pretty much just being an open contract, filling, infantry spots, working with reconnaissance. And there is a big difference between being a reconnaissance and working with reconnaissance. A lot of guys don't understand that. So working with them and being reconnaissance, two very different fucking things. A lot of guys need to get that through their thick skulls. So,
But like working reconnaissance and being with reconnaissance, it's not even it's not even like that. It's just in case you wanted to hang out. But the fucking
Made one for Gianni.
yeah, and he wore it like a bolo, so you're behind the curve
I'm
at this
Gucci
point.
on that one. Don't even pull it up on camera.
Figured also if you just wanted to.
No, honestly, I think it's a good skill to have because that might come in. You've never been in the Boy Scouts?
No, never.
They have knot tying competitions.
Gotcha.
No, I'm just saying.
Ty one hell of a knot.
No, he's pretty good in his family tree. But the fucking well, this is just incriminating at this point.
Yeah.
But
Can I finish?
hold on, you don't have to ask me for permission. All I'm saying,
It's a free cunt.
yeah, it's a free cunt, dude.
Right.
Everybody gets a screenshot. So all I'm saying though is so
He's never coming back.
who? Oh, bad? No, he's not ever leaving. I think you got. Well, so no. This is the thing though. Is
Starting with the knot, I just died.
no for real. What the fuck? What I didn't hear, and I was listening intently, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, but what I didn't hear was the immediate culture shock experience of you transitioning from being an American to all of a sudden you're in Japan, and because it's not the same.
Yes.
So explain that. That's what I want to hear because that plays a part in your day to day, whether you're on base, off base, you're living in the culture, society, because to some extent you have to assimilate, right?
Yeah.
To get along.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I want to hear is what is that like realization of I have to not be myself to be able to still be able to be myself.
Okay, so I would definitely say that as a youngin, at the ripe age of 19, I was a little shithead. I spent my I actually spent my 19th birthday transferring time zones going to Japan. But the culture shock of being in Japan is the factor that one, I was a little let down for the simple factor that
Not enough waifus.
No, I didn't give a fuck about the waifus. But the immediate culture shock was that one, it is a very respect on respect kind of mano a mano ish type deal. And the Japanese people are super polite. Some of the best, cleanest food I've ever ate. Even their McDonald's was 10 times healthier than what I got when I came back to the States. I actually downsized. So that was a nice little transition as to how fucking gluttonous we are as Americans, because their large size, their large size, fucking, what is it? Not Whopper.
The Royale with cheese, the quarter pound.
Yeah, the quarter pound.
The Big Mac or the fucking.
Yeah,
they got a medium Mac over in Japan.
Yeah, so it would essentially be a medium Big Mac, but by American standards. But I actually realized coming back to the States how much my appetite and food choices downsized to what I was before I went to Japan. And then coming back, I was like, why camera's down. But I came back and I was thinking to myself, why the fuck are these portion sizes so fucking big? Like, what the fuck am I going to do with a 24-ounce soda with my meal?
Have you seen, though, the pink paste?
I did not see the pink paste.
Of the McDonald's fame.
Oh,
where
yes,
supposedly
yes.
Their chicken
Mhm.
is just random, genetically modified pink paste
Yes,
that they somehow translate to you in the form of
chicken.
quote-unquote meat.
So,
do you not think that there's potential clone meat in that pink paste?
as far as
Just whatever. Who knows?
I honestly can't.
McDonald's is big enough,
Yeah.
in my opinion,
Mhm.
and this sounds crazy, but McDonald's is big enough to where because we've all seen the fucking little pie chart and shit where it's 6 major corporations that own everything in the world or whatever the fuck, right? McDonald's obviously falls under that. They're a pretty big player, just like Disneyland or whatever the fuck else. Like all the big names, and they're recognizable anywhere in the world. You could see the fucking golden arches and know what the fuck it is, right? They still got golden arches in Japan, right?
Yes, they do.
So everybody knows what the fuck that is. Is that not a big enough conglomerate where they have multi-billion-dollar capabilities to fucking have some type of political what
He
out here?
He said out here doxing
Who?
himself.
That's the gun. That's fucking old. What's the name with a fucking You got a Wilson Combat in his purse all the time. Sweatpants McGee.
I got you. I know who it is now. As soon as you said Wilson Combat, I was
Yeah,
like,
right.
this fuck.
Right.
But
He
anywho,
wasn't even talking about me, but could have been.
But-
He's the type of basic as fuck that would choose his YouTube name as Gun Lover.
yeah. So you
That little personality.
R.I.P. to the other 899 gun lovers that took his place before. But either way, like
no, but on a legitimate note, like while there is McDonald's in Japan, it's very few and far between. I think
there's not one on every corner.
I think I've come across maybe 7, and that's traveling through different cities in Japan.
And that's more of like just because we have to, because Americans exist.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, I did see a Burger King there, but it was like I think I maybe saw 2, and that was inside of Tokyo. And I was
So let me ask you this: what is the McDonald's equivalent to an actual, like, they would only have their, we don't have, but like, what is their mainstream go to? In-N-Out Burger, fucking Popeyes, whatever. Like, where do you go to get sushi? Where do you go to get, like, on a quick, fast in the hurry, fast food type of thing? Like, what is their McDonald's?
So their equivalent, or at least in my opinion, anybody who's been to Japan might also agree with me, but Coco's Ichiban curry. That shit is fucking delicious. It's literally like combining Subway with like a home cooked meal. So what you do is you go in there, they pull out a nice little menu, they give it to you, and my general order would be 500 grams of rice, beef curry, 4 chicken
I would
cutlets.
feel like I'm ordering drugs if we're talking grams here. But
Well, unfortunately,
28
you know,
pounds.
98% of the fucking planet uses the metric system.
yeah, but you know what? We're the 2% that's better.
So, anywho, 500 grams of rice, 4 chicken cutlets. Can you not?
No, sorry. He doesn't want to let the cat out of the bag.
So
He loves a good Veroni catching episode. Yes.
500 grams of rice, 4 chicken cutlets, beef curry, cheese spread on top, and 2 garlic cheese naan. And when I would order that as my 6'5" American self, the locals, dear God,
No. Just trying to stretch it out.
they would stare in awe and think, how can one person eat all of this? Because that's, I mean, by their standard, that would be enough to fill like at least like 2 people's stomachs.
It's like a family. When you go to Olive Garden, or not the Olive Garden, Maggiano's, you can get the family style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like for like 12 people.
Yeah. And then another thing would be Ichiran ramen. Camera's out again, but Ichiran ramen, that one is also pretty good. It's pretty much build your own ramen bowl. There's a metric shitload of sushi go rounds, all those other good places. And then I'm trying to think of where else we ate. Also, the Japanese take on American barbecue, actually pretty decent, and Mexican food. I'm not saying it's the best. There's definitely places in the States on side tangent. If you think that Californian SoCal Mexican food is the best Mexican food out there in like the borders of the United States, you're fucking wrong.
I will tell you this because I've never been to Japan, but I have had some of their food that I was told and do truly believe is authentic. Their spices are hot, but more flavorful.
Mm-hmm.
And you still get the smoke, but it's more sweet.
Yes, so that's another thing. It's like that's actually also the difference between Indian curry and Japanese curry. Because Japanese curry, it's like you said, you get the smoke, you get the sweetness, you get more flavor with it. Indian curry,
It's not as instantly intimidating. It's more, you can enjoy it on a more regular basis. Like there's certain things, like I used to date an Indian chick, and she had some seriously spicy curry type of Punjabi dishes. See, fucking, what the fuck is going? I've never seen that before. What the fuck does that say?
10 times tonight.
I didn't see it. But like their shit is sometimes spicy for no reason on shit that doesn't make sense. On a true Japanese dish, and I've only had a couple, but like the sweetness, the spice, I don't even know how to explain it other than like the true sustenance of it. Like you feel full and you feel satisfied and you feel
Without
as
being
if
bloated.
your palate has been right. And your palate has been exercised throughout the vast myriad of different flavor profiles, or whatever. Like it's an all-encompassing dish, even if it's just one dish, and you don't feel like you want any more because you've got it all. And it's a mind fuck, because being an American, and everybody's seen Super Size Me or whatever like you could just have a bowl of shit and maybe a little tiny side thing that's a couple little dumplings or whatever you dip in some sauce, but like there's no equivalent to the satisfaction of the meal itself is so vast in its flavor profile. Not to sound like I'm on an episode of Chopped, but and I've never even been to Japan. I could only imagine how the fuck, but like I know some Japanese people, and I've had some fucking authentic fucking Japanese cuisine, and like it is impressive how much they do with how little you actually end up eating.
Yeah.
So I'm impressed. I like it. But it's, and even though what's the name of that place? Fucking it's the pretentious fucking Oriental fucking restaurant where like you pay way too much money for like a super tiny portion.
Hibachi.
Well, that, yeah, but like it's like no. They have, shout out to Benihana's, dude, because that fucking whatever ginger fucking type of salad, I love the Benihana salad dressing, dude. Whatever that is, dude. It's a little ginger orange shit that they sprinkle on this, and it's never enough, but it's delicious. But there's what the fuck is the name of that place, dude? Because it's like,
It's real quick while you're trying to figure that out.
What?
We're at 5 hours now officially, right?
This has been 5 hours.
At the start of this podcast, one of the things that was said is we're going to talk about guns and gear.
We talked about guns and gear.
I don't think there was any discussion about guns other than the fact
Hey,
that
you were in the military. You had guns,
the
right?
240 is by crucifying yourself. Like that's,
There's a gun right here. This is a gun. Shout out to T-Rex Arms.
And
You should
I
also
called
go
it
there to check out your gear.
As you said that,
What?
then are you sure about that? When you
What?
said, you're going to talk about guns
Listen,
and gear?
I didn't
First thing I
drive
said,
the
"Are you sure about
conversation,
that?"
dude. This was all our guest. I'm framing the entire situation.
How many T-Tac
But-
tangents did we go on?
At this point,
Like, share,
we are
comment,
at 5
subscribe.
fucking hours. It is
Are we
2:30
actually,
in the morning.
though? 'Cause
We are
I
at
don't
5
believe
hours,
it's
2
only
minutes,
2:34 in the
13,
morning.
15 seconds, motherfucker. It is 2:30.
You ain't got to go to work tomorrow.
I
Dude.
got a fucking baby that's going to be waking me up in fucking 6
Listen,
hours.
I
gotta
will
fucking
come
mop
over
the
here and
floor over here,
babysit,
wipe
dude.
off
If you
the
go
fucking
show up
fridge
to the
and shit.
job,
Fucking-
it's a
I
lot of
would.
responsibility, dude.
100%.
Let's fucking go, dude. I'll
Go stand
fucking
by
hang
the
out with little
fucking
baby
counter
Shar
and talk
Shars,
to
dude.
people about guns all day.
Okay, because that's all it is. Yeah, it's nothing fucking
Yeah.
more grandiose than that by any means.
Count the money out at the end of the day.
But to take a legitimate tangent and go to the two topics that we have missed, gear. Fucking not to splurge and regurgitate what Grantham has said, but fucking train in your gear. There's thousands of companies that make plate carriers, belts, rigs, pouches. I mean,
Is he hijacking my podcast? Right?
Especially continuing.
I'm gonna let it slide. I'm gonna let it
Trying
slide.
to close out the live.
No, that's why I'm doing this, just to make the comedic relief of the fact that we're further prolonging it after talking just now about how long it's been. I'm sorry.
No.
But I gotta be an asshole. I agree with what you're saying, though. Continue.
But pretty much, you've got don't settle for budget.
The recce rig.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I mean, you've got thousands of companies. You've got fucking all of them. Train with your gear. Get used to it. Granted, it is all expensive, but it's to a good cause. Train with it. Be lethal with it. Be safe with it. Know your gear inside and out, because that's the only thing at the end of the day that you've only got yourself. You've got your hands. You got 5 fingers or 10, and
Some of us only have 5. I only have 2.
Train in your gear. Make sure you know it inside and out. Know your guns. Train with them. Be proficient. Stay safe. Stay lethal. Good night.
Stay damn.